All right, good morning and welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting for June 1st, 2021. I'm going to look over to my right here. Supervisor Brandon, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good morning and welcome. Thank you all for being here. Okay, so we are open to the public now, and so I'm going to have our board clerk, who is back with us here today. Welcome back, Heather. Could you please read our public participation procedures?
In order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this board meeting is open to the public with modifications. Capacity is limited to 50 people, including board members and staff. Face coverings and physical distancing of 6 feet will be required. During the board meeting, citizens physically present who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are not present and wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. First option is the Tuolumne County website, www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board-meetings. Option number 2, Access Tuolumne, www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live or View on Comcast Cable 8. Option number 3, Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155, and or you can call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 987373855 or 5155. Note, Zoom webinar services tends to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the county and Access Tuolumne live streams and is adjusted for closest to real-time viewing and listening. Important public notice, under the Governor's Executive Order N2520 and Order N2920, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements: if you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much for that. You got through that great. Okay, so at this time, we'll open the oral communications portion of the board meeting. Our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to items on the listed agenda, and the public comment limit of 3 minutes per speaker applies, and no action may be taken by the board on topics discussed. Your board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time and personal investment in our community. So at this time, I'll open oral communications to folks in the room, and after everyone here has had their say, we'll go to the phones. And we have somebody at the lectern right now. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Lacey Peterson. I live on Big Hill. I was here at the previous meeting. I would like to once again say that I disagree with this homeless village on top of Big Hill. I know that you guys like to say that it's not your project, but you are the ones tasked with making sure that everyone in our county follows the rules and does what's in the best interest of everyone. So I have a lot of questions, and there isn't really anywhere for clear answers. So, my biggest concern is obviously the fire risk. Big Hill is one of the most fire hazard places in the county. CAL FIRE just put out a map that showed in red all of the places that are extremely high fire risk, and Big Hill is right there in red. So putting a bunch of fire starters there seems like a bad idea. I spoke with someone involved with the project, and they say that, oh no, the fire starters don't get to go up there. But if they know who they are, then they should cooperate with the sheriff and they should be in jail because they're down there starting fires all day. So my next point is I would like to know what the zoning for that property is. Is it multifamily? Have they gotten a variance? Is this, does CEQA apply to this project? Because it says by its general nature, the activity is capable of causing a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. I talked to someone who they had been doing dirt work up there. Have they gotten their permits for this dirt work? Is anyone going out and inspecting it? Have they gotten their CAL FIRE exemptions for clearing brush? They say that there's a few septics up there, but I've heard that there's only one, and if they're having all these people there, they need engineered septics, and a lot of them. Let's see, I'm also concerned about the distance from staffed fire stations. I don't know if you guys, there's the Air Attack Base and Twain Harte are the only, round-the-clock staffed stations. Columbia College, that crew isn't allowed to do anything until another engine gets there. So what happens when they set a fire and there's no volunteers at the volunteer fire stations? Let's see. This area, public projects that are going on right now in the county are having to worry about the environmental, the species that are around them, like in Groveland and Tuolumne at those resiliency centers. You're having to look out for red-shouldered hawks, red-tailed hawks. You can't park under the tree where they're nesting, but up here you're letting them, they want to put a beauty shop and an auto training center. It's on their website. I mean, this is all, have they, there's a seasonal stream. Is that a habitat for any of the special concern red-legged frogs, foothill yellow-legged frogs? There's a bear on Big Hill. Are they going to be contributing to the problem of the bear eating trash, or are they going to be impeding on its habitat? I'd also like to say that I feel like spending $100,000 on someone to do your Facebook is irresponsible when you could be giving it to the sheriff or the fire department who could use it much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Good morning. I'm here to speak on the proposed resiliency village and the concerns that we have, the residents have. The first one is, of course, fire, as Lacey said. In the last 2 months, there have been 8 fires at Camp Hope, 3 last week. As she said, we live in a very high fire hazard severity zone due to the extremely dense forest and foliage. There is an extremely high risk of fires getting out of control, and there is no emergency responder within less than 20 minutes. So that is a huge concern for those of us who live up there and have our families and our homes there. The road that is the only source of ingress and egress on the property is a 1-lane private road, no fire lane, no other accessibility, and that is extremely dangerous for the people who currently live there as well as the homeless they would bring in. If a fire broke out, trying to get everyone out on that little tiny, poorly maintained road is very dangerous, and in the winter we get feet of snow. Feet. They do not get plowed. So what are they going to do? How are they going to get those people out for the services that they require on a daily basis? One of the reasons for the eviction of those who inhabit Camp Hope and other areas is the issue of garbage and the lack of care for their surroundings. We do have bears. I have a bear that literally comes into my carport and steals my garbage cans right next to my front door. They're very bold. So the concern is for them, their pets, and also if they encourage the animals to come in by throwing trash everywhere. We also understand that several of those people have animals of their own, mostly dogs. The concern for those is huge because a lot of us up there have livestock, chickens, ducks, goats, etc. We have our own pets. Are they going to be leashed? Are they going to be fenced? Are they going to be required to corral them to protect the neighbors' animals and to protect their own animals? Because truth be told, if an animal comes onto my property and attacks my animals, that animal will die. I have a right to protect my home, my family, and my animals. Water and waste. The property proposed for this project currently has a septic tank designed for a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath house that exists on the property. So how are they going to deal with the human waste issue? How are they going to deal with that? Are they going to put in a sewage system for the entire facility that they have planned? Because it's huge. On their website, it shows a restaurant, an Airbnb, tons of tiny homes. They want to build a community up there. I want to believe that the people involved care about these issues. However, the way that they purchased the property without regard or input from the current residents doesn't support the belief. We were not given a voice, a choice, or any input at all, which is not the way to inspire welcome or goodwill. We live on Big Hill because, even though it's a half an hour from town, because we like the sense of community up there, we like the privacy, we like the space. Most of us have never locked our doors. We don't lock our cars. That will all change as they move everyone in because, as we all know, like it or not, areas with high homeless have high crime rates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I
Hello.
have to take my mask off because
That's
I'm
okay.
steaming up. My name is Lori Livingston. I'm the Executive Director of Tuolumne County Arts. Good morning. I wanted to explain a little bit about who we are and what we do. First of all, we have a relationship with you, and we also have a relationship with the California Arts Council. The California Arts Council provides annual grants to state and local partners, SLPs, remember that? Who are the official county designated organizations that support the arts. That's how we are in relationship with you. We support arts, cultural activities in communities. Out of 58 counties, California is home to 53 designated SLPs. Without access to increased ongoing funding, we would not be able to offer the vital programs that the California Arts Council expects us to deliver in districts across California. It's our opinion that an investment in public funding for the arts makes good business sense. I'll give you a few statistics that are pretty interesting. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis reports that in 2016, the arts and cultural sector contributed $174.6 billion to California's economy, representing 7% of the state's GDP, gross domestic product, a larger share of the state's economy than construction, $93.3 billion, or educational services, $24.4 billion. The 2020 Otis report, that's a school, Otis, on the creative economy states that 2.68 million, or 15.4% of all jobs in California are in the creative industries. These jobs generate $650.3 billion in annual output. Sorry, I have to read this. I'm kind of nervous. All right,
You're doing great.
So I'll move fast. Nonprofits are critical as they have always served as the training ground for next generation creatives in all sectors of the creative economy. As part of the $350 billion set aside for state government, cities and counties will be receiving funds directly, which clarifies eligible use of funds for assistance to small businesses, nonprofits, and hard-hit industries like tourism, travel, and hospitality, of which arts and culture can be described as part of all and essential to the recovery of our community. Oh, yay. Okay, I'm here to ask for a commitment to support the creative economy in our county. The arts are an essential component of economic recovery, but we need local government to step up to help us take a more integral place within the ecosystem of tourism, community engagement, and services. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to be as enthusiastic as the last speaker. Good morning, and it is nice to be here in person. My name is Susan Medeiros, and I am a representative of the nonpartisan organization of the League of Women Voters of the Mother Lode and its Observer Corps group. The purpose of the Observer Corps is to monitor meetings for government transparency and public accountability. So with that, I am glad to be joining you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had my name is Earl Randall, and I was an officer of the Teamsters Union in the Western Conference, and I also had a lot of jobs to do. I worked with an undercover agent, and we had quite a few drug people there, and we used to call them candy men. I come up here, I was in charge of Camp Hope. The first week, I had a candy lady that we had distributing things down there. I had the pleasure also of having Dave ride with me through the camp and everything like that, and he was doing a good job. He did a very good job down there, Dave. And it's got a hand now, I know, but you gotta bite on it. My thing is here on the fire. The fire department turned around and it's got a ringer in it that we call a ringer in the Bay Area is being fixed. What I don't like is being a homeowner is being taxed. Once you put a tax on the homeowner, it never stops and all. And what happens is this little tax right now you guys want, not you guys so much, the fire department, we pay in 6% of our money to the tax here at you people turned around and hired CAL FIRE, which is very good on it there. But the thing is there, Governor Brown didn't like that because we got in at 6%. He threw another $125 on us automatically, and then we were taking him to court, but it seems like he's like Pelosi, never gets to trial. He never went to trial. So we got stuck with the 125. The fire department now wants $150, another $25. That will never stop. And then what happens with the homeowners, you people turn around, put a tax on the homeowner, he turns around and has to pay that thing, and later on at the $150, somebody says, well, that ain't enough money. Where they went wrong by not telling us how much they had as a slush fund or otherwise
Thanks.
for the people. To tell them
Okay, I have to
that
cut
they
you off.
needed money
Thanks very much.
on the thing here. Well, I hope you
I'm
people,
going to have to ask you to wrap up. We got to go to the next
we
person.
haven't had the election yet.
Sir,
Results.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to keep us to 3 minutes, just in fairness to all the other people waiting. So apologize for cutting you off. Hello and welcome.
Can I do this to talk?
It's up to you.
My name is Claudia Puccinelli, and I am on the board of Tuolumne County Arts. So I'm with Lori. Today, I'm going to tell you a little about what we're doing in our community. One of our main goals is arts education for students and adults. COVID has prevented us, of course, from having classes this last year, but we are currently starting back, and so we do have a guitar ensemble class taught by Will Keel right now up at the Dome, and we are planning to have, a few more dance classes. We've got some teachers that would like to teach up there, as we have in the past, because we do have a dedicated dance floor that we put in a few years ago. We're also going to be offering some summer classes, and one of those will be online. Now, through grants from the California Arts Council, we are able to employ art teachers in our county schools in all of the arts. This year, when this wasn't possible, we were fortunate to be guided by our county schools office in order to offer online classes and resources for teachers and parents. We held Poetry Out Loud for our high school students on Zoom this year. I think we've been doing Poetry Out Loud for at least 10 years in our community. And we have sent a few people all the way to Washington, D.C. Actually, it was the same young man twice. And then, of course, In Focus is one of our art partners, and they had their annual photography show and sale virtually this year. Our next educational endeavor is going to be working to support more STEAM curriculum in county schools. So STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And that's one of the current trends now in education. And we have as another one of our art partners is the Motherlode Makers Lab, and that's exactly what they do with their technology lab. And it's located in our office. And it's a hands-on approach, which is, as you know, it's what kids need. So we also promote artists in our community, and artists are business people. Artists do bring money into our community. We also had a small art show in November for our local artists. We also help advertise their classes and hope to incorporate links to their work on our website. That's for all of our art members. And we sell their merchandise in our store. We're having an art show for the Veterans Hall, the veterans at their hall, September 10th to 12th. We've been working with the Watch program. I didn't know my time would go so fast. Anyway, we're very active in the community, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Yeah, that clock keeps ticking. Thank you. Anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Hello, welcome.
I'd like to talk a little bit about water in the county. I've lived up here all my life. We used to have plenty of water. We're not going to have plenty of water here pretty quick. Obviously, we're going to be in the midst of a drought, and all of us will be bringing our 5-gallon buckets into our showers with us again. We live in a county that has no legal rights to water services up here. We have to beg for water every year, beg for recreational water, beg for every kind of water. One thing I would like to discuss is that people would like to start cultivating marijuana up here now. Okay, the problem with that is I was looking on a marijuana how to grow site, and the best I could come up with was a conservative figure of 100 gallons, 1,000 gallons per plant per growing season to grow marijuana. Now, a few weeks ago, you guys were dealing with this thing where they had an illegal grow going on. They had 700 plants. That's a fairly modest grow. If you look at Tuolumne County and we say, okay, we're open to growing marijuana. Say you have conservatively, and I'm talking conservatively with conservative grows, 100 grows in the county. If you consider the facts that they gave out on their own website, you're talking 100 million gallons of water every 8 months. And we're going to be standing in our showers with a 5-gallon bucket. And I don't think that should happen in Tuolumne County. People want to make money off of it and grow their little cannabis kingdoms. There's plenty of cheap property over in Calaveras that already sold to the devil. And they can do that. But as far as turning Tuolumne County, the city's already turned the city into a pot, and are going to do it even more. I wish you guys would let them use this room so they could have open meetings again, because they're hiding behind that. So I would greatly encourage the people of Tuolumne County to be against this, not only for reasons of morality, which we've forgotten altogether now. It's all bottom line, it's all money. But not only for that, but for the water that we don't have. and for the problems it's going to cause. I've been a counselor for 50 years. I know the problems it's going to cause. And I've been in law enforcement before. I know the problems it's going to cause. And your law enforcement people and your counselors have told you this already, but it doesn't seem like anybody's listening on the morality basis. Do it, if nothing else, for the sake of the water in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else from the room like to speak for oral communications? Okay, I don't see anybody jumping out of their seats, so we'll go ahead and go to the phones. Do we have folks waiting on the phone lines to speak?
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Karen Hatler, and I live on Jenny Lind Road. I have lived here for 48 years. My property line butts up against where Resiliency Village is going to be put in. I have many, many concerns, but I will briefly hit the top three. I have a homestead. I have pigs, ducks, chickens, goats, meat rabbits. I am extremely concerned about fire. I want to make sure that the county makes sure that this group follows all the rules, regulations, and fees for putting in a subdivision, because that's what they're doing. They're going to put in 50 tiny homes. There is no septic tank to support this. The only septic tank goes to the home on the property, which is a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom home. There is no water system for 50 tiny homes. There's a 2-inch water line that supplies the house, and there is one fire hydrant down next to the house. Now, because of the high fire risk, I am having, out of my own Social Security pocket, having to put in 2-inch water line with industrial strength sprinklers along the perimeter of my property by my home in case they start fires, and they will. Then I can turn the sprinkler system on and hopefully be able to get my 91-year-old mother-in-law out of the house, my 89-year-old mother out of the house, and my husband, who is bedbound and blind with MS. I don't think I'll be able to get my animals out, my pets, and I will probably lose everything I own. It takes a minimum of 25 minutes for Columbia Fire Department to get here. It takes 45 minutes for Sonora and Twain Harte to arrive here. I know this is a fact because our house burnt in 2015. It takes an ambulance 35 minutes to get here. So emergency services are very far away. My other concern is safety. A lot of these people have mental illnesses. They don't have to be clean and sober to move up here. So if somebody shows up on my property tweaked out on drugs or having a psychotic breakdown, I have to wait a minimum of 20 minutes for a sheriff's officer to arrive. What am I supposed to do? My third concern is they have pets. They have dogs. I will not hesitate to kill a dog that comes up and attacks my animals. I have had to do it before. I will do it again. I think that it's unfair to the homeless to move them all the way up here. I would encourage the Board of Supervisors, each one of you, to please go to their website and go to their Facebook page, because they have no services set up for these people. The website states that they will develop the programs as the need arises, which means there's no mental health. They want volunteer dentists, ophthalmologists, mental health workers.
Ma'am?
Yes, I'm out of time.
You're out of time. I'm sorry to cut you off, but thank you very much for calling and for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone else on the phones waiting to speak? Okay, no? Okay. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for the oral communication and for participating in your county government. I'm going to move on to staff reports. This is section for staff that have comments to make to the board.
Good morning. I'm Debbie
Batista. Oh, gosh, I almost said Russell. Debbie Batista, and I am
Sometimes
your-
I slip up too.
Me too, and it's been 13 years. I'm Debbie Batista, and I'm your county register of voters, and I want to tell you that we're in the last week of the election for the fire partial tax. We've received a little over 10,000 ballots as of this morning. That's a little over 30% of the voters have already voted. The voters have until next Tuesday at 8 p.m. to get their ballots to us or mail them next Tuesday and have them postmarked next Tuesday. There are 8 different drop-off boxes that people can drop off ballots. We will be opened in my office this Saturday from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock, that one can come down and vote. If one is not registered to vote and one has just moved into Tuolumne County or moved from one residence to another, one can still vote. However, one has to physically come down to the elections office to South Green Street, registered to vote and vote on the same day. That's called conditional voting, and as long as you're a valid voter, then we will be able to count your ballot. So if you haven't got your ballots in, please get your ballots in earlier so that on Tuesday night when we push the button for the results, the majority of the ballots have been processed and we'll know what the results are. And I won't have people calling me Wednesday morning, are you done yet? Are you done yet? Are you done yet? I really would appreciate that. So if you can get your ballots in, that would be great. There's a drop-off box outside here. If you have any questions, you can call the office, 533-5570, and we will help you facilitate you getting your ballot to us sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Morning.
Morning. Eric Aiken, Library and Recreation Manager, just to kind of here to give a little update on where we're at with our library and recreation services. I'm happy to report that at the library we have resumed our children's story time program. Thursday, May 20th was our first day. We're actually conducting those outside on the lawn. It's easier to socially distance and meet the guidelines outside. That meets every Thursday from 10:30 to 11 a.m. at the Sonora Main Branch Library. We're also going to be starting our summer reading program on June 15th. We'll be conducting that at all of our branches, so the Sonora Main Branch, Groveland, Tuolumne, and Twain Harte. Each one of those will start at 2:30 and run till 3:30. Tuolumne will be on Tuesdays, Twain Harte and Groveland will be on Wednesdays, and Sonora on Thursdays. If any children want to sign up for this program, they can sign up the first day, the 15th, at any of those branches. And we will be conducting many arts and crafts and programs throughout the summer, just trying to keep kids reading to prevent that summer slide. And also, those that participate, the amount of hours they read, they get books and prizes and things like that. And at the end of the year, for those that participate, we have a swim party at one of our pools to reward them for their hard work during the summer. One of the other programs we have coming up is our Pause to Read, and that will start on June 22nd at 10:30 until 11:30. And it's an opportunity for those children that are struggling with reading or having a hard time reading or don't really like reading to adults, they can read to a dog. And we have some trainers with specially trained dogs for this. And it's a really neat program, so we'll be starting that up as well. As far as recreation goes, we are in the process of opening what we can. We are really struggling with staff. So I'm kind of here also to ask anyone out there that's looking for seasonal summer employment. We are hiring. We're having a really hard time staffing our programs at this point. And that kind of goes across the board, whether it's aquatics, tiny tots, youth centers, rec programs. We're really having a hard time getting staff. So if anyone out there is looking for employment, we are hiring currently right now. Normally this time of year, we would have issued a summer brochure that would have all of our programs and activities and dates and times and all that for the whole summer. We don't have that at this point. Most likely what we're going to do is roll it out as the programs come online. We still have some contractors that are just not comfortable yet and not willing to come out and do some of the programs. We have got a couple going. Our Tiny Tot summer program will start June 21st. So we're excited to have that Tiny Tot program back. We're looking to bring our youth centers online here in the next couple weeks. That will be Jamestown and Tuolumne. Groveland, the position is vacant. We're currently recruiting for that. So once we get someone hired, we'll get Groveland back up and running as well. The swimming pools, again, staff is going to be a big issue at the swimming pools. So we're looking at creative ways to get some of those programs back and get open, whether it's opening a couple pools. But it's kind of a big challenge right now. We're trying to figure out how to get those programs going. The Columbia pool will not be open this summer. I know that's been discussed before due to some maintenance issues that our facilities management department is working on. So that will not be open. But our hope and plan is to have Sonora, Tuolumne, and Twain Harte is open as close to a normal season as we would in previous years. Standard Park is up and running. We've had some groups out there. We just had our first big tournament this last weekend. We've had Somerville baseball out there. We've got a lot of the softball and soccer camps that are starting. So that's kind of been going now for the last month or so. We have not brought our adult softball league back. Again, we don't have the staff to run that. So once we get enough staff hired for that, we'll be rolling that program out as well. But right now, that's the only program that we do not have going at Standard Park would be our adult softball program. And we're hoping to bring that back as soon as possible. Our summer rec program, we're still having a hard time finding a facility. We had a couple possibilities that have recently fallen through. I am still meeting with some of the school districts to see if we can find something that will allow us to do that. But again, we're really struggling with staff there as well. So our hope is to have something open towards the end of June, which is a little later than we normally open. But right now we're just trying to find that facility so we can get that program up and running. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. If you guys have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Thanks for your presentation, Eric. And so let's assume that some people watching, either now or sometime when this is broadcast again, and they want to know more about how to apply for some of the jobs that you mentioned. Can you go over how to apply?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So all of our positions are applied through our county's website through the HR department. You can also go to the recreation webpage and there's an apply for job link that you can click on. All of our positions are currently open in that right now, and we are currently recruiting. So if you have any questions, you can call us at our 533-5663 at the rec department. We'd be more than happy to walk you through it as well. But all of those are applied online through the county's HR website. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, other staff reports.
Good morning, Clay
Good morning.
Brown, Homeless Prevention Coordinator. Good morning, Board, Chairman Campbell. I just wanted to give you a quick update on our workout at Camp Hope. So on Friday, I took our team out again, and that team included myself, Resiliency Village, Nancy's Hope, Give Someone a Chance, and the Refuge Recovery Center. And we were able to make connection with 26 people, many of them duplicates from before. And we have coordinated plans for each of the 26. So we have a complete case plan for all 26, and they will all have case managers. I also wanted to report that we have safely placed 25 people into emergency and stable housing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other staff reports? Okay. All right, I don't see any, so we'll go ahead and close staff reports. Thank you very much, all the hardworking employees of Tuolumne County and public servants. So we'll move on to the consent calendar, and I'll look to the clerk to lead us on going through all of the items we have today on consent.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the May 18, 2021 meeting. Item number 2, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3391 and 3392 were published May 21st, 2021 in the Union Democrat as required by law. Item number 3, approving the reappointment of Mary Ann Schmidt to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board with the term to expire May 31st, 2024, and directing the board clerk to send a letter of reappointment. Item number 4, waiving the second reading and adopting ordinance number 3393, amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, Chapter 8.05 to restructure oversight of the local enforcement agency and make grammatical changes in sections 8.05.012 and 8.05.075. Item number 5, approving an amendment with the Mariposa County for interim health officer services and increasing the compensation not to exceed $100,000 per year and authorizing the county administrator to sign. Item number 6, accepting the resignation of Victoria Martinez from the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging, directing the clerk of the Board of Supervisors to post a notice of vacancy. Number 7, approving a settlement agreement for business relocation for the Rawhide Road Bridge Replacement Project number 1331 in the amount of $60,000 and authorizing the chair to sign the agreement. Number 8, adopting Resolution 5521, designating the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance as the official County Arts Council and state local partner to be eligible to receive state grant funding. Item number 9, adopting Resolution 5621 to restrict roadside parking along a segment of Shell Road from post mile 1.17, approximately at its intersection with Old Malonis Road to the end of county maintained road at post mile 1.65, a total distance of approximately 0.48 miles. Number 10, approving the subordination of lease, non-disturbance and interment agreement and lessee estoppel certificate with Derek Maxon, Christy Maxon, Zachary Britton, Holly Britton, and Oak Valley Community Bank for the lease of the property located at 1015 Morningstar Drive, Sonora, California, for the Tuolumne County Information Technology Department, authorizing the chair to sign. Number 11, rescinding resolution number 4121 and adopting resolution 5721 for the fiscal year 2021-2022. That includes a project list as per the Road Repair and Accountability Act 2017 for road maintenance and rehabilitation account expenditures, RMRA. Number 12, approving the appointment of Charles LeCamp to the Historic Preservation Review Commission with terms to expire December 31st, 2021. Number 13, waiving the first reading of an ordinance to amend the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, Chapter 2.04, amending the frequency of supervisorial ordinance code, meetings for adoption on June 15th, 2021, effective June 15th, 2021.
Okay.
That is it.
Thank you very much for that. Any board member like to pull an item? Okay. Would any board member like to comment on an item on the consent calendar? Okay, I'll start over here with Supervisor Haff.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on number 13. We're going to be returning to having 3 board meetings a month. And this has been a long time coming. I think it was when I was staff during the Great Recession that we limited to 2 meetings a month. And that was sometime in the 2008-2011 time period. I can't remember which year it was. But that tells you how long it's been since we have not had 3 meetings a month. So this is huge. And even though we're not quite out of the pandemic yet, I think that this speaks to the commitment this board has to serve the public and to serve it along with the staff that work so hard for the community. And I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments, different areas. On item 3, just wanted to thank Mary Ann Schmidt very much for stepping up and continuing to serve. She's been doing a wonderful job and it's much appreciated. Item 5, just wanted to recognize the work that Dr. Surjenko is doing as our interim county health officer. He's just top-notch and really appreciated everything that he does. And item, find it here. Item 8 on the arts. We heard a couple of presentations today. The Tuolumne County Arts does a tremendous amount in our community. And it truly is. They're an economic force. They do bring in revenue. And, any efforts that we can do to support them, including establishing a budget for them at some point, would be very helpful to the community and in their endeavors to continue to operate and get grants. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to echo Supervisor Goldenberg's comments on Mary Ann Schmidt. I've had the pleasure of serving with her on the Behavioral Health Board. Talk about an amazing vice chairwoman on that board there. She is, I think, on no less than 4 subcommittees working on separate projects and is a force to be reckoned with. So I would like to provide that recommendation as we hopefully approve. And also to echo our appreciation and my appreciation for public health, as well as for Dr. Surjanko. And this is just an opportunity. I know we're going into a presentation in a little bit, but it's greatly appreciated. And we've been operating without a public health officer for the county for a long time. And that's, I can imagine, very difficult. And so with this is, I think, continuing to find a solution, but we've just had such amazing staff on this incredibly difficult and complex issue. There's a couple of issues that are specific to my district. One that I think is a long time coming that I appreciate seeing on here with the Rawhide Road realignment in trying to address one of the properties, JCS Systems there, that will be acquired to be able to improve that intersection and connect it with Main Street. I'm very happy to see that on here, as well as addressing another long-standing issue, which is the very unsafe and certainly, unpleasant parking situation that has happened a lot on Shell Road, where at points it's been difficult for emergency services to serve some of these residents, where a residential community is frequently having their driveways blocked, unable to get their horses in and out. They put out rocks. The rocks get moved by somebody the next day. It's been a really bad situation. So I'm very happy to see this as well. I wanted to also echo Supervisor Half's statements on, bringing back, I think, another meeting. It's more work by this board. We've got a lot of things to do, and I really appreciate us adding that extra meeting each month. It's more time we can consider these things, debate them, discuss them, invite public input. That's a healthy thing. And lastly, also saying support for Tuolumne County Arts, all the work that they do in the community, keeping everything alive here, some of the most wonderful events. I agree that I would really love to see the county be, I think, a better partner in supporting this organization as our official arts council. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there any public comment on any item on the consent calendar? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone from the room. Anyone on the phones that would like to speak on the consent calendar? All right, I'll bring it back to the board. If there's no other comments, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar.
And I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Half. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so we'll go to our first 9 o'clock appointment, which is a fixture of our meetings now. Clerk, would you please read that appointment for us?
9 a.m. presentation and planning status update of the novel coronavirus COVID-19.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Campbell, members of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Yesterday, our nation paused to honor and mourn the military personnel who lost their lives while serving our nation. Today, let's take a moment to pause and remember that in one short year, 67 members of our community lost their life due to COVID. As you will notice, Dr. Surjanko will not be joining us today because he is wearing one of his many hats. He is manning the Mariposa Fire Department because their staff has been redeployed to a Madera fire. So today it will be Michelle Jaquetta, and I'm just a fixture sitting next to her because I will not be helping in any way in this presentation.
I don't know if I agree with you there. You've been
Yes.
very helpful, but
It's much more than a fixture. Good morning, Michelle Jaquetta, Tuolumne County Public Health Director. I'll do my best in Dr. Surjenko's absence to present our status on COVID-19. Since between May 17th and May 28th, California saw a little over 16,000 new COVID-19 cases and a little over 500 deaths. In Tuolumne County, we saw 20 additional cases and thankfully no additional deaths. And at this time, there are no Tuolumne County residents hospitalized, which is great. This is the data from California. And again, you can see that steep drop off, and we continue to drop off in California. So that is great news. And locally, we have 15, or as of Friday, we had 15 active cases and we had 4 new cases on Friday. We kind of see that we're kind of bumping up and down there. You know, sometimes we have 1 or 0 cases, and then there's days where we have 3 or 5. And I will mention this on the next slide, but that the number of cases that we're seeing keeps us in the orange tier. The embargo data that we received late last night when the state releases their data this morning, we expect will continue to be in that orange tier. So it is our expectation that we'll probably write out the blueprint framework in the orange tier. You can see here at the state map since May 17th, now there are a few more counties that have moved into the yellow and still some in the red tier, including those in the valley areas that surround Tuolumne County. And again, we remain in the orange tier as our case rate remains at that level. It's not enough to push us into the red, but we're not down to where we could move into the yellow yet. Whoops. I think I jumped. Oh, that's okay. So speaking of beyond the blueprint, the state is on track for moving beyond the blueprint on June 15th. And again, the criteria that the governor had mentioned was if everyone who's eligible for a vaccine has access to it, and there's no surge in demand for healthcare, for medical resources or hospital beds, and we are not seeing that, so that is good news. Beyond the blueprint, we expect that all of the sector guidance will be lifted, except for those that involve youth. So schools will continue to have guidance documents and youth camps and things like that, and what the state is calling mega events. And I believe that is for things, events outside that are 10,000 people or more, or inside with 5,000 or more. And so that will probably have relatively little or no impact in Tuolumne County. And the state masking mandate is expected to be updated on June 15th as well. Briefly on testing, you can still get testing through some local healthcare providers and at Adventist Health Sonora by a doctor's referral. And the state testing site, we wanted to give an update. The last day at the fairgrounds site in Sonora was last Thursday, and that site is being moved actually today. Either to Standard or Tuolumne, and testing is expected to resume this Thursday. As soon as we have absolutely secured that location, we will provide far and wide the address and the information on that, and the testing dates will remain Sunday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The Groveland testing site is located at the youth center at this time, but we are looking at relocating that due to the potential reopening of the youth center soon and a very low utilization rate there. Right now, they are open on Thursday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And people can walk in, or again, appointments are always recommended at lhi.care/COVID testing. Vaccine. You can see here that we've got 19,278 fully vaccinated folks in Tuolumne County, and 23,075 have received at least 1 dose. So that's a total of about 42,291 total doses given in Tuolumne County. This is that graph. Hopefully you guys can see it. It is kind of light there. But we've done a really good job at getting our folks protected in that age group of 65 and over. It's about 75%, 76%. In the 50 to 64 age group, a little less, more like 60%. And down in that 18 to 49 age group is where we've got a lot of room to grow in protecting our residents. And we're at about 34%, no, 20, I can do math, 29%. So maybe a third of those people, 18 and 49. And then you can see that the bar is growing a little bit larger there on the 12 to 17-year-olds as the Pfizer vaccine has become available to that age group. And I'm not sure if Dory's here, or if you just want me to cover this real quick. She's coming.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Dory Beats, Office of Emergency Services Coordinator, and also acting as PIO and Communications. We will continue to do the weekly press briefings, and those are kind of just open on our calendar, and depending on whether or not our local media has any questions, but we hold those once a week on Fridays. We are still answering a lot of emails. And for folks in the public, phpio@co.tuolumne.ca.us is the email that you can ask specific questions. One of us will reach or return those emails that come in under that. We stepped away from doing our COVID briefing nights on Zoom, and so tomorrow night will be our first Facebook Live event. So we hope folks join us. You can find information. We will post that social media both on Tuolumne County OES Facebook page, as well as Tuolumne County Public Health. And so we're really excited about having that tomorrow night. It will be 6 p.m. Tomorrow, June 2nd, Facebook Live. And we hope that folks will join us from wherever to ask Dr. Serjanko questions. And as we prep and continue into the month of June with respective to communications. Thank you.
Thanks, Dory. And the final slide is just our contact information. Our call center is still open at 533-7440, and our health@tuolumecounty.ca.gov email for questions or anything else. Our next presentation to the board will be on June 15th, so I anticipate we'll have additional information and details on as that will be the day that we expect we'll be moving beyond the blueprint and have more information then. So I'm happy to answer questions if I can.
Okay, questions? Questions, okay. Any public comment? Okay, folks on the phone. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have our district attorney with us. Thank you very much for being here. So we're going to go ahead and jump back to our proclamation for today. This is item 14. Could you please read item 14 for us, Heather?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 58-21 proclaiming June 2021 to be Elder Abuse Awareness Month and June 15, 2021 to be World Elder Abuse Awareness Day 2021 for Tuolumne County.
Hello, welcome.
Hello, good morning, supervisors, Chairman Campbell and staff. Thank you so much for having me here today. Cassandra Jenneke, Tuolumne County District Attorney. So I come before you today requesting your board approve a proclamation declaring the month of June 2021 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Month and June 15 specifically to be World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Our elders are vital contributing members of American society. In Tuolumne County, 26% of our population are over the age of 65, which represents nearly double the average in California and almost 1.5 times the national average. Tuolumne County continues to demonstrate a rich history of honoring our past and honoring our elders. However, elder abuse remains widespread and rampant. Research suggests that as few as 1 in 14 cases of elder abuse come to the attention of the authorities. Studies have shown that the significant underreporting is attributable to a variety of issues, not the least of which is that our elders experience social isolation at a much higher rate than other age groups, and that their perpetrators are oftentimes family members or individuals who portray themselves to be their friends. Much like other types of abuse, abuse of our elders takes a variety of forms. It can be physical, emotional, mental, sexual, financial, and it can come in the form of a neglect. And much like other types of crime prevention, what has to happen is that we have to have a community that's informed and that will do something when they see something. So from our office's perspective, we've been fortunate to be supported by the incredible efforts of our Assistant District Attorney, Eric Hovater, our Victim Witness Coordinator, Ginger Martin, and her incredible staff. Ginger's here with me today. And so is one of her staff, one of our former elder abuse advocate, Dixie Skye. Our current elder abuse advocate is Jan Fuller. These individuals work with our elder community in a way that nobody ever wants to have a member of their family who is an elder be abused in any way, but these are the folks that support them when they come to my office. Between June 1 of 2020 and to present, Jan has served 285 victims of elder abuse in Tuolumne County. Through her efforts, she has also provided them almost 5,000 services for those individuals. These folks have been victims of elder abuse, assault, battery, domestic violence, burglary, driving under the influence causing injury, criminal threats, and violations of restraining orders. Historically, your elder abuse prevention community, to commemorate the month that I'm asking you to proclaim for Tuolumne County. We've commemorated this by holding a conference for elders and professionals in the community to bring awareness to the issues that plague our elder community. However, we're still dealing with COVID, and so this year the community members determined that it would be more appropriate for us to do an advocacy campaign. That advocacy campaign, along with my office and Victim Witness, is joined by Adventist Health Sonora, Area 12 Center on Aging, Catholic Charities of the Motherlode, who has the Ombudsman program for our assistant care facilities, the Tuolumne County Adult Protective Services, Interfaith Community Social Services, the Tuolumne County Sheriff, and the Sonora Police Department. We're all participating in a joint public information campaign titled See Something, Say Something, to encourage the reporting of elder abuse and to raise awareness about the issues that plague our elders in our community. Adventist Health was kind enough to set up a voicemail hotline seeking feedback from the community about ways that we can better serve our elders and specifically about ways that we can improve our 2022 conference to make sure that we are addressing all the issues that our elders think are important for them in the community. So I would encourage people, if you have opinions, to call 209-536-5027. You'll hear from some of us on the radio through PSAs, and you'll also see many of our efforts across our various social media platforms, including Facebook and Instagram. Please join us in commemorating this incredibly important cause by 1, declaring June to be World Elder Abuse Awareness Month, June 15 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, and on the 15th, please feel free to wear purple with us. All of our offices and organizations will be commemorating that day by wearing purple. So. Also here with me is Adult Protective Services Program Manager. I always forget. She's an important lady. Nicole Griswold is also here to speak on this issue.
Nicole.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Nicole Griswold with Tuolumne County Health and Human Services Agency. From June 2020 to present, Tuolumne County Adult Protective Services received a total of 536 referrals. This includes perpetrator allegations of abandonment, assault, battery, isolation, neglect, financial abuse, as well as self-neglect allegations of health and safety, medical and physical care, malnutrition, and financial self-neglect. During this time, 386 cases were referrals for abuse by others. 42% of those were for financial abuse. Scammers are everywhere. They use any way and every way to con our seniors out of their hard-earned money. In some cases, our elders are losing everything. Our seniors are lonely and they're vulnerable. They've been isolated from family, friends, and community during this pandemic, which makes them more vulnerable to callers who are willing to spend time talking to them. They need our help. I ask you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and our community to help prevent elder abuse. If you see something, say something.
I also have pins for everybody. I dropped one.
Thank you. Okay, any comments from the board? Or I can look for public comment first, and then we can have a talk about. Okay, any public comment? Anyone on the phones? Okay, bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments for the district attorney or her fantastic staff? Yep.
Hi.
Hi.
It is so important, the elder abuse issues, all the work that you do from the DA's office, Adult Protective Services. I've had some conversations with some of the staff in the past. Personally, have been involved in cases, with my father-in-law, my own father, and the work that you guys do, and I've had assistance, from similar agencies, not in this county, but in other counties, is tremendously important. And just thank you, everything for what you do.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear that, and thank you for your support.
Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I was trying to write down numbers, but I gave up because you had so many. But I think you said double the average, state average, and 1 in 14.
Yeah.
Which were discovered, which to me it's a shame. Kids and elderly, they should be our our prized possessions. I think COVID is probably going to make that number worse because of the isolation, kind of like you alluded to. So my prayer is that when you guys find these people, you absolutely prosecute them, and we just stand behind. We're double the state average. We all know we have an elderly community, but so just thank you guys for what you do, and just bring awareness to people. If you see something, don't ever assume somebody else is going to report it. Don't ever assume it's going to go away. If you see something, you got to report it. And I'm sure there's some confidentiality issues that you guys will protect people. But if you see something, please report it so we can get help to these people who need to be discovered.
Absolutely. That's an excellent point that you bring up, Supervisor Kirk. If individuals do report to Adult Protective Services, they are granted confidentiality in making their report. And so it never hurts to report something. We all hope that when we go out on those types of cases that there is nothing. That's the goal. That would be best. But I'd rather us go out and find nothing than not go out at all.
Supervisor Heff?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, both of you. And I also wanted to actually make sure that the situation is still the same as it used to be. People who suspect that there might be something going on, but they're not sure, they don't have to know beyond a shadow of a doubt. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to bring that into everybody's awareness. And also, how is a report made?
So I'm going to let Nicole come on up and talk about that. She's more familiar with that than I am.
So you can make a call and make a report to area code 209-533-5717. If you're a mandated reporter, you'll also need to provide an SOC 321. I'm sorry, a SCAR. So to the office, you can fax or mail as well.
So that was 533-5717?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other comments? I just wanted to share. I mean, this has touched many of our lives, and you know, my family's no different. I remember my mother was in the, before she passed, she was in the depths of terminal cancer. And she got a phone call from a man who said that if she didn't give him access to her bank account, that she owed back taxes and the whole story that they tell you, and she was going to go to jail. And so I remember spending about a week, first of all, calming her down, because you know she was struggling with some really serious health issues, and then making sure that no money was actually taken and getting it worked out. And I just think, you know, I can't tell you how angry I was during that process, first of all, but just how vulnerable our senior citizens are. And in a time when, you know, you should be enjoying what life that you have left, the idea that at least a week of that was taken away from my mother, worried about make-believe, you know, somebody trying to steal money from her. So go out and catch those people, prosecute them, please. We don't need them in our community, and we need to protect our citizens. And thank you guys standing in the back there, but you know, do fantastic work, and please keep it up. And I really hope people do give you a call if they're suspicious of some activity, because our senior citizens need it. We all have to be looking out for this. You know, it only works if we're all vigilant and we're all in it together. So
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes. Shout out to my staff, because I couldn't do it without them. They're incredible, and our victims stay on board and with us through the process because of them.
Yeah. I wonder how much people know what a fantastic team we have. For this,
I'll shout it from the rooftops every
this
chance I
specific
get.
issue, you're killing it. I mean, we have a great team in this county.
Thank you for that recognition. I will let them know.
Thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the board. I think we did ask for public comment already. Would anyone like to move on the item before us?
Yes, Chair, I'm ready to move on this. I'd like to move that we adopt Resolution 5821 proclaiming June 2021 to be Elder Abuse Awareness Month and June 15th, 2021 to be World Elder Abuse Awareness Day for Tuolumne County.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Haff, a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll take a 10-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll talk about the budget. So we'll reconvene at 10:23. And for being here, we're going to move on to our second and third 9 o'clock appointment. I'll look to the clerk to please read that. I'll look to County Council. Should we read each item or just take it one at a time?
If your intent is to discuss both at the same time, you should read them both.
I'll defer to the CAO if you'd like to discuss them at the same time or one at a time.
Our intent is to do them one at a time.
Okay. All right. So then let's read our second 9 a.m. appointment. And we'll just start there.
9 a.m., item number 2, update on the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget and consideration of approving associated budgetary adjustments. 4/5 vote required.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. Eric Earhart, County Administrator's Office. We're going to start by going over Tuolumne County's mission statement. We are committed to providing exceptional public service that creates a healthy and safe community, exercises natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, promotes economic prosperity, and enhances the quality of life. We always like to start with that just to remind us why we're here. So before you today is a presentation and a board memo on the year-end final budgetary adjustments. The third quarter review is one of the last opportunities for your board to see how we're functioning financially and whether we are within budget or not. With that said, we are anticipating before the end of the fiscal year being back with some additional minor adjustments, as the budget is a fluid living process, and so things do change from day to day. But the majority of those final changes are encompassed here today in this presentation. So with that said, what we're seeing now is staff is anticipating an increase in expenses of approximately $731,000 for the remainder of this fiscal year. However, that is being offset by an increase in revenues of about $2.6 million, which means our net savings is just over, or actually just short of $1.9 million. When we consider that we will not be utilizing any contingency funds this year, our total ending fund balance will be approximately $2.9 million. With that said, it is always our recommendation to follow your board's policy with those ending fund balances and apply them to next year's contingencies as well as the reserves, which would leave about $1.9 million remaining ending fund balance going forward. So with that said, there are some budgetary adjustments that we're going to be requesting today. Most of the adjustments were done during the last budget review process, so the majority of these adjustments do pertain specifically to the concession restorations that was just, sorry, I'm jumping ahead here. So let me back up and just, the increase in revenues, just real quick, I want to highlight two of the major increases that we see is the increase in TOT of about $1.4 million this fiscal year with COVID-19 health emergency and the pandemic. We had budgeted about $3 million. We budgeted $3 million for estimated TOT. That's coming in much stronger now. We're not seeing the same national trend locally here, which is why we have this increase in TOT tax. The MSA, that's our Master Stewardship Agreement. We're receiving $935,000 additional, and that is completely grant funded, so there are expenses that match that revenue as well. Property tax, recording fees, SB 21, those are all related to the home sales, and those continue to increase as well. Building fees, we continue to see an increase in building activity, and then sales tax and some additional revenues in probation. I want to point out the increase in juvenile hall contracts. Those are our contracts with our neighboring communities. Our probation chief has done a great job in getting those contracts in place, and so we're seeing an increase in those revenues also. So that's where the $2.6 million come from. Any questions on any of those?
Just to clarify real quick, on the 1.4 million, that does not include the 2% increase that we.
Correct. That does not. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't start until July 1st. Okay. All right, moving forward. So some of the increased expenses, as I stated, the MSA agreement, those are grant funds, those are dedicated. The restoration of concessions is approximately $788,000. With the increase in the TOT tax, we have the matching increase in expense for the Visitors Bureau of an additional $350,000. The FEMA COVID-19 Cost Center, this was set up to track all of the costs related to our response to COVID-19 that fell outside of the time period of the CARES Act funding in hopes that we would be able to use the American Rescue Plan to pay for some of those. However, with the guidance that has come out now, those expenses occurred prior to the time period for that grant as well. So we do have an expense of about $194,000, and we will be applying for FEMA funds on that as well. So we're hoping maybe at adopted, we can update you on that as well. Sorry, back up real quick. So we do have a net decrease in general fund expenses, about 1.5. This is part due to vacancies, reduced travel, training, et cetera. And in fact, just this morning, I know we've told you, your board before that we had about roughly 90 vacancies across all cost centers. Even this morning, I just checked again. We have 87 vacancies across all cost centers, with about half of those being in the general fund alone. So that's part of this decrease in expense here. All right, moving forward. So this is where we get into the increase in appropriations that we will be requesting of your board. These are detailed in Exhibit A of your memo as well. So while we had an increase of about $788,000 in salaries and benefits due to the concession restorations, some of those departments had savings already that cover the cost of those increases. So we do not need to increase appropriations in all cost centers for those restorations. The specific ones are outlined here and detailed in the memo. In addition to the increase in concession restorations, there are some additional departments that require an increase in appropriations. The Economic Development and Promotion Department, again, this ties directly to the increase in TOT tax, $356,000 going out to the Visitors Bureau, which was not previously budgeted, as well as an increase of $10,000 due to the communications consultant agreement that we will be working with. That's just for this fiscal year. Master Stewardship Agreement, $935,000 for the additional work, again, grant funded. The FEMA COVID-19 Cost Center, $194,000 for those costs incurred due to COVID-19. The Homeless Advocacy and Outreach Department also needs an increase in appropriation, but again, these are completely offset by grant funds. Lastly, an increase in transfer out of $19,000. This is due to state realignment dollars coming in higher than anticipated, and it just gets transferred out to the Health and Human Services Agency. So to cover the increase in expenses, we're requesting that your board also recognizes the unanticipated revenue in the Master Stewardship Agreement, Homeless Advocacy and Outreach, the transfers out, as well as the courtroom security. The increase in salaries and benefits is covered by the court in that case. So the total increase in appropriations and revenues is $1.9 million. Any questions on any of those?
Just to clarify, because I know I had these questions, the Master Stewardship Agreement, the Homeless Advisory Outreach, and Court Security, those are all covered by grants?
Correct. There's no impact to the general fund on those.
Eric, one question about the $10,000 for the increase in the communication consultant agreement. Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Yes, recently your board just did approve the county administrator's office to work with and negotiate a contract with Archer and Hound to increase public relations, communications, and social media. Really, the objective is to really communicate with the public in the way that they're receiving the message. So we are working through that contract negotiations now, and we want to ensure that there are funds to get that program started this fiscal year, and so that's what that $10,000 would be for.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So to clarify on that, because I believe the contract hasn't been signed or money spent yet, but this $10,000 from the Visitors Bureau is to get that up and running?
No. The $10,000, so that's just out of that cost center. The Economic Development Cost Center is used to pay things like the Visitors Bureau.
Okay, so completely separate, okay.
Yeah, it's just, that's the name of the cost center. Thank you. And they have provided services, and we have expended some funds already on that. All right, no other questions moving forward. Just to give your board a high-level overview of the remaining funds, all other funds are expected to end the year with a positive fund balance as outlined here in the slide as well as your memo. The one I would point out is the County Capital Fund is expected to end the year with about $2 million in fund balance. However, I just want to go over a couple of items in that cost center. This is primarily due to some major projects that the prior board had approved and we have started working on. Specifically, you heard it mentioned earlier, the Columbia Pool has some maintenance issues. We had set aside $500,000 to provide those improvements. We now have we did a request for qualifications for architects to do the work out there. Because it is on school grounds, we have to work through the Division of State Architectures and some additional oversight with that. So we do have a contract that we'll be bringing for your board for an architect for that project. So again, those funds will roll forward into next year so we can continue that project. The elevator, yes.
Hey, just real quick, I noticed just from looking at a prior document, do we need to have the power agency and the monument fund included in these, or those?
We'll be back before your board for the TPPA.
Okay.
Yeah. So continue. We had also issued a RFP for elevator upgrades for this building as well as the A&F Francisco building. That's approximately $260,000. That is part of the $2 million. We are in the process of negotiating and finalizing a contract for the purchase of the building where facilities is at. That money was included in the budget, and the final sale won't be concluded prior to the end of the year because of the escrow process. And your board will also see that contract shortly. Last one is we have a remaining balance of approximately $139,000 in our PSPS allocation, and those funds were specifically intended for generators to keep us functioning. As well as a savings of about $103,000 on roofing projects that we did this year that came in less than we anticipated. So those funds have not been spoken for, but the balance of it has been, or projects that are already moving forward. Any questions on those?
So the roofing projects, you're talking about the two main county buildings.
So this last year we had budgeted, I don't remember what the total budget was, but we did probably 5 to 6 small projects, as well as the Washington Street Courthouse. We re-roofed, and so that's one of the things we've been working on the last several years is ensuring that all our roofs are in good condition, so we've been working through those. So those projects came in about $103,000 less than originally expected.
Okay. I was just trying to make the point that, you know, I know that the public was getting upset because when it would rain, water would cascade off the side of this building, and, you know, it's a 4-story building, and so,
Yep.
you know, a stream of water hitting you at that speed is not so fun.
And we've worked
so
on that. And
that's one of the things that was repaired with this fund.
that was a gutter issue,
Okay.
and so we have had those cleaned and repaired, and so that should not be an issue this next fall and winter.
Okay. And it's good that it was cost less than we thought it was.
Right.
So, okay.
Eric, I just want to clarify, as we talked about with the Columbia Pool, that's property that the county leases nominally from the school district we're responsible for. So that's one of the reasons this is not just an upgrade and it is a substantial amount of money, I think, for a good cause, but is that correct?
Correct. We lease the space from the Columbia School. We've had that lease since 1985 and allows us to use that for community programs such as recreation, swim lessons, and so on. And part of that agreement is that, you know, we would maintain the pool. And so this is part of our contractual agreement.
Right, and as I understand, there's a bit of a timeline on it too, because it's a 40-year lease, right, that ends potentially in 2025 if it's not renewed?
So originally it was a 40-year lease. However, and we had some grant funds at that time when 1985, when it was signed, that provided to do the repairs on the pool at that time. About 23 years later, there was some additional repairs that needed to be made, and so we amended the agreement to qualify for additional grant funding. So the total term of the lease now is 50 years, and it goes through 2035.
Great, thank you.
Yes. Okay, if there are no other questions, staff recommendation or request is that your board would approve the fiscal year 2021 year-end budgetary adjustments as outlined in the staff memo and Exhibit A of the memo.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, go ahead and open it to the public. Any public comment on this? This is our year-end budget for 2021. Any public comment? Okay, anybody on the phones? Okay, bring it back to the board. If there's no other discussion or questions, or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the fiscal year-end 2021, or year-end budgetary adjustments as outlined in the memo, and just thank you, staff, for wrapping it up.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move on to next year's budget.
Nine a.m., item number 3, provide final direction on the fiscal year 2021-2022 recommended budget.
All right, Eric Earhart again with the County Administrator's Office. So just as a reminder where we left off with year end, we are estimating an ending fund balance of approximately $2.9 million. Again, we recommend following board policy and applying the first $800,000 to fund contingencies, which was approximately 1% of the general fund, and an additional $250,000 towards reserves, leaving $1.9 million moving forward into this next fiscal year. As of May 18th, the estimated shortfall at that time was $1.6 million, and the board direction was to bring back additional options or of revenue and or savings to cover the shortfall, analyze the ability of proposed positions to generate revenue to offset cost, minimize the use of one-time funds for reoccurring cost, there was no concessions on reduction or capping the Visitors Bureau contract, no reduction in a TPR contract, and do not freeze any public safety positions. So these are the things that we heard when we met with your board on May 18th. So we went back to the drawing board and started, as we like to refer to as scrubbing the budget. So what we did is we went back and reviewed with all our departments their cost centers, conducted review of revenues and more recent data. Again, budget is a living organism, and it continues to change as the financials come in and we see different trends and changes. So we went back and reviewed that and worked with our county auditor controller as well as the departments. And we identified additional one-time costs that can be covered by future fund balance. So since we last met, some significant changes that we have noticed or have identified is we've been able to increase the TOT tax by approximately $600,000, making that annual amount $6 million for this next fiscal year. The additional 2% that will take effect July 1 went up $240,000, making that $1.3 million going forward. In the previous projection, the cost for the recall election was in there, which is estimated to be about $150,000. We did not include the revenue at that time. However, we do know now that that is a state mandated cost, and so we will be including that revenue as well.
The gubernatorial recall election, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Just to be clear,
Just,
yes.
we got to be clear about who's getting recalled.
You're fine, Chairman. All right, and again, watching at the current trends, those building permit fees were also able to increase. And we had also included additional funding for AB 109. This money was dedicated in prior year, but was not used to fund a deputy for the new jail. Because of the delay in opening that jail, that position was not added yet, and so that money has been included in this fiscal year. Yes.
Hey, comment. Big increase in TOT, obviously, just from last meeting. I'm curious, Debbie, this is kind of on the spot, but there's a lot of home sales going on now, a lot of really high home sales. Do you have any idea, projections, where that's going to put us into next year's budget, maybe?
Okay, we're talking a whole bunch of different revenue sources here.
Right.
So currently, when we look at the transfer tax, which is kind of an indication of the home sales, the transfer tax is greater than it's been since, I think, 2005, 2006. We're going to end up this year at well over $600,000, maybe even $700,000. It still seems to be going strong into the next summer months. So that's going to help out a lot. That'll help out with the supplemental bills for property tax, since we're commingling in a lot of different revenues here. I'm going to start naming them all. So the supplemental tax bill should also be stronger next year, and we also increase those. The TOT tax, we are Tuolumne County, and we are a wonderful county, and we don't seem to follow any of the same rules that the rest of the counties do. Tuolumne County is one of the few counties, sales tax-wise, in fiscal year 2021 actually had growth and not a decrease. Statewide, the decrease was almost a negative 1%. For us, it was almost an increase of over 5%. It was in a lot of different categories. It was in cars. It was in construction. A lot of people who stayed home for COVID did small projects. I think Quincy can talk to that. Did decks, did other things like that. So that helped out with our sales tax. With the TOT, we were using the national recommendations of about, somewhere between 55 to 65 to 75%. When the quarter ending March 31st was finally paid for by the different hotels, motels, we're over 85% of what was in 1920, not 2021. So by looking at that, and if I went back to the quarter of ending December of 19, that increase was 29%. So we kind of had a phone conversation about where we thought we were, and we kind of decided, mainly by my lead, that I think that the TOT for next year should be about 110% of what it was in the years before COVID. So for the calendar, or for the July through March of 20, and then of the April 1st through June 30th of 19. And that's why we came up with the increase in TOT. But right after your board meeting on the 18th, we already had more than $3 million of TOT in. I had one more quarter to have to book. So in our conversation, that's where we came up with it. Tuolumne County, if you've been here on the weekends, we were here this weekend, it's zooming. I mean, there are people up and down Washington Street. Lisa, I'm sure, can address it, but my guess is that our occupancy is way up there, greater than the 85% that was the quarter ending March, and I think we'll just grow. And that's why we did the increase. I hope I answered your questions by jumping around.
All right, thank you. All right, so moving forward on to expenses. So with the increase in the TOT, that does increase the contract amount to the Visitors Bureau by about $150,000, making that annual amount for next fiscal year $1.5 million. Another change in this year's budget is the jail and juvenile medical and dental cost. In years past, that cost has been borne by the Public Health Department, and this is also a result of a new contract that will be coming forward for services at the juvenile hall and the juvenile detention facility. The increase this year over last year is about $431,000. This has been put onto the Public Health Department in years past, and now in this budget, we're recommending moving that additional increase into the general fund for the jail as well as the juvenile hall. We have some extraordinary expert witness costs coming forward due to some extraordinary cases that we don't normally see in Tuolumne County, so we're expecting that cost to increase this next fiscal year. That's why we have the increase there. Again, the social media, public relations, communications agreement that we are working on, your board had approved staff to authorize a contract up to $100,000, so that's included in here. We've increased the transfer out to county capital by $275,000. This is primarily due to trying to get some additional maintenance projects done, and as well as a remodel of the recreation building to fit the needs of the public defender's office, who we're trying to get out of a leased facility at this time. There's an intern program that's proposed. The PeopleSoft contract that we produce our tax forms out of at the end of the fiscal year, we will not need that. We should be up and running on our new financial software at that time. And also due to the high fund balance coming out of county fire from last fiscal year, we're able to reduce out that $1 million in the transfer to fire this fiscal year, changing our expenses by $156,000 moving forward. Yes.
I believe this is the first time I'm seeing on here. What is the intern program? Or was this discussed at the prior meeting?
This is a new concept that many departments are trying out. So, for example, IT has an intern program with Columbia College. For the first time in probably 7 or 8 years, they're fully staffed. And in addition to that, they have 2 interns. We're also doing that in GIS. So there was some thought about providing assistance in the general fund for board members if you wanted it through the Maddie Institute as one of those. That would be a stipend of $2,000 per semester, so it's a very minor amount, and yet you get that college student for about 15 hours a week. So just another way to provide some additional assistance for the board members or others as they're wanting to learn about other departments as they're doing their public policy work. And then there's also a small amount that we put in there in the event that we might want to pull an intern in from Columbia College. I've been working with some of you about utilizing students from Columbia College more. They're here, they're living here. Can we get them into our organization and interested in local government? So that's what that $25,000. It's a minor amount, but it would be both for the Maddie Institute for Public Policy and then Columbia College for local interns.
So I'm clear, is it interns for all departments or specifically for board?
This is in the general fund. Our intent when we looked at this was probably board members, but it is general fund and could be used in other areas as well. But right now it's in the board budget.
So as it's proposed, the board would have interns from Columbia
Correct.
College? What's that? 1 intern?
Well, again, remember the Maddie Institute, it's $2,000 per semester. So you could have several, and I think we were looking at 2 to 3 in talking with the administrator there. And then for the local students for Columbia College, we actually bring them in as a relief employee at whatever level they would be working at, so classification meaning. But this is right now, that $25,000 does reside in the Board of Supervisors budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on that last slide before we move on? No? Okay. So what we wanted to go through was what services does the budget provide, just to reinforce some of that information. So right now it continues to fund public safety there are no frozen positions. For some of you who may not have known it, or those listening, when we went into this fiscal year, the sheriff froze 5 positions within the jail. They were allocated to him to open up the new jail. He volunteered to freeze those positions to help balance the budget. Those are funded and would start as of 7/1 in this budget. And he's been working to get the individuals hired and into the post program as soon as possible. He also has there are also additional positions added through AB 109, and we'll go through those as we go through the presentation. For the library, and I know there's a lot of concerns about the library, the Sonora Main Branch, Twain Harte, Tuolumne City, and Groveland branches are all funded and expected to return to normal business hours when COVID restrictions allow. The reason they are reduced right now is we are still operating where we have to reduce the number of people who can participate in those programs. It does not fund the bookmobile at this time. Recreation, you heard from our recreation manager earlier. He's been doing a really good job trying to get all of our programs up and running. We'll hope that he can get some individuals hired to get those programs fully functional this summer for our community. But right now, all recreational services are fully funded for next fiscal year. And then finally, this budget is different than what we have done in a really, really long time. And I've been really excited about this, as you all know. This budget maintains, there are no concessions in here, and the layoffs, there is one elimination, and that is on my office of a deputy county administrator. That individual will be moving in to finish off the project for the Community Resiliency Center. But outside of the position in our office, there are no other reductions within the general fund at this time. So what did we include in the budget? And so staff sat down and looked at what positions were no net cost to the general fund or very, very little net cost. So as you can see in here with the Master Stewardship Agreement, Liz Peterson has done an amazing job working with our partners. I think she's close to $30 million now for that program. And $30 million is a lot of money to be putting into programs and projects. And we need another grant-funded analyst to help with that. Otherwise, what's happening is we're losing capacity that we have with Liz to do work in the office. And for those departments who are listening, Liz provides a lot of support to departments when we talk about fees and we talk about agenda items and many, many other things. So we have included that in here. There is no cost to the general fund. That would be 100% funded through that grant. Purchasing is another one. We have a purchasing administrative analyst that's in a separate fund. Actually, it's not the general fund. And it right now has a fund balance that would have no cost to any departments. After we run the first year, what we would do is allocate that cost to the different departments based on the number of contracts. So what I'm proposing here is that we actually do a real purchasing department like you might see in other areas where they really get out there, they specialize in that area, the contracts, the purchasing, the negotiations, and ensuring that we have consistency between RFPs and how and when they're released, all the way to the contracts and how those are written, and ensuring that the information contained within the RFP is always the information that's contained within the contract. And of course, this individual will work very closely with county council and all of the departments. And with time, I do expect it should take some pressure off the departments as they will now centralize those RFPs and contracts.
Could you hold on that for a minute? I just really want to nail the point home that, a couple of years ago, I remember you and I talking about how we need to shift as much cost from general fund into grant-funded opportunities as possible. And it took a lot of work to get that. And your office deserves a lot of the credit. Also, working with the district attorney and public defender's office, the work that they've done in getting these grants, taking these costs out of the general fund. I mean, here you're looking at 8 new positions, not new, but eight positions that are providing vital services to the community, and the total cost that you're showing us is $15,500. And that's because staff have spent time over the past 2 years, really, seeking out these grants, hustling for money from the state, from federal partners, and that is all money that can now be maintained in the general fund for other services. So it looks like a boring chart, but I just really wanted to hammer home what a positive thing this is for our community, moving these cost centers out of general fund as much as possible. And your office and these others deserve a lot of credit for that, so thank you.
Oh, thank you. I think all of our departments are working really hard for grants, and they're always looking at them, and that's another area that Liz also helps with departments. When I can say, go talk with Liz, she'll help you with something if she's doing MSA and doing
I'm looking at
all of
you.
that. Yeah, she's not going to have that capacity to provide. You're right on this chart. I do want to make sure that these, other than purchasing, all of these are in the general fund. It's just that the grant funds come in and offset the cost of that. I'll go through quickly. You have the NDRC, which is where all of the costs for the community resiliency centers are in. That's where we would be adding that capital project director, which is the individual who's currently a deputy CAO for my office there. Public defender, so AB 109, I think it was like the night before we thought we were done, AB 109, the CCP Executive Committee met. They went over their budget, they approved allocations, and so what you're seeing is a result of some of those approvals. So another deputy public defender, so that's a full-time attorney that they'll be adding into the public defender's office. In the county jail, they approved another jail deputy, and we know that the sheriff really needs that with running that new jail. An office assistant, half-time for the district attorney, is funded by AB 109. And then the good news with the district attorney, they also approved half-time for her, half the cost of an investigator. So this is going to allow her to have another full-time investigator that will be at her disposal, in addition to another investigator for welfare fraud. So as Supervisor Campbell said, all of these positions, the net cost would be approximately $15,524 to add the 7.5 FTEs. These have been included in the budget. The other thing we did is we looked at the conversions and promotions, and we talked about these on May 18th. There are many reasons you may do a promotion or conversion. Some of them are because people are working outside of their class right now, and so you do a reclass or you convert them to their classification to where they're working. There's also the times when we have staff who work through education, certification, and licensure. And what happens is we have flexibly staffed positions for maybe the 1-2 type or 1-2-3 even classifications. But when they move up into the senior, that's a separate classification and does take board action. That is mostly what you're seeing right here. So just real quick, I want to make sure that everyone understands. So for ag, actually a deputy ag commissioner was eliminated during this fiscal year, and it was downgraded to a supervising ag biologist. She's not getting anyone even that qualifies for the jobs if we even get applications. So the recommendation is to take it back to the deputy ag commissioner, and that individual will then have all those certifications that they need in order to perform that. And just as a note, knowing that Kelly has been operating without 2 biologists in her office most of the year, which means most of that is falling on just a very few people in her office, and of course a lot on Kelly. In animal control, we do have a licensed veterinary tech. What we'd like to do is change that to a shelter supervisor, and gives much greater flexibility for the department and how they're handling the operations. In the jail, what we'd like to do in that one is he has a retirement. He wants to focus on grooming and leadership within the jail to do an internal promotion when it's appropriate. This gives him the flexibility to continue working with that. So we would add a sworn lieutenant into the jail. And then what we would do is once that's filled, we'll come back to your board and talk about any changes we would need to make at that time. But it would freeze the jail commander position, and the net cost is around $12,000 to do that. And Sheriff Communications, Communications Supervisor, downgrade that to a lead dispatcher. Promoting, essentially taking the GIS analyst and converting that to a GIS coordinator. When you see no cost, and I do believe Eric has given you a handout that you have on the dais that will show you where we show no cost or reduced cost, what the annual cost of those positions would be, just so you can see what that is. So in GIS, the way that's a net zero cost is there's another vacancy for a land surveyor. They will not hire that position until later in the year in order to have the savings to make that no cost to the general fund this fiscal year. Let's see, Community Development Department land use techs to land use coordinators, again, looking at their scope and the education and certification that they receive over a period of time. That would be converting those to a higher level position, which only provides a better service to the community. Community development, another one, our environmental health specialists too, taking those to seniors, and they are eligible a little bit later in the year. I think it might be like October and December or something. That's why you see a net cost for this year of $5,400. The chief probation officer, when he was appointed, he elected to keep his assistant probation chief vacant in order to help balance the budget and contribute. He's definitely been feeling that this last year. What he'd like to do is convert the assistant probation chief to a deputy chief, and that individual would also oversee the juvenile hall as well. There's a net savings there, as you can see. And then again, in probation, currently his business manager for some time has been working at a 0.9. He would like to move her, as she would also like to move to a 1.0, which again gives him more hours and greater flexibility within the department. And then the juvenile hall, a senior JCO to a supervising JCO. He's having, that's a juvenile corrections officer. They're just having a difficult time, not only recruiting, but also maintaining staff in the juvenile hall. So he's really looking to be creative to change that, the operations and make, and for recruitment purposes. And then converting a probation aide to a juvenile correction officer. A few years ago, again, to try and reduce costs, we went from JCOs to probation aides, and as he's indicated, it just doesn't work, and half the time he can't find anyone. No one is applying for those jobs. So that also gives him greater flexibility within the juvenile hall. The net cost for all of these conversions is approximately $57,000, and these have been included in the budget. Any questions on those? No? All right.
All right, good morning. Another aspect of the budget that we felt would be important to show this morning is the effect of mandated costs on our departmental budgets. Mandated costs are those costs that hit the departments really before anything else. They come preloaded in our OpenGov, and they are the costs to have employees and to fund aspects of our organization that really permeate throughout the entire organization. So, of course, you have workers' compensation. Purchasing would be like our printer contract that everybody had, the RICO contract, where it's used across the organization, but those costs are divided into the department budgets. So when we look at what that net effect really is, we look at the numbers up top, we're looking a little over $12 million of general fund expenses off of an $87 million general fund budget. And we can kind of see, we don't have every fund highlighted here, but we can really see, you know, starting out before we even look at salaries and benefits and services and supplies, the effects that these costs have. And we have it in picture form here for the general fund. So as you can see, 14% of our expenditures are actually mandated costs, looking at the budget numbers that we have for this year. And you can also see our revenues where 34% are state and federal and 50% local. And of course, if we looked at an all-fund view, those percentages would drastically change. But here in the general fund, this is what this looks like. Are there any questions on mandated costs?
So what we want to talk about now is what's not in the budget as we move forward. So what's not in the budget at this time, we have no adjustments for bargaining with employee unions at this time. We also have not had the time to calculate the minimum wage for California will move to $15 an hour beginning January 1st. The cost of that is not in this budget at this time. We just have not had time to lay that in. So there's the $15 an hour. There are 13 classifications. I don't know the number of people in those classifications, but we also will need to address the compaction issues as they are outlined in the MOUs and personnel rules. And we also, right now, this budget does not have anything regarding the American Rescue Plan either. So where are we now? We have, as you can see, we have approximately $86 million in revenues and $87 million in expenses, which means we would have a shortfall of about $1.4 million. However, part of that number is our contingencies, and those are in there $800,000 as board policy. So it really gives us a shortfall of $620,000. What I want to stop here and talk about is when we came in on May 18th, we had a shortfall of $1.6 million that we talked to you about. And the biggest difference here, as you can see my note here, is we reduced the 1.6 million to 0.6 million due to the elimination of a $1 million transfer to the fire fund. The reason for that is the fire fund's fund balance this year is expected to be so high. It's expected to be about 1.1 million. There's a lot of factors in there. Some of that is also that they had higher revenues from when they did firefighting in different parts of the state. So what we want to make sure the board understands, and those who are watching, when it looks like how did we go from 1.6 million shortfall to $600,000 shortfall, as you can see, that $1 million not going out to fire makes a significant difference. Now, what I have been told is that the governor is currently negotiating with state labor groups to reinstate concessions. And if that takes place, it's possible that we may need to make an adjustment to do a transfer to the fire fund. At this point, it would be, I think we were talking, $250,000 to $350,000, but we won't know until that happens, and then that, as they pass through and give our Andy and Nick what that new amount would be that they estimate at the state. So I just want to make sure that we highlight that. Is there any questions on that? No? Okay.
I'm assuming, what's the deadline to have that, those negotiations would take place?
You're asking me what the deadline is for?
Is there any deadline?
I have not
Houston
heard of
has
any
with the
deadline.
bargaining?
I just know that he's talking about it. I don't know. I can't imagine if a governor offers up that we'll restore concessions that the labor groups would say no.
Right.
As we experience. What's that?
Because he is.
And, I mean, kind of like what we had even locally, when that happens and they're trying to make things right, I would expect that they will agree to it. I don't know what the timing is, though.
So it'd be a really safe bet, because he's facing a recall, and unions are wanting their money back. So pretty wise to maybe keep that money.
Yeah, we'll go into some ideas a little bit later, but we just wanted to explain why we're seeing that change from 1.6 million to $0.6 million shortfall. And then we're going to go into changing this up a bit, because I do think it's important that the board and the community see that it's not just a couple of us who work on budget, it's everyone who works on budget. So when the analyst, along with the department head, will be available to go over some of these next slides when they're making requests, and then they're also here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, so we're going to start first with the Community Development Department. As you saw in a handful of slides previously, the building department has been very busy, and we continue to see that. So Quincy is going to speak to some of these position requests. These items are on here particularly for two main reasons. To increase capacity for Quincy herself, who does a lot of the day-to-day work as the director of the Community Development Department. So this is an attempt to sort of reorganize just a bit to give her capacity, and then also to institute a code enforcement program, or enhance our existing code enforcement program, I guess you could say. So I'm going to let her speak into more detail about these specific positions and how these will achieve those two main goals.
Thanks, Liz. Good morning, everyone. Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I have to admit, I'm a little nervous up here today. I've never had to come to the board to ask for positions before. So we've been working with what we've had for so long. So bear with me if I sound a little nervous. I feel more nervous than normal. I'm going to go through some of these requests here, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. So, and my notes aren't in the order here, but first, on our fiscal tech position, this position is going to support our business manager, who does some of our finance right now, but really performs 80% of the duties that our previous community and housing programs manager accomplished. That individual retired, so we did have some salary savings when we replaced that position with a business manager, but they are doing essentially the same job. And a fiscal tech would support the finance aspect of Community Development Department, which is currently outsourced to some fantastic employees in Public Works. And the fiscal tech can also assist with contract management, our environmental impact report management, project billing, because we do have a time and materials billing program that our finance department needs to run. These tasks are currently done by myself and our planning manager, and could easily be resource leveled to a fiscal tech. And if we reduce tasks to the fiscal tech, we do estimate that 25% of the business manager's capacity, as well as collectively, my capacity with the business manager, could be absorbed by that new position, which would open us up to being able to accomplish some other long-range planning tasks. We're asking for one FTE administrative assistant, and this position is a critical component to our front counter customer service team, as well as an essential supportive member to all of our CDD operations. They allow our department to have a better chance to answer the phone. I know that that's a main frustration that we hear from our customers, is that they go into a phone tree, and we would love to be able to grab that call and direct it in a much more efficient manner. Also, we're getting, due to COVID, a lot of more emails, and so we can triage those quicker. We can also, with an additional body, provide more direct customer service at our front counter. Without this position, the overall support for our entire department would suffer, especially if certain positions are added, such as in our code enforcement division. They're going to need some more administrative support as well. With respect to our request for a senior planner, the role of the senior planner would be to manage larger land use and environmental compliance projects, which are currently handled by our planning manager, which includes affordable housing projects, large commercial development projects, and environmental compliance. The senior planner would also handle long-range planning projects such as county-initiated zone changes, housing element updates, and other general plan updates, all of which is currently handled by myself. With respect to the code enforcement investigators, the division receives approximately 1,600 complaints a year regarding building, land use, solid waste, and cannabis violations. We do support the solid waste division in their enforcement of illegal dumping. And with the 2 additional investigators, our department would be able to ensure an expeditious investigation and resolution of code enforcement violations, and we'd have greater resources for abatement. The 2 investigators would come in supporting our existing system, but it's our dream and to bring back to you a revised code enforcement system in our ordinance code so that we can get to quicker resolution and a higher rate of resolution. Right now, we can add enforcement officers to our system. We'll have faster turnaround of cases, but without a change in the process, we may not have the results that the community is desiring. So it's a multifaceted approach there. The principal plans examiner, this is a request to bring back a previous position that we had. And the principal plans examiner was responsible for running all aspects of our public information counter. And they also manage the administrative assistants, permit techs, and our plans examiners. They do facilitate the flow of communication between CDD customers and other CDD divisions and the Fire Prevention Bureau, which is also located in our department physically. With the reinstatement of this position, it would add capacity to our chief building official, who could then take oversight of the code enforcement division. Right now, that's something that I do. I don't have a lot of time to offer to our code enforcement division, so those 2 staff members are doing the best they can, but with additional oversight and additional staff members overseen by our chief building official, I think that we are going to have much better results. And so the principal plans examiner is needed in order to give capacity to the chief building official. So these all really work together in terms of adding capacity throughout the department in a variety of ways. I also know that your department, or the board, has asked us to look at fee recovery studies, and we will continue to do that and bring options back to your board this fall. In our business, we really look for a sweet spot. Some services we can charge full cost recovery and still get the compliance that we need. But sometimes full cost recovery can deter individuals from obtaining permits, which can result in health and safety violations. So the level of recovery, there's a sweet spot, and we want to bring your board some options for you to consider. Lastly, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to present this information to you and to consider our department's requests. We have a lot of hardworking individuals over there who could really use some additional staff. And I know that there are a lot of requests for general fund dollars. And because the general fund is not infinite, these requests become competing requests. County services and those entities that the county funds support a variety of services that result in a safe, cohesive community with a rich cultural fabric. As a resident of this county, as a mom raising kids in this county, and with a husband who relies on tourism from visitors to this county, my motivation to ensure that all service providers who rely on the general fund are able to thrive. However, if the county cannot provide minimum services such as timely review of permits that support the economic engine of our local construction industry, or enforce ordinance code violations such as illegal dumping, then the fabric which holds this community together tears, resulting in economic impacts to residents which no amount of visitors or cultural events can remedy. I request that your board review the requests that I and other department heads are making today, and then act to ensure that funding for the needs of county departments for services that our residents rely on is fulfilled. This will in turn benefit all who live, work, and visit our county. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Questions? Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Quincy, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And it is nice to be in a position to hopefully, I think, look at the priorities of the county and see where we need to put resources. For me, the number one thing, it's financially being resilient and disciplined with this to make sure that where we're investing money is something that is saving us money or is helping to generate revenue. Two of these seem to be positions that have the potential to do that. If I'm reading it correctly, we get about, in the building permit fees, $1.1 million. And that's for how many staff process those? 6?
Well, almost all 25 CDD employees process building permits, as well as a handful in Public Works, as well as individuals in Fire Prevention Bureau. Building permits arrive at the CDD counter, but then route through a number of county departments in order to process that permit. So we have 2 permit techs, 1.5 administrative assistants at the front counter who take in those permits, and then it goes into the infinite abyss of building permit routing from there.
Okay. I guess my question is, if we were to hire a principal plans examiner, would you expect that, I mean, how much do you think that might be able to bring in new permits, additional permits that could be processed? Would that be an increase or simply better service and getting it back faster?
Well, I think it's twofold, Supervisor Brandon. One is, as you've said, it provides permits to be routed faster. Mm-hmm. And as you have a more efficient and responsive building division, you gain notoriety as a county that is easy to work in. And so there's an intrinsic value to the principal plans examiner position that I think you're speaking to, which is that people will come in and say, oh, I don't do development in your county anymore because it's too difficult, or I love working in your county because compared to XYZ county, mm-hmm. You guys are a dream. So I think that there's an intrinsic potential for additional revenue to come in that would be difficult for me to quantify.
Okay. Well, and it's the same question also for the code enforcement officers of the capability of that position to, we do have one-time funds coming in. I do not want those to be used for recurring expenses, but front-loading something that will then become able to pay for itself, that is something that I think I can find some agreement on with it. But would a code enforcement officer, do you think, be able to, with what your presentation, I know this is speculative because it's coming back in fall and will be based in part on our decision, be able to pay for itself?
Fully pay for itself? Probably not.
At least mostly.
I would be concerned committing to a percentage for you right now because it really does hinge on the will of the board to enforce ordinances. The ordinance code over the history of years has ebbed and flowed in terms of level of punishment, enforcement for various code violations. And so it really depends on how the board wants to handle enforcement. Right now, you can do a grading violation, you can cut up our county road, not getting the permits to do it, and there's 0 financial consequences to you. That's in Kim's department, not mine, but there's similar things in mine where if you do a building without a permit, we just tell you to come in and get a permit. You don't pay twice the permit fee, you don't pay 3 times the permit fee, and then you can just follow the regular timely processing of a building permit, which is a slap in the face to the loyal contractors that we have who are coming in to follow the process. So,
absolutely.
it can be it really depends on the level of enforcement that the board wants. And we'll bring choices, options. We'll be seeing what's working in other counties. But ultimately, our process right now results in a lien to a property, if that. And we only would receive that if and when that property transferred.
Thank you.
Other questions? Supervisor Haff?
Well, I have a sigh of relief from this, from what you're proposing here, because taking this position as a board member has made me acutely aware of what we've done with cutting our budgets year over year, which we've had to do, clearly, has resulted, and I've said this before, quality of life issues here in Tuolumne County. And it's time right now that we stop that and that we start reversing the direction. And with the code enforcement officers, and you mentioned something about bringing back some kind of a new code. You said something about that, something about rewriting some of the code.
Yes, and that's what I was speaking with Supervisor Jaron about, is that Supervisor Brandon about, is that our code enforcement ordinance right now results in either very little monetary penalty and a level of remediation that most residents find unsatisfactory.
Yes.
So we would be bringing back choices for your board to make to address both of those issues.
And will this be before we finalize this budget, or will you have the capacity to do that?
It would be this fall. So, once we know what resources we're going to be able to have, we can design a program to optimize those resources.
So the other point I want to stress is that as a new board member, I've been shocked at our lackadaisical attitude towards, we don't have an enforcement on a lot of things. And so I am really looking forward to implementing and putting some of these in place in order to turn our county around. Thank you.
Hey, Quincy. Yeah, quality of life issues, and I'm, quite frankly, I don't know what to tell the constituents anymore when they send me pictures of barbecues next to the forest and in a homeless camp out in the woods, and we're working on it, but I would like to be out there the next day, and sometimes we're waiting days, weeks, because we don't have the capacity. And if that barbecue caught the forest on fire, that would be a quality of life issue for our county.
Supervisor Kirk, if I just can interject, I can't tell you the number of times when I open mymotherlode.com in the morning, and if there is a house fire, any type of other fire, the first thing I do is to look and see if we have an enforcement case out there, because I lose sleep over that.
Yeah, so do I.
So I hear what you're saying.
One question I have is, and I'm not dumbing it down, but I'll just put it in this sentence because I think a lot of people can understand this. So many times when people look at government and we create positions, a lot of people think we create too many chiefs and not enough Indians. To me, this looks more like Indians as far as getting some actual capacity to the work. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment. When we started looking at CDD position requests several months ago, we started with looking at, what at the highest level. And with working with the CAO's office, started splitting those positions down and splitting them more into the immediate the positions that can provide that immediate response.
Right.
And sometimes that's not at the highest level. So I would agree that this program that I'm proposing really looks at that the first, second, and third employees who are going to touch the project, not the fifth or sixth.
And I kind of got that because when you're talking, for some of the chiefs, it does provide 25% capacity here and some there. So I think what I'm gaining from this is it's going to give greater capacity to the organization as a whole. Quality of life issues I'm big on the code enforcement, but it will also create some capacity for the higher level management to also do some long range planning and things that we want to accomplish.
There's a lot of forward thinking that any local agency needs to do, and when you don't have the capacity to do that forward thinking and that long range planning, problems sneak up on you, and you're not able to be as nimble to respond to those.
Okay. So thank you for
Thanks.
Thanks, Quincy, for giving really just an overall feel for what's going on and why you're requesting these positions. It's very helpful to, have a better understanding of that. I'm with the other supervisors on the code enforcement. We absolutely have to do more. Well aware, the amount of complaints we get via phone calls, emails, people stopping us in the store, wherever. We've got major problems, throughout the county. And so I'm very supportive, that we need to definitely move forward with that. And the other positions, I see the need. I'm going to wait till we get a little bit further in our budget discussions here before, I commit to saying one way or another on any of the rest. But thank you.
Thank you. And boards have heard me say it before, we cross department boundaries. So a help to any other county department will eventually trickle down to a help to all county departments.
Yeah, and I was actually going to go there, is that, you interact with so many other departments in so many different sectors of the community. Over the years, I've come to really respect you and the work that you're doing, and the challenges that really you and the people that work in your office are facing. This is the way I see this. This is a challenge to the Board of Supervisors, because what we have told you over the past year, or half a year, say, I don't know, how long has it been? Jeez. Is that we want better code enforcement. We want to get this illegal dumping problem and trash on the roadways. We want to get these things under control. We want to see a more streamlined process for permitting and making improvements to homes and greater ease of access to planning department for people who want to develop housing. And we've told you these things over and over the past several months, and this is your response, is coming back with a way to achieve what the board has said that we want. And so I'm just very impressed, and I think that you've really heard what the board has asked for, what the community has asked for, and you've come back with a recommendation that I truly believe you think, I truly believe this is a recommendation to get us where we want to be. So I'm very supportive of, especially the code enforcement part, as other supervisors have said. We've let things slide too far for too many years, and this predates you. It predates any of us. It's well overdue to start taking code enforcement seriously. I see it everywhere, and people call us all the time. So I think you've brought us a good proposal for this. I think it will get us closer to where we need to be, and I'm supportive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay. Nope, you go ahead.
I was going to move on, but.
Okay, I think we will move on. Thank you very much, Quincy.
Okay, so the next position that is coming before your board for a request is from the animal control. So the request is to add an office assistant to the animal control department. That position was eliminated many years ago. And so right now there is no administrative staff in the animal control office, and the animal control manager is here, as well as the animal control director, to speak to a little more about what this position is and why it's needed.
Morning, board members. Mike Mizzuk, Animal Control Manager.
Morning.
So, as Liz pointed out, our small unit has nobody to help answer phones, have walk-in traffic, any kind of administrative filing, whether it's electronic or manual old school stuff. We have nobody to help. So what that does is it puts all that burden on me, where I can't do long-term goals. I'm answering the phones all day, returning phone calls, going out in the field. The major problem is public safety. Over the last 2 weeks, we've had to shut the shelter's doors for 17 hours because we don't have staff that can answer phones and get officers out. So this position would help us become a little bit more proactive in our enforcement. Right now, we're not. We're reactive. So somebody that could answer phones, I had to keep officers out of the field to answer phones and return phone calls. I think that's all that would help us out.
Okay. Any questions?
No question, just comment. I think it's a pretty reasonable request.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I had to answer all my phone calls for the unit, I would not be able to get my work done.
Yeah.
And I concur entirely. Recently I went for a tour, and thank you for that. It was very educational for me. So I saw firsthand some of the obstacles that you have there, and I'm fully supportive of adding this position back in.
Yeah, and like you said, it was there, and I'm amazed you've operated as well as you have for as long as you have.
We have a really great staff, so
Yeah.
they're passionate.
Yeah.
One more comment for me. If I'm in the audience, I'm thinking, why the heck don't you have an office assistant? I think last year we were facing a $4.5 million deficit. Was that right? 4.6. So we made some drastic cuts to balance the budget, and I'm sure that was probably one of them. So
That was, yes.
trying to just get some basic things back in place, which is why I think we should have somebody answering the phone when they call animal control.
I agree. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon, I think, had a.
Yeah, thank you. Apologies, I had to use the restroom real quick. Clearly, 3,400 phone calls as somebody who's made a lot, thousands of phone calls, that's a lot to handle.
Yes.
In addition to, that's taking you away from, I'm sure a lot of those are going to be questions that are kind of asked over and over and repeated. It's not the job that we're, hiring and paying you to do. One question I've had, because I know it's Supervisor Kirk mentioned, this is something that I think a lot of departments are facing, is needing that type of person interacting with the public, answering questions, handling complaints and forms. To staff, I would love to be able to see any type of program such as Welfare to Work or any of the ones from Motherload Job Training. I know that some of those programs can be federally paid for, 50 to 100% reimbursement. I think trying that out would be a really great option. I don't think this only for animal control, but across departments to expand capacity, but do so in a way that we can help out in other ways as well too. But
Yes, and I agree with that 100%. We were using Welfare to Work pre-pandemic and during the pandemic, but their funding went way down.
Okay.
It has gone back up, but we haven't received any qualified applicants yet. So we are in contact with them all the time.
Great. I'd love to know how we can help, and thank you for all the work that you're doing, and I also agree this is an important position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I just had a question that occurred to me, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but 2019 is the last full year. This is a fiscal year, 2019-20, or was that a calendar year for the number of calls received?
It's a calendar year.
Calendar year.
Yes.
So do you remember if the calls during the major part of the COVID 2020 were up from that or down?
They went up.
They went up.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah.
And they have gone skyrocketing since it's relaxed.
Because people are staying home and
Yes.
hearing those dogs barking.
Yes.
All right.
That is,
Okay.
don't like your neighbor.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
All right, in continuing with the capacity discussion, our assessor recorder has also requested an office assistant. He'll come up here in a moment and probably be able to speak to a lot of the numbers. But what we've consistently seen in that department and what he's spoken to even in our last board meeting was he's doing more with less, and we know that. And so he's looking for some additional capacity as well, this administrative capacity that this would provide. He's also working with Motherload Job Training. It's a communication that he's been very proactive in having and seeing if there's a solution. But like was mentioned in the last item, qualified applicants seem to be hard to find right now. Another note that as we went through the budget here this year, his revenues are consistently higher than projected, and we've seen already recording fees higher than the amount that is actually being requested here for the position. So at this time, I'll let Kanan Whitman, our assessor recorder, make any comments he'd like to make.
Hey, Kanan, just tell us that you don't have anybody answering the phones. You get it.
Well, that's false because about maybe a tenth of the time I'm answering the phone. So, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Kanan Whitman, assessor recorder. And so I'm going to kind of go off of a little bit of the stats I mentioned last week, just for those listening at home so they can appreciate the situation. And then, but to kind of start, I'd like to say that, we fully do appreciate the strain on the general fund. We understand every single dollar spent in our department is a dollar not spent somewhere else. And I was even just kind of looking through my own, our immediate family and just what we've done. Like my wife always used to take the kids to the Tuolumne Library for story time on Thursday, and what they were doing out there was truly amazing. Even animal control, we had a skunk, just like I heard you say last week. A skunk got into the basement. We had the same one here. Luckily, I was able to convince one of the neighborhood kids to help me out. And then as far as code violations too, we've had similar issues even with our immediate neighbors. We've had some cannabis grows that have never been able to be resolved just due to code enforcement and lack there. So as I hear all these other requests, I do see the strain on the general fund, and we've always been mindful in the assessor recorder archive not to, to live within our means. And so since then, after the Great Recession, about 2015 hit, since then we gave up 2 grant-funded positions that were 50-50. We gave up an assessment tech, and then we converted the assistant recorder to a recording manager, all to kind of help with the general fund. We haven't made any requests or any additions since the Great Recession. This is actually the first one, aside from the grant-funded positions that we eliminated. And so just to kind of go over some of our stats, in 2019 to 2020, so in 2020 alone, our number of recordings went up 22.6%. From January through May of 2020 compared to January through May of 2021, our recordings are up 45.9%. And from what Debbie mentioned earlier about home sales and just kind of the robust sales, since July, we've been knocking on over 200 reappraisable transfers a month. The last time we were hitting those numbers was September of 2005. And we've been doing that consistently. We have 3 appraisers in the assessor side. And when you look at our counterparts, even in Calaveras, we're about half their size. And we're on par with Mariposa and Amador, which is about the third, they're about a third of our size. And so there are also 2 other things taking place. One of them was the voter-approved Prop 19. There's going to be some additional base year tracking that our county is going to have to do, which is going to bring revenue to departments that have seen a decrease due to assessed value changes as a part of Prop 19. Our office will now be administering that, collecting it, and submitting it to the auditor's office to submit to the state for reimbursement. They said that they're going to be doing it, but usually they do it for a couple years, and then they just ask you to continue with the reporting without any of the revenue. And then the other one was in 2019, we had SB2 on the recorder side, which was another fee that our recorder's office has to administer. And with each fee, it does take time, additional time for each document to go through it all. And so that's just kind of all the things that have brought us to this position of really needing an office assistant. And hopefully that will cover it. We'll continue to monitor it, but if things do kind of continue, we may need to add on it, but we're always hesitant to add. And so if you have any questions.
Supervisor Half.
I just wanted to make some comments, and I've been very well aware that your department has gone without since the Great Recession. And part of me says, okay, what are you doing? Because I've seen the charts comparing your productivity, your office's productivity with everybody else around, all the other counties, and far and wide, you transcend all, your record speaks for itself as far as your productivity. So I'm wondering what we can do to bottle that and sell that to others. That's part of me. But then the other part of me says, wow, you have gone without for so long, and a meager office assistant will help.
Thank you. And then we have been working with Mother Lode Job Training to try and bring down the cost. There's two programs, one where they go ahead and pay 29 hours of an office assistant for up to 6 months, and then the other one is they cover 50% of the cost if it's one of our employees for up to 6 months. The application does have to go through Mother Lode Job Training. We have had trouble with just even people applying. So whatever we can do to get the word out for those looking for work, to please contact the Mother Lode Job Training Center, as there are definitely departments that wish to hire through those programs.
Yeah, I was just going to say the fact that you might have it covered 50% is even greater because that 51 gets cut in half. I think good luck trying to find people to work. I hope you do. It's right now it's cheaper to stay at home and live off the government than it is to work for a lot of people. So I wish you luck. Animal control will still get that position over this because they don't have anybody answering the phone. But I think you did a good job, and you're like Kathleen, like Supervisor Howe said, your record speaks for itself. So if this little thing would just give you guys more capacity, I like what Supervisor Goldenberg said about we need to wait till the end to make decisions. But I think this is a very fair request. So.
Thanks, Kenan. You got the workload. You're using creativity, to do the best you can, and you're bringing along some funding to boot. So I'm positive with it, but same thing, we're going to work through this whole process. But thank you.
So it's terrible to go towards the end. Good stuff's been said. I just want to say, great job. It's a pressing need. I think you've shown the ability to bring in extra revenue that helps to justify and cover this position. I really appreciate looking to Mother Lode Job Training for that. And I think to anybody in the public who's watching this too, sometimes in spending this money, say, well, are you creating another position, just, extra burden? We pay very talented, very skilled people for their skills a lot of money sometimes because we need them in that role, right? When they are having to fill out simple paperwork and answer phone calls, 10 a day and all of that, taking away from the job that we're actually paying them, that's not serving taxpayers well. And so I think, again, this is a really good, especially if we can get the 50% covered, would be a very important investment. But thank you for all your great work.
Thank you.
Yeah, all I have to say is I want the number of whoever you have who's willing to go catch a skunk for you, because that's a person I would like to know for the future in case I need it.
All right.
This is not surprising that you would make a request for this because it's obviously been much needed for a long time. And I remember those cuts years and years ago, how much bigger the department was, and the need is certainly there. So thank you for bringing this to us.
I'll text you that number.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, continuing on, we're going to ask the sheriff to come up and speak to the sheriff's clerk, which he's requesting to bring that position back. It's one of the positions that's been lost in the years past, so I'll let him speak to that.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Chairman, how are you?
Good.
It's almost lunchtime, so I will try to get you out of here by lunch. So I think as the sheriff, a lot of people wonder, why is the sheriff not asking for more positions, law enforcement positions? Because I think 4 of the 5 of you have asked me throughout the years, hey, I need coverage here, I need this done, I need that done. And I've always said we don't have enough staffing. We don't have enough staffing. So why isn't the sheriff asking for more deputies? And so I think the public wants to know why, and I think you would as well. So this has been a really strange year for me in building the budget. The word perplexing, I don't know if that's the right term, but it really comes to mind. We have a glaring need for additional law enforcement staffing, for more coverage. But in looking at the budget, if I look at my patrol staff, I've got 6 vacancies. I have 3 folks that we hope we can get into the academy if their backgrounds pass, and they pass the psych and the medical and all those things. I have 4 people retiring this year. So at the end of the year, I'm going to be -1 position, which for me is so disheartening. If I look at the jail, we have 9 vacancy positions. We have 3 jail tech positions. I had 3 people give notice that they're leaving us last week. So as the sheriff, I can't get up here and ask you for additional law enforcement positions when I can't fill the ones I have now. And so I don't think that's reasonable. I want to give you an example of what happened last week. So we went down to the Delta Academy. The Delta Academy is one of the closest academies where we recruit from. There were 20 what we call non-sponsored. In other words, they're not working for an agency. Now keep in mind, it's hard to recruit law enforcement in this day and age because of all the things in the public, the anti-law enforcement sentiment. But here are 20 kids that don't have jobs, that want to be cops. Only one of them came and spoke to us after we gave our presentation. So being very frustrated, we called down to the academy and I asked the instructor to please poll those 20 kids as to why didn't you want to come work for us? And a couple of them, or I will say like around half said they were already in backgrounds for other agencies. But the rest of them, one of them said Tuolumne County's too far away. It's too far from home. But all the other ones said money. They're not going to come here because of the money. And so as you go through this process of budget and putting everything together, I would implore you to look at how can we pay our deputies more. Because as it stands right now, I can't fill the positions I can't recruit from kids that want to be cops. And it's as I said earlier, it's very disheartening. And at some point, we are going to have to pay better to get quality people here. That's all there is to it. I know that puts you guys in a bind as you're trying to figure out what is the best need for the county, but I implore you to look at that. If things continue to go the way they're going now, if I'm going to be -1 position next year, you know, you're talking about what little proactivity we have in our county is gone. Our ability to safely evacuate people in emergencies is going to decrease. Our response times are going to go up. Our overall quality of life in this county, I believe, will go down. So I want you to think about that as you move through this. So thank you. So I have requested a sheriff's clerk position. Since I forget if it's 2013 or 2014, we've lost 2 positions due to budget cuts. And the increased workload on our staff has been immense. It continues to go up every year. So I'd like to bring back one of the 2 clerk positions that we have given up over the years. As you may or may not know, currently we don't operate from 8 to 5. We close an hour early and we open an hour late just so the ladies can get their work done. It was interesting during COVID when we closed our front doors, the relief that came over our clerical staff was amazing because shame on me, I didn't realize how hard they were working. So they need the help. This also goes to a request we're going to have later in the budget as to body-worn cameras. We can't start a program like that, which I believe is much needed, and I believe you do as well. We can't start a program like that without the proper staffing. So this clerk position will also go to help out with the body-worn cameras. And the beauty part of it is we actually have an opening now, and we have recruited, and we actually have some really good quality people available right now. There's 2 or 3 off this list I would love to hire. So keep that in mind, and I am here for any questions you might have.
Questions? Supervisor Brandon.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. With the $44,600, so that would be for an entire fiscal year for the position?
Yes.
And that covers everything. Is that also combined with some other funds? Is this just the request from the general fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. With that, I think, same with the other departments, this is something I think would be very important, especially as you mentioned with the body-worn cameras. If there's a chance to be able to reach out to Mother Lode Job Training ahead of time, see if there is a welfare to work person. I know this is dealing with, you know, some heavy stuff, potentially with, you know, sex register and tracking and whatnot, a little more than maybe just fielding calls. But if there's any opportunity to offset that cost that way, I'd like to know first too. But otherwise, it does seem to be an important position.
So we've been working with them for years. We do it for almost every position we hire. We go back and see if they qualify. We've done it for deputies, even in the academy, that they've offset the academy costs and pay going through the academy. So we always work with them, yes.
Just one comment. Thank you for, before we got to the clerk, all the other information. That was very good to receive. On the clerk itself, I see the slide says estimated start date of August 15th. Why would we be, if you have some potential candidates waiting, or?
Well, you need to approve the position first, and then we'll go through the background process. But we just tested recently for the one position we have now. We've got some really good candidates. There's always a lag. But if you give me the okay, I'll start them as soon as I can.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg, just to answer that question, I was the one who put all of these new positions at August 15th, and it's what the sheriff had said. You approve it, we start flying it, then we recruit, we do interviews. They need to, maybe if they're working somewhere else, give their 2 weeks notice. So it was about 6 weeks is what we figured it might take, unless we have someone internal or someone that's already in the queue when they've already done testing. So there could be some changes when we work, if whatever the board may or may not decide. Then we go back and work with department heads to see, do they have anyone who may have tested? And then we'd have a more accurate cost when we come back with the final for recommended.
And my apology, I just went back and looked at a couple of slides, and I didn't pick up on the August 15th date on the other ones, so thank you for that clarification.
And I think that's very reasonable.
Well, it's another simple position. What I appreciate so far up to this point is the positions requested are really just basic help to these organizations. So I mean, at face value, this is great. I'm kind of a little disappointed that we're not asking for more when it comes to deputies, but I understand from what you just said as far as pay. I would go farther to say I don't think it's just pay. I think I would, and you would know better, but I think agencies up and down the state in the United States are probably facing this issue not just because of pay, but just because of the crap that you guys have to deal with and the target that's on your back with media. I'm sitting here thinking, and what are the two things that impact your organization the most? Here, let me say it this way. We just passed a TOT increase, right? Because there's services that get more, there's more that's required of organizations. I can think of sheriff, I can think of fire, and I can think of basically we got trash issues with more people coming into this county. And so as we see this huge influx of tourism coming into our county, when we say we're going to pass a TOT to help offset the issues that brings, I think fire, sheriff, trash. And so we're seeing this huge, not surplus, but this huge increase. We're up to $6 million in TOT. We're going to have more coming because of the 2% increase. And I'm just curious, when are we going to fund what we say we pass taxes to fund? If we say we're going to pass a TOT to fund law enforcement, fire, library, these things that have an impact because these visitors, then let's do it. So, but I can't do it if the position's not requested. But I understand what you're saying. So I'm just curious, when are we going to talk about those revenues, funding what we say those revenues are passed to fund? And I would love to not only get that position filled, but I'd love to get another deputy on the street. You know, whether maybe it's just a second watch beat, maybe it's, maybe we look at the highest. I mean, this would all come out of your office, but the highest times. I know during the summer, Supervisor Half and myself with the 108 corridor and the corridor going up to Yosemite. I mean, it's hustling and bustling. And when are we going to fund what we pass taxes to fund? So I wish we could get some. I think we need to further discuss that. I know the 2% increase hasn't happened yet, but you know what? We have an increase in TOT right now. Doesn't mean we can't start doing that now. And so,
Supervisor, I can't in good conscience come up here and ask you for 5 new positions, which we need. There is no doubt we need, when I can't fill them. My overtime budget this year was the highest I believe it's ever been. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's amazingly high. We do a great job of managing overtime, but I am mandating people in every day. The deputies don't want to answer their phone on the weekend. They don't want to come in and work overtime. I have deputies that are getting 1 day off months at a time. That's part of the reason why folks are leaving. We have to do something to offset.
Are you seeing that same trend throughout the state? People leaving, not being able to fill positions?
No, if I look, and I come from Stanislaus County, so I still have a lot of friends there.
Right, and they're close.
They're full. The first time they've been full in years. They just got a lot of incentives to be full. So, if you look at, hey, I can pay another $800,000 in overtime, but that to me seems like a waste of money. It's wearing out my staff. They're leaving to go to other types of jobs. They're just quitting.
So when are we going to have a discussion about what those incentives can be?
I would love to do that, and I think we have a plan later.
So that would be part
August?
of bargaining.
Bargaining?
That's bargaining. So that would take place in closed session.
I mean, we got to get ahead of it. I don't see it getting any better. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't either.
And we're getting more revenues, and it's going to get worse. So I'll leave it at that. But this is simple. This is easy. But you brought it up, so I'll talk about it.
I love it. Thank you.
I don't really have any questions. I think this is a minimum ask for something that if you are going to get the body cameras, you're going to need.
And just kind of on in the vein of, because to me, it's not about that we're not funding the sheriff's office to the level it needs to be. It's that we're not funding it in a way that makes it attractive for retaining and attracting new deputies. Any organization as large as the sheriff's office is going to have turnover on a regular basis. People come in, they retire, they go out, they switch jobs. So you have to be able to replace those people that find other opportunities. Do we have anything like a signing bonus, or what are some of the methods that are that other sheriff's offices are using to address that issue? And I know what you're going to say is pay everybody more, which is what we've heard a lot. But every time you increase wages in that way, it lasts forever, and it can have a snowball effect. But
And I think we could probably do a separate study session on all these ideas. I do think that when you're a young individual, you look more at dollar amount when you're, how much money am I going to make? Can I buy the cool things and do the things I want to do? Can I go on vacation? This day and age, folks look for that. As they mature, myself, I'm looking for retirement and benefits. So, there's a fine line there, and I'm not sure what the exact answer is for our county, but I think we need to have a serious discussion about it, and I would appreciate that opportunity.
Okay. All right, thank you. Other questions for the sheriff? Okay.
No question other than maybe, I'm not sure if we have to wait till bargaining or if we can bring this back. We can't wait. Or we have to wait.
Well,
We are in current negotiations with the DSA unit, so all of these conversations need to stay within that realm.
Okay.
And I'm looking at Sarah, who's nodding, but I can't, you have to look at her to see her nodding.
Oh, the attorney spoke. Oh, great. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Sheriff. So I'm looking at the clock. We're at the lunch hour. I'm going to kind of poll the board now. Do we want to continue through lunch? We could take a short break right now and come back, or we could break for lunch and then return to finish out, because I don't think we're going to be able to get through all this in the next. So shall we get through the next?
If we do the next few, we have two more requests for personnel, and maybe that might be a good place to break. And then you'll have heard from department heads with their request, and then maybe we can come back to finish.
Okay, so let's finish out the department head requests, and then and the position request. Do you think, is that a lengthy? Because there's a lot on here, but it may not be.
It's a summary of the ones we'll be
this is a
discussing.
summary. So
And you motioned at me as, it's up to us whether it's long.
Well, I
Okay.
did, yes, sorry,
Gotcha.
but it depends on the amount of conversation the board wants to
Okay.
have, I'm sorry.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on to facilities then. Thank you. And thank you, board members.
All right, thank you. Our facilities manager could not be here today, but we are asking for a facilities supervisor. This is a position that we had in years past. I think in 2013 it was eliminated. This position will allow our facilities manager really to focus on getting those contracts out, getting the RFPs done, while somebody else can go out in the field and manage and supervise those big projects. And we do have, on the horizon with us trying to move out of leased facilities into county-owned facilities, there's some work that's going to need to occur, and this would allow that person to fill that capacity and make sure that those projects are moving along. And this will allow us to get projects done faster moving forward. Additionally, anytime, because this position lives in the general fund cost center, anytime we do work in other cost centers such as Health and Human Services, which we know we have a big project going there, roads or any other fund, that time is billed back to that cost center. So while there is a cost of approximately $72,000 for this fiscal year, that will be offset by charges to other non-general fund departments. Any questions?
Just looking at past budgets, do you have an idea of what percentage that would be that we bill back to other departments? Half, a third?
I'd have to go back and look and really dig into that.
And then I just have one other question that came to mind. How many staff are supervised out there?
So I believe we have 5 facility maintenance workers right now.
5 workers, and then you have.
Yeah, so this position would supervise those 5 positions in the field, and we actually have them all full right now at this time.
Okay.
And it would also allow them the ability to meet with contractors on site and manage those projects and do the job walks and get those things and supervise the contractors also, because some of those larger projects we do contract out for services.
Okay. I'll chew on it for a little bit, but one supervisor for 5 people, I would think maybe we could use more workers.
This
Do we have any
individual
vacant
would-
positions?
Well, this individual would also be hands-on, just like Ed does. You'll see him doing work himself. These are, it's like everyone else in our county, if you're a director, you're still doing line work. But remember that as we move towards renovation of, say, this floor, the courthouse, TG, and maybe the old Washington Street courthouse, we will need like a project manager just for the Tuolumne General project alone, which this position might end up being that. If that were the case, you could see anywhere from 50 to 80% of that cost being allocated to Health and Human Services. There's no way that with those types of projects, along with all of the other capital improvement projects we're doing, that Ed will be able to keep all of those going on his own. He's stretched so thin already. So that allows them to kind of divide and conquer. And also oversee contractors, which Ed has to do that as well. So just another thought with that. But we have some really large scale renovations coming up, and having someone else who could help to oversee those will help to speed those up.
So it sounds like the gist is because of all these projects, which a lot of them are going to save us rent.
Correct.
Okay, so there's a cost savings.
And it does,
potentially to
again, it's
expedite
kind of like your directors or anyone else, anytime you can get them out of that, above the line, I call it, so that he can look at more of a strategy to how do we attack this deferred maintenance problem. Right now, we're just kind of jumping on and reacting rather than strategizing, and we have a lot of county buildings. And they also have a groundskeeper, or 2. No, there's 1 and a half groundskeeper.
Would you be part of that capital improvement project plan?
We did, the board, previous board, when we had asked for a capital improvement plan, did not approve that, no.
Okay, but potentially he could be used.
No, we will need to hire a firm for that. They'll hire engineers and electricians and everything when they come in and look at the buildings.
Okay.
But they could oversee that so that it's being done correctly and they can answer those questions.
Yeah, one question on this. When we were talking about it, one of the things that, as I understand, was taking up a lot of Ed's time was RFPs, purchasing agreements, things like that. If we are moving to add a purchasing analyst from the Internal Service Fund, would that be offloading that from his position potentially? So he might be the one to go greet the contractor and have more time for high-level strategy?
To some extent, the purchasing analyst would not meet with them. And really, the way with facilities right now, the way it works is a lot of times we have to engage an engineer or some other consultant to help draft the scope of work because the work is so specific. For example, our elevator here in this building, there's state requirements, and so we don't have the internal capacity. So Ed would still work with those contractors and engineers to draft the scope of work, which could in turn could be handed over to the purchasing analyst to finalize, and really that position is going to be to review the contracts that are coming from departments, not to completely draft them from the start.
Okay. Understand. And if we were to hire, Supervisor Kirk mentioned any more folks who are working in facilities there, at what point do we hit a class, out-of-class issue where they need to have a supervisor for however many there are?
I don't know that you would hit an out-of-class issue if they're still performing the duties that are within their scope. Now, if you ask one of the facilities maintenance workers to go supervise other individuals, then there would be an issue.
I see. So there isn't an issue outside of capacity with Ed having 5 or 6 people under him?
Correct. No issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we have any other questions on that. Thank you.
We'll move to the next one. The next one is for the Board of Supervisors, and this is addition of an executive clerk. Now, this would be a full-time benefited position who would solely focus on supporting the 5 board members. As you can see, with the elimination of the deputy CAO from my office, there's a net savings here, if you were to add that, of about $150,000 a year. This is coming from both from me listening to each of you at different times, as well as what I'm watching is taking place during the day and hearing what is taking place. Right now, your board clerk 1-2 has about, she about 2/3 of her time really has to be focused on getting the board meetings done, getting everything posted, the final documents, getting the minutes done. So as board members are asking and looking for assistance, she will have to prioritize those tasks above providing any administrative support to you. Each of you are different, and each of you want different level of support at different times. But this would give someone who would be just solely dedicated to that support and not prioritizing board meetings and board minutes above what you need. So that's why this is in here.
Questions? Yes, Supervisor Howe.
Although I think it would be wonderful to have a clerk between all of us, we do have the interns in the budget, and I'd like to give that a go first to see how far we can go with that before we hire another body. So that's kind of where I stand with this. Excuse me.
And you beat me to it. But I haven't spoken on the intern thing completely yet. I'll say that for the end. Yeah, I don't know what level of services each board member is requesting or what that looks like. I don't know. I would love to have more help. I work 2 jobs full-time, but I took on that responsibility and I find time to accomplish what I'm required to do. So I guess I don't have enough information other than we have an outstanding board clerk who just returned, and I think she's very capable. But on the same token, if a lot is being required of her that we're not going to, and there's not the capacity, then we as a board need to have that discussion so that we're on the same page. Because there's only so much time in the day.
Yeah, I think the only thing the board needs to consider, and of course, whatever you want to do is where we'll go, but interns only go so far. I mean, I've handled interns for years in different industries. They're fantastic, they're eager, they're passionate, they want to learn, but that learning, it means it's an impact on your existing staff. We have to keep retraining them. We've got to put them in the system. We've got a lot of work to do there, and everyone is feeling like they don't have capacity already. So that would be the only thing I would say. And right now I am seeing and hearing of things that are going to the board clerk that she simply is not going to be able to do at times. And so that would be my only caution to the board as you're thinking of weighing the two. It is double the cost, and I get that. And so whatever, we're looking at you for your direction.
Well, and with interns, it's, if I read it right, it's a semester by semester, correct? So you might be retraining people every semester. So I hear you. Okay, thanks.
Supervisor.
There's a lot to this position and, in scheduling, and certainly I immensely appreciate everything that our current board clerk has been able to do to help us with this. I feel given the budget, given some of the hard choices we're having to make, this is a luxury that we can't afford. And if it ends up being that the service that I get as far as help with that, I have to take on more myself or use other tools to help with that, I think that's the way it's got to be. I may benefit, I think, as a board member from understanding a little bit more about those time divisions of, okay, what other tasks are having to be done and what has been the impact of any requests on there. And then I think adjusting for that. I don't think this is a bad idea in the future. I think this is something we should work towards when we get our budget back on track. So for right now, I would rather have, I think, a support position for one of the other departments that's processing thousands of public concerns than I think one supporting what is a group of 5 hopefully very capable people that I think can be able to work on this. So.
Well, we're kind of running the gambit here. The intern program I'm looking forward to, but I am concerned about the retraining aspects, where if you have somebody that's a staff member, you're going to likely get a different level of expertise of somebody that, as we work with them, they'll understand us better and be able to help us more. And so I really like that aspect, and quite honestly, there's a number of areas that I would have liked to have already gone down some roads to accomplish some things that I didn't feel I had enough capacity myself to do so. None of them are huge, but they all add up, and they really, eat into your day or nights, weekends, whatever. So I understand the concerns about, is this a little bit too much? But, recently, we saw Chief Campbell and I were down in Tulare County, much larger county, but, each supervisor had a whole staff. And that's quite the same with many other counties, having at least one dedicated person. So I'm supportive of this. I think it'll be beneficial, but I'm also cognizant of the financial issues, and let's work through the rest of the process today. But I just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, and I'm kind of there too. I look at the internship idea differently than this. I kind of see, having worked with in intern programs and with interns, I see that more as something that we as supervisors and the administrative department and the county can offer to the community in terms of training our future leaders, and not so much that we're going to get. My expectation of what we're going to get out of it is fairly low. I'm sort of looking at it as more something to foster a love of civic engagement and public service with young people that would be interning for a program. That's kind of how I view it, and that in my experience that's usually how these programs work, is that you really spend more time training the interns on basic functions of what the job is than the interns give back to the organization in terms of the work that they're able to generate, and that's totally fine. This is something where we're talking about how bringing someone on board that can be here over the course of hopefully an entire career, and get to know us as individuals, to know our needs, to be able to help other departments and staff in an emergency and when the need arises, if there are illnesses or any kind of emergency. And it is, in not to go in the way back, but I think in years past, there were actually 2 positions of this type in the board. And they were eliminated due to the severe budget shortfalls we had in 2008, 2009, actually 2011, I think. And they've just never been restored. And we're looking at bringing back potentially half of that. I don't think it's out of the realm of what's reasonable, but of course, we have to kind of decide on these things. But that's kind of where I'm coming from with this. I think it would be useful, and I think it would pay for itself many times over in what it could bring to the board and to the community's engagement with us. Yeah, in another.
And I agree. I was looking at this as a different position, but since we have entered a little bit into the discussion about the internship program, Phil, I want to contribute a little bit on my perspective. So I actually did 2 Kenneth L. Maddie Institute public policy internships. This is a public policy institute out of CSU Fresno, serves multiple campuses. And as Chair Campbell mentioned, this is an investment, I think, in the leaders of tomorrow, getting them involved so that they are able to see how government works, work directly with electeds. It's an amazing opportunity. And what it offers is effectively minimum wage compensation. It's very low. But to even get a paid internship at that level really means a lot. And it lets a student be able to, cover the rent and programs like that. Too often right now, internships are not compensated, or they're not with an official institute. They're not for the education of the intern. Interns are not staff. Interns are there to learn, and they bring energy and ideas in. I think they're a net benefit. There are things that are great work for interns, like certificates to the community, attending events and being able to, assist with constituent cases or concerns coming in. These are things that I dealt with. It is not a replacement for this position, and certainly I hope that in considering this, we'll look at this as something that expands our capacity as a board. It's people that we can work with to help empower. I think they're going to be as good as the attention and input that we also are able to give them to help empower them to be great. And who knows, 10, 20 years, they might be the next ones up here. They might be our next state elected leaders. They might be serving on committees here. And I think that's a really important investment in our community. For $25,000 to offer that opportunity at $2,000 a student, that's a bargain.
Okay, so, yeah.
No, I just wanted to thank you, for stating that, Supervisor Brandon, because I believe there is value in the interns. It's a learning for them, but they can also assist in many ways. But I don't think that's enough. I actually feel we need both. I think we need the interns and filling that role, and this position to take care of the higher level stuff, and they truly will get to know us and work with us in ways that an intern, probably wouldn't. So,
Okay. Any other comments on that? Okay.
Because we're discussing the intern thing, which I didn't really discuss earlier. I love the idea of getting younger people or anybody into see what we do in government and civic engagement, all that. I just don't know if using taxpayers' dollars is the best way to do that. When I was young and I wanted to get into my career, I worked for free for 6 months, and when the interview came, there's 102 applicants, and there's one position, and I got it. And it was simply because I showed up for 6 months for free. And so what I'm trying to say is I get young people, I get their financial struggles, been there, done that, but I just don't know if we want to be paying for semester after semester. I think in many areas it will be taxing on some of our staff. I'm not there with this executive clerk, but I would say that would be a stronger argument simply because there's way more capacity with somebody who's a professional here 24/7, not 24/7. Let's see, 5 days a week, 40 hours. But that would seem to be that would actually get more accomplished, I think. So that's where I stand on the intern thing. If anybody listening is young and wants to get in government, call me. Come to my office. I'd love to put you to work. And if you're worth a dime, I'll pay you some of my own money from my supervisory paycheck. But if you're lazy, and I will quietly walk you out the door. Anyways, it's just the way I was brought up. So, all right, said enough.
Okay. CAO Riggs, you wanted to talk about Access Tuolumne.
Yeah, there was one more slide. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I forgot, but I think if we get to the end of some of these other things, when we come back, it will be your wrap it up and decision making. So this just summarizes what you heard from your CDD, animal control, assessor, facilities, and board. These are all the positions. It would be about 10 FTEs. The cost, if all of those were added, would be 700 and sorry, the sheriff clerk is not on there, is what he's telling me. So it'd be $772,000. And again, that's with about an August start date. So when I was looking, you can add about $150,000 if they were all funded for a full fiscal year, what that impact would be if they weren't hired a bit later. The next slide is, I've been listening to a lot of conversations for a little while about our local access to Tuolumne station, and some other ideas about as we work to improve our transparency and develop a better communication and relationship with our community, that there's a lot of area that we are not utilizing. And we also have, so just to kind of back up for a bit, so we receive franchise fees from Comcast. It's over $500,000 a year. We just became aware that there's a potential another large provider in the community in the community here, or that should be paying PEG fees and the franchise fees and have not been. Now we're working with county council. We'll identify that. If that's the case, we'll begin working with that the other provider. So if you look at this, what we put together was an idea of bringing really Access Tuolumne back into the county sphere. And what that would do is give us full-time access to essentially the station manager who could be handling that. So I had asked our HR to go ahead and give me an idea of what the salary survey would be. And we did actually also look at Calaveras County. They have brought theirs inside into the county. So what you're seeing up here is a base of and this is with full compensation of $96,000 up to $116,000 per year. Some part-time salaries and services and supplies. Right now, our current budget is about $20,000. It'll probably be higher as we add more board meetings and stuff. We obviously have to pay to have those done. So it brings that net net expense down to $150, and then they have some revenues in there, and that would bring it about $130. So to bring this department in, if we wanted to do that, is $130,000 to $150,000 a year. And again, these are estimates. With an idea that we already receive $500,000 in franchise fees that have never been forwarded over to Access Tuolumne. They've always gone right into the general fund. And if that other provider should have been paying all these years and has not, then we'll begin working with them to get them into paying that on an annual basis. So it's very possible that through the end of this, we actually end up seeing that there is no county cost. I also think that the services that could be provided, having this person who could provide full-time services to the county, the videos that we want to do when we talk about recruitment. The sheriff had just done a video to have that done. We have OES who has done a video. All of those would no longer be cost to the county general fund in order for those to happen, because they would be in the general fund. So just another item for your board to consider as each of you, and I've had conversations and I've been listening and watching for some time now. But as I started thinking about that, about the services that this particular change could make and where the board values are with transparency and communication, it could really be a game changer for us. And with time, we would look at that other communications contract, that how they partner, or could be we use one less than the other, for example, but we won't know until we were to begin working with the two individuals or the two companies together. So this is just something for your board to consider. And then when we come back, we'll be looking to the board to give us some direction on how to put this budget together, knowing that on June 15th, we actually will have printed those big old binders you've seen with all of the data, and it would give us a spending plan for July 1st. But and then in here, if your board were to choose, you wanted to go down this road and create the department, what we would do is have to come back and we would create the classification, specification, pay range, and assignment to bargaining unit, with the hope that we could include all that on the June 15th with the rest of the budget documents. And happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. I just had one question real quick. We already have a contract with Access Tuolumne to provide broadcast. Would we still be paying that, or would that?
No, see that GF reduced expense right now,
Okay,
that's just an
so that's-
estimate
that's
of
the
what.
20, okay.
Exactly,
Gotcha.
yes. And I
Just
think
making
there's
sure.
more in different areas I'm just unaware of, but that's what I could find
Yeah.
immediately, yes.
Yeah, okay. Questions? Supervisor Kirk?
You mentioned franchise fees. Franchise fees would pay for this?
Possibly. So right now, what if the other provider should have been paying, it will be more than enough to
Right.
pay for this addition. But right now, we currently receive franchise fees from Comcast.
Okay.
And that's been, this last year, I think it's been about $500,000. I think we budgeted $515,000 this year.
What are those current fees going towards?
Just the general fund discretionary spending for the board.
Okay. I mean, so the only issue I have is when we say there's no county cost, but
No.
there is a cost because it takes away from the general fund. If we
I
were
know
to
it
put
says
this-
net county cost is approximately 130 to 151,000 is what that slide says. So it does show a county cost.
No, right, but I just heard a statement earlier that, what I'm saying is that would be a hit to the general fund of that much per year.
Yes,
So-
it would be a cost like any other department.
Right.
Yep.
So, me just looking at this at 30,000 foot elevation, we have something in place right now with Access Tuolumne. It just appears from my stance that we're basically just beefing it up, but paying more money. What is the return of value? What are we getting in return?
The return to value is we get 100% of that individual's time, whoever that might be. We get 100% of their time, not a portion to do a board meeting, but we really get to do a lot more. We talk about doing more of these virtual town halls where they could be televised and made available on our public access television station. We're not doing any of that stuff. Meet a supervisor, talk about with a department head, public safety, fire, CDD. There's a lot we don't do now that we could do that would definitely enhance the knowledge that we provide and the education we could provide to our community on what's available and what's out there.
But what about that $100,000 contract? And forgive me, I wasn't here at the last board meeting, but there's up to $100,000 for
communications,
for
right?
transparency, communication. I mean,
Right. So that
100,000
one,
there, 150,000
well, it doesn't
here.
mean we'll spend it. And like I said, they may enhance and we may use one and less than the other. But the other one is really to help us get our social media platform up and running. And we don't do that now. I mean, everyone is piecemealing it. So they are different. When we say up to $100,000, again, that was for some of those town halls and other things. This could give us potentially some benefit and resources internally where we would not need to go external for those services any longer.
Yes. I would just like to know more of what we're actually going to get for it. I mean, you kind of told me, but like,
I think some of it we just don't know, Supervisor, until we really had more access to that, that service. I think the creativity that could be available to the county as a result of having that individual in-house is.
would it be worth asking them what can they provide with the full-time position? What services will you be able to provide?
Could I give you an example really easily that's not in that $20,000? The last two elections, I've used Access Tuolumne to get out information about voting. Each election, I spent about $3,200. In the current budget, I have another $3,200 to use Access. I know CDD, because I signed the journal entries, they also use Access Tuolumne. But it's like what Tracy is saying. I think it would be a great avenue for departments to be able to use little snippets and get information out there for new things that are coming up, and to educate the public via TV, public access, because I know I got lots of responses when we did SB 450, when we went to the vote centers versus using polling places, and most of the information came from TV access. The $3,200 was well worth what it would have cost my staff to try to get the information out. We went out to all sorts of clubs to tell the information, but I always pointed to public access TV or Tuolumne TV so that they could watch what was put together. And it's very, very beneficial. And I think that a lot of departments you wouldn't even think about, could really use this to get the word out to people and the public could have a great access to some of the think of recreation and what we could put out there in April and May to tell them about all the recreational programs. I just know for elections, it was a winner for me, big time.
Do we have any data on what their audience is? How many viewers?
I don't, I'm sure I could get it,
I
but
think
I
that would
don't
be
have,
helpful,
I
because I
don't
mean,
have
I
that
could
right
spend
now.
$150,000 on videos and ads with my Motherload and Union Democrat and probably maybe reach more people. So I kind of like to know the audience, how far the outreach is, and because I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying that's where my mind's at, is I just want to put the money where it's going to be most effective. Because yes, we want transparency, but I want to also hit it where we can get the most views. So maybe like that.
I know Supervisor Goldenberg had a question. Did you?
No, just so some comments. I think this is very much in line with what we were looking at doing and what we looked at in our priorities on transparency. It's a way to get even more information out, get the word out. I didn't know about, I guess I knew that we were using services in other departments, but I didn't really understand. I didn't, CDD had been using them too. Do we have any feel for this other franchise firm on when we'll get an idea of whether or not those funds might come in?
I don't at this time.
Okay. I'm supportive of this. I also am curious about the data, as Supervisor Kirk said, how many people, but if you have this and you expand it, I would presume that we'd be expanding our people that are viewing, at the same time. So that could be a big consideration. Yeah, I think we need to, again, we're going to have some overall discussions here, but, I just wanted to get those points out there. Thanks.
Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, my biggest concern with this, and I think what Access to Tuolumne does is fantastic, and we pay for the service and it's very high quality. I'm looking at this, and what we currently have is a flexible contract, where if we wanted to do any of these services for a department, we would just have to pay for it, correct? Out of the general fund. So we could say that if we wanted to have department heads do once every week a 5-minute video that's produced where they explain what they do, or a town hall or something like that, we could allocate that funding from the general fund. This is simply tying us to I guess making it to where then this will have to be an expense. It's no longer flexible. It will be all year, and we'll have all this capacity with ideas of how we could use it, but it's not needs-based. As in, okay, we want this project, this is how much it's going to cost. So that's a little bit of my concern. As I mentioned, both are general fund. I also would like to know a little bit about the audience information. I think it's very important that we have that as an option. But when we're talking about it being a major communication avenue, it's going to be very important to me to know the cost per impression, cost per acquisition. So when we spend $1, how many people are going to be seeing that? And how many people are we actually engaging with that? And the last is, I think we did make a big move in following through on increasing communication and transparency of this board with the recent communications firm contract. That looks to be town halls. It looks to be, as we talked about, potentially, departments getting out more information. They had talked about, I think, graphics, video production, those types of collaterals and materials. So they can offer much of this, and it may be that they recommend we need to do a video about fire insurance, talking about how bad that is here, getting our chiefs on there, getting our staff behind it, and then we send that to try and get it viral and some attention to what's a huge issue, or talking about our road situation and breaking it down as to here's the challenges we face. That firm could then direct us to allocate those funds as needed. So right now, though it's an interesting concept, I'd like to see what funds we're getting in for that. I think it works for now, and we can expand it on an idea basis as needed.
Supervisor Huff?
Yeah, let's see if I can remember all my points. As you all know, I've been working with Access Tuolumne this year as one of the commission's committees that I've been on. And, excuse me. And they are working to expand their reach into the community, just like we are wanting to. So I think it's a good match in that it's not just any longer seen as a cable 8, something only people on cable see. And for those viewing this Board of Supervisors meeting today, it's also available on Roku. You can use it on your smart TV, Apple TV, and just new Amazon Fire, I believe, besides going to the website and seeing it online there. So one of the comments that I made when we had the PR group come is all I heard was social media, social media. We have, as you know, a good sector of our community that watches TV. They're generally older, but not necessarily so. And we need to do a better job of getting the message out in ways that people that are not going to be on social media can get. And so this is one of those gems that we have the opportunity to pick up on. One thing I wanted to say, as far as what our CIO has told us, there are actually 2 other providers out there that should be paying both the franchise fees and the PEG fees. One is very big and one is a smaller one. So Chris Schmidt has been working on this. It's a big thing, but we have the possibility of bringing all of this into the county as a result. And it would more, even with what the franchise fees and the PEG fees that we get now, more than pay for this. The PEG fees only go to equipment. We do have updated, really modern equipment. We have a great recording facility that is available to the public. But this increases our capacity for our goal number 4, modernize government and increase effectiveness to better serve the community. I think that's the one where we talk about transparency. If it's not, I apologize. But this is another way to reach out to our community and provide another way for them to connect with us, because not everybody's going to connect on social media. Thank you.
And, and do you have one more point you wanted to make?
Yeah, we're kind of bringing closure here, but there was a couple of positions we didn't talk about, and I just wanted to inquire about.
Okay,
one of them,
before you do that, could I actually had some comments on
Sure.
Access 12, if that's okay? So this, I think we can, specifically with these new potential franchise fees, I'm a little bit of a bird in hand type of guy. I wouldn't want to stake anything on the possibility that we could get funds, but it does seem quite likely that there would be some funds coming from these other franchise fees. And so that would kind of, right there, that would pay for what we're describing. But, Supervisor Half, you touched on the PEG fee, which is a restricted fund through Access Tuolumne for things like equipment and some of the other services they provide. And you've got that actually as one of the line items here, $50,000. And so if we're able to work this and find a way to bill whatever those costs would be to the restricted fund, then that's, then you can subtract 50,000 from what's being proposed here. So I think there's ways to reduce the overall cost here within the confines of the organization. Because when you look at like the PEG fund, there's a fair amount of money in the restricted PEG fund through Access Tuolumne. The only problem is you can't spend it on. It's a restricted fund, so there are very specific ways you can spend it. But I think some of what's proposed here could be shifted onto that fund rather than come directly out of the general fund from the county. But and I may be wrong in that, but I think this is definitely worth looking at. I think it's something that could expand. Access Tuolumne is expanding, and they're doing a fantastic job. They have really great leadership, really great members on the board right now that are doing a lot of good in the community. And we need to get on board. If the rocket's going up, we want to get on board it. So, but I also, I with respect to Supervisor Kirk, the cost is fairly high, And so if we can kind of work on that and work the problem and see if there are other sources of funding to kind of round off the edges, I think that would be really worthwhile. But that's kind of where I'm at with it. And Supervisor Goldenberg, you had a couple comments, and then I was gonna. Right, and so we're not all the way through the budget talk yet. So what I was going to do is, I think you have some comments. If they're brief, then we can break for lunch and then come back and finish up. Or do we want to do public comment before? Because we actually have more to talk about. So I would like to. No, we haven't, yeah. So, yeah, I would suggest we wait till the end for public comment because there's still a lot more to go through. I don't know, are you folks coming back after lunch? Okay.
Yeah, if we're taking a lunch in the middle, maybe doing 2 public comment sessions.
Do we have folks on the phone? Nobody on the phone?
Well, okay.
Well, okay, so let's see, how are we feeling on that? Do we want to do public comment now? Because I kind of, I wouldn't want to, we kind of, so.
I'm good with public comment.
So.
Well, sorry. We do have people here in the audience, and out of courtesy to them, I think we should have 2 public comment periods, one now and one later.
Okay.
It may take a couple minutes for people on the phone to dial in and know that they can do public comment right now.
And I'm kind of in that mindset too. I'm trying to be respectful of everyone's time. And then like you said, we do have people down here. I'm just going to check real quick with County Council. So if we do take public comment now, I know that it creates an issue if somebody would like to speak again later on the same topic. Is that correct?
Right,
So you're not going to get 2 bites at the apple.
Correct. Generally, it's,
Okay.
They'll be able to speak to everything that's been discussed up until this point. And then
Okay.
if it's something separate and different, they could speak again to that other, because you do have a lot more to discuss.
Okay. So if somebody's commenting on item X now, and then if we open public comment again later, they could not comment again on item X.
Correct.
Okay, so if we're all okay with that, I think we'll go ahead and open public comment. Did you want to have something to say first?
No, I'll hold mine until after lunch and address it then, thanks.
Okay, so great. We got it worked out. Okay, so we'll go ahead and open the floor for public comment on discussions we've had thus far. Would anybody like to speak on this item? Anybody on the phone? Oh my gosh, all the sound and fury.
Speaking of, I'd love to get the viewership of our meetings too, some stats on that.
It's a lot more than you'd think.
I hope.
Yeah,
I really hope.
A lot of people watch these dang meetings of ours, so. Okay, so if there's no public comment, I'll go ahead and close that portion, and we'll break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you all very much.
Yes, thank you. So we just went through a whole presentation from some of your department heads about some of their needs in order to continue providing services or enhance services. The next part of the budget before we get into decision-making is just a revisit of where are we and what does your board have, where the capacity is to add back to this budget. So as you may remember, Eric took you through that the estimated year-end fund balance, or our beginning fund balance for 21-22 is estimated to be around $3 million. Our recommendation is that we would always reestablish contingencies at the board policy, so $800,000 would go there. Again, board policy of at least $250,000 a year going into reserves, that would go in, which would leave $1.9 million for board allocation. Sorry. So one of the other board budget policies is that we use one-time revenues or one-time monies on one-time expenses. So staff and departments went through and started looking at what might be in the budgets that would be truly considered one-time. What you have here are a list of different one-time costs. We have really a very high and extraordinarily high number of cases that our district attorney and our public defender are dealing with. On there, that $9,000, it's a small number, but that is what we would think about 3 months for 1 quarter of paying rent. The idea it's one time because they'll be moving out and it won't be reoccurring. There's the remodel in there for the recreation building. We have the one time, the communications consultant of up to $100,000. There have been some conversation about the tax collector for the Cub software. And that's what that is. They're in a DOS system right now, so that is also in the budget, and we consider that a one-time investment. A gas prover, which your ag commissioner needs for the weights and sealers for going in and testing all of the gas stations, and she can give you more detail of what that means if you'd like it. Megabyte upgrade, PeopleSoft, as we continue working towards implementation of the new software, we will no longer be paying PeopleSoft. So this is $327,000. That's a large number. County Council, as you board may remember, because we have our HR director who's retiring in December, we had asked to put additional funding in there for litigation, I'm sorry, not litigation, bargaining attorneys' time. So that's outside counsel. And then the intern program, and then we have a server for IT. So the total of this is $1,168,000. Our current shortfall, as you saw earlier, is $620,000. We show the beginning fund balance of $1.9 million, one-time expenses of $1,168,000. That means the remaining fund balance would be $751,000. However, by identifying those one-time costs, we have identified $548,000 of what would have been reoccurring, meaning if that $1,168,000 of one-time costs had been in this budget, had not been there, your board would have additional dollars to put towards services that we might not otherwise be able to do. So the point in all this is you have $548,000 your board could decide to put towards reoccurring costs. And then there's $751,000 according to the board's budget policy that would go towards one-time costs, giving you a total of almost $1.3 million for further allocation. So we've come up with a few options. There are 2 options. What you will see in both of these, the first will not include code enforcement. The other one, we don't have a slide on here. Because we focused on the general fund here, is in fire, we had talked about adding what we're going to talk about pre-funding. So using the American Rescue Plan to pre-fund code enforcement and your fire inspector. And we'll get into that, but I want you to know, because I know there's going to be a question, I don't see code enforcement in there. They're on another slide. So on this slide, a recommendation would be to get your community development department fiscal tech, animal control office assistant, the assessor office assistant, sheriff's clerk, facilities management supervisor, and then the executive clerk. The total of, if you were to add all of these, is $343,000. And you're right, all of the positions aren't there, but this is a recommendation at this time. If your board wanted to use, you'd have $205,000 left of recurring funds. If your board had wanted to add in the public access TV station manager, that would take another $150,000, which would leave about $55,000 remaining.
Tracy, just a quick question on that. So you're saying of the remaining recurring funds, so this is not fund balance?
This is fund balance, but we've identified what would have been recurring revenues because you're using so much of your current, essentially you're using $1.2 million of fund balance, which then would free up recurring funds that are already in the budget.
Okay, so that's what I mean, is the 1.3 million the recurring funds that are now freed up? It's not fund balance what's remaining?
The $548,000 is what's free that would be recurring revenues.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So this is one option. The next one we kind of go over, if you were to further funds available for allocation, so you would take that $751,000 and then the $50,000 left over from recurring. For $86,000, that's the amount we have for a shortfall, which would get us a generator and the library, archives, and senior center. If you're going to add an investigator, district attorney, she will need a vehicle for that investigator, so there's the 45,000. Archive storage, we probably should have just put that in their budget, but what the assessor has been doing is he rents out space to different counties or jurisdictions. If he adds that shelving in, he would actually be able to generate revenue with that. And then we are recommending that we begin pursuing the body cameras for deputies. We have some work we will need to do with the employees and then a policy, but we are recommending that we begin pursuing body cameras for our deputies. So the remaining fund balance to contingencies, if you spent all of that from the 805, if you spent the 291, it would leave $500,000, which if you added that to your $800,000 currently in contingencies, it would leave 1.3 million in contingencies. The next slide is where we go over some additional requests. So of that 514,000, if you did not want to put that in contingencies, here are a few other requests that have come in. So fire for a type 2 fire engine, 450,000. Roads, a street sweeper, the 330,000. Arts Alliance, 50,000. And then the EOC renovation. Our EOC equipment's not working. We've talked to you about that. And the estimate is about 250,000 to completely overhaul the EOC.
Just real quick on the street sweeper, I know we sent something up to Senator's office. Was that included in there? And
It was.
Do we have an idea of when we're going to get word back?
I have no idea. I've not heard anything. I know that Cole has been asked to talk about his specifically with Feinstein's office, but I have not heard anything since then.
And I guess my question would be, say we approve that, and the office did come back.
It would free it up then.
Okay.
Yeah, we could free it up then. Unless they had some rule that you couldn't have purchased it yet or something like that, we'd already purchased it. So just depends on if they approved it, what rules they placed on it. And here's the one where we talk about pre-funding. We've talked about utilizing lost revenues from COVID-19 from the American Rescue Plan to do what we've talked about, really pre-funding code enforcement. So we have the three because in order to, you heard Quincy, the way she'd like to reorganize her office, she would need that principal plans examiner. And then the fire inspector, which this is a net cost because your board had directed us to come back with the fire fees and that those would begin January 1st. So Liz will be bringing that to you fairly soon. The difference between the cost of the fire inspector, which would be hired in October, and the revenues coming in, which we estimate about $40,000 for 6 months, is a net cost of $20,000. So here, if you wanted to use the American Rescue Plan to fund these three positions, it would be $349,000. Now we're going to go to option 2, which is, this is by far the most conservative option there, but does not offer any relief to your departments with what you've heard from them today. You have $1,299,000 left to that you could allocate for different types of services or equipment or any other way that you wanted to allocate it. What you could do is put that entire amount into your contingencies with $800,000, which would bring you to almost $2.1 million in contingencies. With the recommendation that if your board wanted to do this, this would allow us, would give us a spending plan for July 1st, would also allow staff to do all of the necessary calculations for implementation of the minimum wage and the compaction, and would also allow us to wait for the final budget allocations and impacts on the state and federal government. Again, though, this would not offer your departments any relief. However, it is only a few more months out of the year until we get there. I mean, we're going to start doing budget study sessions the first week of August.
And just to clarify, so that's 1.3. That would eliminate everything on the slide with the fire engine and then those positions that we talked about earlier.
Correct. This is option 2. Option 1 was completely separate. So yes, none of those would take place if your board decided on this one. Next slide. So, however, we do keep the idea with option 2 if your board wanted to pre-fund, since it's completely separate from that remaining funds from fund balance, that you could, if you wanted to do that, that's still an option on here for your board to consider. And then questions. And we are looking to your board. So again, like we had discussed on June 15th, usually the third Tuesday of every year in June, your board adopts a recommended budget, which again gives you the spending plan beginning July 1st. And then immediately we go into year-end, really final year-end reconciliation. All the departments working with Debbie and her staff very closely so we can get the final fund balance, and that will take us into 21-22. And then in August, as you already know, we've reserved times in your calendars, special board meetings for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of the first week of August in order to do budget study sessions. And then another special board meeting the following week to talk about potential uses for the American Rescue Plan. So with that being said, we are looking to you for direction on how you would like us to develop the remainder part of this budget, and so we can get it printed and get it ready for June 15th.
Okay. So what I'm going to propose is if there are any other questions from the board, we can go through that, but kind of save our, overall philosophical comments on how the budget should be until after we've allowed the opportunity for public comment. So is there any questions on some of these things that the CAO has brought to us? Yeah.
Clarity, the question that you just asked. If we did option 2, is it slide 37 is what we would be, if you go to slide 37, is this what we would be canceling out?
I'm sorry,
If
can
we
you
went with-
repeat what you're asking?
If we went with
would-
option 2, recommendation option 2, which I believe is slide 39, would that be taking out slide 37?
Yes, they're
Those funds.
completely separate options,
Okay.
As well as.
as well as the
these-
previous one before that.
yeah.
There would be no positions added and no equipment purchased
Yeah,
if you went with
all
that.
of
option.
the added positions we've talked about, the assistants and all those.
Yeah,
kind
no
of things are
physical
not
tech,
included.
all of that. Yeah, all of this list is not in option 2. It's taking the entire remaining fund balance and putting it into contingencies.
And then I think I have one last question, since we're not doing philosophical comments right now.
Poor choice of words, maybe.
Right, no, it sounds smart, I like it. On the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau, when is that contract up? Is that this year or next year?
June 2022,
June,
for
okay.
next year.
And that was it, you're so sweet.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we could go back to slide 36, please. So of these items, and maybe I missed it, can any of the American Rescue Funds be used on these one-time costs here?
So we have not, with Debbie's office and our office, we're still calculating what those lost revenues would be until we have that final number for you, which is what we should have by the time we get to adopted. But right now, I don't have that for you. So
Okay.
it's possible, we just don't know what that lost revenue might be that, because there's a specific formula that they give us that we need to go through and calculate.
Okay, yeah, I'm very much in favor of using those funds wherever possible on one-time expenses. So looking at this list, it was kind of a natural jump.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
I guess I have one quick question. We've talked about the body cameras having the recurring cost. It's been brought up that that would be partly staffing to be able to go through the video and deal with what PRA basically requests. What would the other recurring costs be as far as amounts? I understand it'd be storage and maintenance and replacement. Do we have any idea what that would be an ongoing basis?
I'll defer to the sheriff and IT if they, I know they were working on it.
Is this working?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for having me up. Thank you for the question. We are in the preliminary stages of getting bids and quotes and information and which camera is going to work best for us. But there will be a recurring cost because as you videotape the public in public, if there is a request for that video, someone has to go back and redact or blur out those that have not given permission to have their face out in public. So, and that's where we're talking about that part of that clerk's position. There will be a reoccurring cost just because with like any technology, I'm sure every few years it's going to become outdated or they're not going to service this type anymore and you got to buy the new zippy wow one. Those types of things are going to be a reoccurring cost, but the real big kicker is the storage fees. The ones we're looking at now, we will store it for 6 months, which is a cost to us, and then it goes to the cloud. And that seems to be what most agencies are going to now. We are required to keep up to 13 months of the video for up to 13 months, so there is a need for that storage.
Okay. We have the two options here. There are some other issues I think we're going to probably talk about later related to the budget. Would this be something that if it was brought back in, what would be what was the date you said, second Tuesday?
Yeah, we will be doing budget study sessions the first week of August, the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I can't remember what that date is right now. It's like 6th, 7th, 8th or something like that.
Yeah, and along with other things, I mean, will we then probably have that preliminary study of what the cost would actually be, all the quotes and everything in?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the fear is that we go down all this work, all the negotiations, the bargaining, because it is going to be a change in working conditions, and we have to get policies in place. If it's something that this board doesn't want to do, let's move on and spend our time elsewhere.
Thank you.
Other questions? No? Questions?
Yeah, I just had a question for you, CAO Riggs, on slide number 36. The generator for the library senior services, the benefit of that, why we're asking for that, what the return is going to be.
So it's actually a partial cost because we're rolling forward some unspent funds for generators, the allocation. But essentially, you remember when we are doing cooling centers, we could actually still keep our library and recreation center open. And that is what one of the big, the perks are. So cooling and warming, actually, it goes both ways. And normally when the power goes down, they just shut. So it would still provide a service, both of those buildings for individuals during those times.
And so since it's involving the libraries that were closed, couldn't this be used for a Rescue Act funding?
It doesn't meet the normal terms. That's why it'd have to be lost revenue, like we were saying,
Yeah.
and we just we need time to go back and do that
Okay.
calculation.
All right, thank you.
So just going back to the body cameras, 150, that's out the door for the equipment and whatever we need to install. Does that include training in usage for deputies, kind of the ancillary costs that might be associated with that? So the 150,000 would cover the equipment and the training to use it? Okay. All right. Okay. All right, Supervisor Kirk.
Sorry, one last question. If we were to approve all these requests, everything we've talked about, I just want to be clear for myself. Do we still have a shortfall on slide 23 of $620,000?
Yes. Well, actually, you can go forward. We do give that, you know where it is, Jason, there. So we're using fund balance to cover the shortfall, which is why we go from the 1.9 million to the 1.3 million. It's because of the shortfall of 620,000. What we've done is identified if you had not paid $1.2 million in those one-time costs, what amount of your fund balance really would be recurring that you could spend, meaning if they weren't in there, you would have had reoccurring funds that would have allowed you to do more than you can do now. So that's why we've broken it up between what would be your one-time according to board policy and then what would really be recurring with the 548,000. So you've gone from the 1.9 minus the 620 to get to the 1.3.
So to make it simple, will we still have a shortfall?
No.
We'll have
We're taking care of the shortfall because you're only spending what's left over.
Yeah, I think what you're asking is if after all of this that we're talking about, do we still have a shortfall? And the answer to that is no.
No,
Correct?
no,
Okay.
not at all.
Yeah.
In fact, if you go with option one, there's still the recommendation to take that 500,000 and put it into contingencies unless you wanted to do the extra equipment costs.
And then that would, just for example, that would go to shore up if there was a shortfall, a larger shortfall next year,
Right.
for example.
Yes, and remembering that we've not put in that we have, 13 classifications, it'll go from up to minimum wage, they're all going to get a raise. And I don't know how many bodies that is, so that is not in any of these numbers. But when you see the option one, it allows you to add those positions that are in there. The option one also contains these, the generator, the vehicle, the shelving, and the body cameras, and you could still put $500,000 in the contingencies, bringing it to 1.3 million. If you wanted to do this option.
$500,000, but our board policy's always been what, 1%, which is 800,000?
We already have 800,000 in there, so this would be above and beyond what the board policy is, the 500.
It's a little extra buffer for this kind of things. All right, any other questions specific to what we've heard here? Yeah, just some philosophy left. Okay. Okay.
Under option one, slide 35, did you say earlier that there was something that was not in here?
It's not general fund. The other one that we realized when we spoke with Supervisor Goldenberg about the missing positions was the fire inspector. And it is later when we talk about the pre-funding, but I didn't put it here, but it's not general fund either. So it's on your.
I see it.
Yeah, it's on the back there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment at this point. We'll do the room first. If you have anything you'd like to say, please come up to the podium, and welcome to have your time. Time limit is 3 minutes, and then after we open it up to public comment in the room, we'll open it up to the phones. So if you're wanting to call, now would be the time. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Campbell and members of the board. I'm Lisa Mayo, and I am the president and CEO for Visit Tuolumne County. I really want to thank you for this opportunity to speak during this budget process, and I'm hoping that the comments I'm about to make can act as a launch pad for Visit Tuolumne County to better inform what we do and the impact of the tourism industry in Tuolumne County, and how TOT is so much bigger than just Visit Tuolumne County. And what led me to this approach is that I have now heard twice, both last year and this year during budget conversations at the county, that staff question the dollars that the Visitors Bureau is funded by through the county. Because of this statement, and for the benefit of the public who may not know, I'd like to take just a minute to explain transient occupancy tax. So Visit Tuolumne County, we create strategic marketing initiatives that invite visitors to Tuolumne County. The visitors stay the night in local lodging. In addition to the rate to stay at the lodging property, the hotelier collects an additional 10%, which will be 12% come July 1st of that rate. That 10% is TOT and goes directly to the county or city into the general fund. For the past 40 years, the Visitors Bureau has been funded 25% of the TOT to reinvest into marketing to further grow our visitor economy, which in turn grows the county's general fund. It's a win-win, as we always say. As we learned today, it's projected that Visit Tuolumne County would be funded at about $1.5 million. This means the county will receive $6 million, and then with the additional 2%, over $7 million in TOT funds generated through Tuolumne County's travel and tourism industry. TOT stays 100% local and, among other things, supports public safety, libraries, and recreation programs, all things that I, as a member of this community, care about. The county does not have to pay staff salaries, benefits, PERS, etc., to receive this incredible and reliable revenue source. The tourism industry does the heavy lifting. I also just wanted to discuss quickly a comment that was made during the last budget discussions, and that's something people have been asking me about. When the items were put up for possible cuts or caps, it was said that these items were low-hanging fruit. And I can tell you that the hoteliers, many of whom have risked everything to have and build their business here, who provide hundreds of jobs in Tuolumne County, who invest in our community in so many ways and have persevered through wildfires, floods, droughts, public safety power shutoffs, government shutdowns, and now a pandemic, TOT funds are more precious than ever and are the furthest thing from low-hanging fruit to them. Many hoteliers and businesses throughout Tuolumne County count on Visit Tuolumne County to be their marketing voice that invites those all-important visitors to our county. So I just want to thank you again for this opportunity to speak. We look forward to continuing our recovery efforts, bringing back our very vibrant and important tourism economy.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak? Come on up. Hello again.
Hello again, back to the arts. I have to read this, I'm a little nervous. So I'm hung up here. So what I'm asking for really of everyone is for a shift in the perception that the arts are extraneous to tourism and commerce, but that the arts are an integral partner with the Visitors Bureau and business. And that not leveraging the arts as an economic driver for tourism and economic vitality is a mistake. The budgeting, as I see it, doesn't reflect that we are about to move forward with using the arts as an economic driver. A tangible change in this awkward perception of the arts as not contributing and in fact competing with the Visitors Bureau would be to be able to fund us all the time, not just one time, but all the time. So I found this online, and I think it's really good. It says a lot. It says a lot to me. Dozens of small town downtowns have been revitalized and preserved, and tens of thousands of jobs have been created as a direct result of arts-driven economic development. Keep that sentence close to you. It's real. I've seen it over and over again. I am excited if you will help us to do just that, an arts-driven economic development. And each year, this phenomenon takes root in even more small communities from coast to coast. It's this combination of traditional can-doism teamed with an infusion of creative thinking and entrepreneurialism, hard to pronounce, that's fueled the arts explosion in small towns. So I ask you to help us, to help ourselves, and to do this in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a question? Okay. All right, other comments? Come on down. Hi.
Chairman Campbell, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. I'm Nancy Sykes, retired executive director of the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau. And there are a million reasons why we should not impose a cap on our Visitors Bureau destination marketing budget. Having witnessed more than 30 years of dramatic documented growth in our TOT, and increased revenues to hundreds and hundreds of local businesses who depend on tourism, we must credit the magic formula for much of that success. And by the way, the term magic formula, we didn't create that. That actually came from one of your own, a former member of the Board of Supervisors 20-odd years ago, who after listening to a Visitors Bureau annual report and noted that both the 25% and the 75% of TOT had grown substantially 5 years in a row, said, gee, I think we found the magic formula. So we've been using it ever since. The Visitors Bureau and hotels do all the work, he said, and the county gets most of the money. It's also magical thinking if we believe we can experience this continued economic growth without the multifaceted, multi-level, far-reaching tourism marketing only made possible by the magic formula. There is so much more to destination marketing than placing ads and mastering social media. Lisa and her team had the skill set required when it comes to building industry relationships, partnerships, cooperative agreements with regional, statewide, and even national and international organizations. Her relationship with Visit California and Brand USA has matured to the point that we not only have a foot in the door, but a seat at the table. If we are to plant our flag in both the domestic and international markets, there are two essentials: professional staff and adequate financial resources. If there is less than 25% of the TOT, I believe we put both at risk. There are old adages that are relevant to this very proposal. 1, don't mess with success. Number 2, don't be penny wise and pound foolish. And number 3, don't kill the goose that lays the golden egg. We all know that balancing a budget, large or small, needs to cut expenses and increase revenues. It is abundantly clear to me, as I'm sure it is to you, the Visitors Bureau and our tourism industry, our county's private sector, #1 industry for growth, is not an expense but a revenue generator. We are not part of the problem, we are part of the solution. And finally,
Thanks. I got to cut you off there, Nancy. I'm very sorry. We got to keep it to 3 minutes.
I only have one
But I
more.
really appreciate the comments, and I did want to kind of get out, since I see that, this is something that concerns a number of folks that are probably here today. I'm just going to ask CAO Riggs, the budget with the recommendations that we have and what we've discussed doesn't have any reduction in the contribution of TOT to Visit Tuolumne, correct?
Correct.
I don't remember us talking about that.
Well, it
today.
was in the slides earlier where you show the increase up to 6 million, where it shows the full 25% going to the Visitors Bureau.
And that's included in the
It's
recommended
included in the
projection.
budget, correct.
Just to show that's not,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. I understand on a completely different issue, but relative to the budget, I can speak one more time on another issue. I can come back. But.
On this issue, each person gets one.
No, it's not this issue.
One comment.
It's not on the TOT at all.
Okay. So I guess I'm not clear. So each person gets one opportunity to discuss the budget, which is the talk that we're having now. So if there's another item on the agenda that you'd like to speak to.
It has to do with access to Tuolumne. Is that it?
Okay, so that, I think that would have to, we would have to cut that
Supervisor
conversation at
Campbell.
another time, I think.
Sorry, just
Yeah.
Supervisor Half and I were just having a quick sidebar. If it was about access to Tuolumne, that was something that was discussed earlier, and you had asked for public comment at that time. So I don't know if you I think have the discretion to allow it now, or you can also just say it's time to move on. But that was something that the board had discussed prior to break, I should say.
Yeah, and so.
It's very brief.
Okay, well, we'll keep it brief and let's go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm a big supporter of access to Tuolumne County. As you know, I sit on the board of directors. Ryan, you were there first, and now Kathleen. But I just wanted to remind you that if you bring access to Tuolumne County inside, you're automatically bringing $100,000 with you because of the PEG money. So that covers salary right there. I think it's a wonderful opportunity. And also, you are getting in a program manager experience that our sheriff just described is so hard to recruit qualified staff. He has been a California film commissioner. He has been film commissioner for Tuolumne County. He was on the Association of Film Commissioners International. He has so many skills in media and production and some of the things you all want to do on public relations. So I think it would be a real asset. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak? Hello. Good, how are you?
Good. Hi, my name is Cindy Zielinski. I'm here to discuss the Visit Tuolumne County, as it's now called. Forgive me if I keep calling it the Visitors Bureau. I've been involved in it a long time. And the possible reduction of the budget. Low-hanging fruit. I honestly have no words to describe the amount of anger this invokes in our industry. With the increase in the TOT dollars that the county is right now receiving before the addition of the 2%, let's put a face to the industry that worked through COVID to make that happen. There was new rules. There was no employees. There was more training for our staff. There was criticisms from both sides trying to figure out if we should even be allowed to have people here or we should turn them away. I know Lisa's office had a lot of people angry that she would even put out any press release for the fear it might bring somebody here. We had to educate our guests for when they came here, the things that they needed to do and would be required of them. We had to wait 24 hours in between our rooms to make sure that it could be cleaned correctly. That increase came during COVID. So just think about the impact that had on our industry. So to call it low-lying fruit is absurd to me. That money came at a price. That money, even money that, let's say, Visit Tuolumne County is putting out there to encourage people to come and be a part of. As an independent business owner, every marketing dollar that I put out there benefits this community because the TOT is collected. So when I put in my budget, 35% of our budget to marketing, that is not just for my husband and myself. That is bringing services to this community because we know that that TOT dollar is being collected. As we were looking at this whole thing, that low-hanging fruit, however you want to call it, it was earned. Forward-thinking, dedicated industry people promoted, encouraged, and educated everybody on how to be here. July 30th, 2020, myself, Terry Marshall, Lisa Mayo, and Tracy Riggs had a phone conversation. We were talking about the increase in the TOT at the time. We were threatened that if we did not go with the increase, that she would definitely suggest reducing our funding. At the time, we explained the Visitors Bureau is not a political organization. That is not their job. Lodging Association used to do that. At the time, the Lodging Association was not even formed. We had dismantled in 2016. We were shocked and appalled by the comment, and I clarified. So no matter the outcome, if you don't feel like we are supporting this publicly, you're going to request to reduce our funding. And the answer was yes. So in silence, we all sat there and we thought about it later on. The funny thing is, in lodging, 95% of us were already supporting it. We had personal signs in front of our yards, in front of our businesses. But the reality was there was no lodging association to put that face to the name. We have it now. We have now organized and gotten together. During COVID, it was very hard to do. We were waiting for government papers. Jay Pink was amazing to get everything together for us. So when I look at these budget numbers, it makes me really nervous to think that the mindset is that. As a community member, as somebody who helps with the visitors here in Tuolumne County, the Lodging Association is the person promoting us. They are bringing in that money so we can support fire, so we can support the Sheriff's Department. The lodging industry collects the money. We educate people. We have to pay it forward. We track it. We take a record of everything, and we submit it to this county. Visitors Bureau brings us guests. Visitors bring us money. Lodging collects it, and the county spends it. So please, please remember that. Do not cut the funding.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, come on up.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly
Hello.
Schroeder, the Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Animal Control Director, and Air Pollution Control Officer for Tuolumne County. Last Tuesday, Tracy made some budget recommendations that I'm in support of related to the contract with the Visitors Bureau. I also request that your board review the requests that myself and other departments are making today. To give you a background, the purpose of our Agricultural and Weights and Measures Department is varied. Within Weights and Measures, we inspect every gas station. We inspect commercial scales, such as livestock scales, and scales at the grocery stores, stationary liquid propane gas meters, vapor and electric water meters. If a community member drives a gas or diesel-powered car, which in 2020, DMV estimated 79,000 vehicles were registered in our county, then the work that my staff does affects the community members personally. All right, if you are in the hospital or have been in the hospital here in Tuolumne County, you are being charged for your medications. We inspected and put into service those scales. My staff affected you personally. Within the agriculture programs, we inspect plants coming into the county to assure that our production agriculture within the county is free from invasive insects and diseases. We also trap for those invasive insects. We inspect the certified producers at the certified farmers markets to assure that what they are selling to our community members are crops that they themselves have grown here and that are not being brought in from other locations. We ensure that our local residents have a secure and safe food supply chain through various inspections. These are just a few examples of our ag programs. In fiscal year, I try and run a department with at times like this year, myself, one ag biologist, and an administrative technician who I share with the Air Pollution Control Department on a very small budget. My department, fully staffed, has an ag commissioner, a deputy ag commissioner, 2 ag biologists, and 1 admin person. In fiscal year 1920, my budget was approximately $684,000 with net county costs of $147,000. In 2017, my net county cost was about $300,000. It's down about 50%. If I were fully staffed, I could begin to increase my net county costs towards previous years. I agree with the sheriff in that salary increases would help. I've had an ag bio supervising position open for a year and not had an applicant. In order to qualify for my ongoing CAS tax, which is my revenue, I must maintain county general fund support from the board for agriculture, the commissioner's office. If I lose general fund support, I lose revenue in UGT. If we continue to lessen the general fund support from the ag department, we risk not qualifying for our unclaimed gas tax. In comparison to my department, the treasurer tax collector has 5 staff members. It does not bring in as much revenue and has a net county cost of approximately $558,000. The Visitors Bureau has a staff of 3 full-time and 3 part-time employees and have general fund support of $1.5 million. My department is required to provide services to the county residents with a very small support from the general fund, which is a very hard task to accomplish, while other departments have a lot more funding with a very little ask. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else waiting to speak? All right, come on up.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. Just a couple of other points I wanted to make sure that your board was aware of. On slide 38, it identifies the pre-funding of code enforcement officers as well as the principal plans examiner with American Rescue funding. I would highly discourage the use of grant funding for the principal plans examiner position. This is a high-level technical position, and I'm doubtful that we would get any applications for a qualified individual if it's advertised as a grant-funded position, because during budget cuts, those are the first positions to go. Secondly, on slide 35, under option 1, it lists a CDD fiscal tech at around $63K. My recommendation would be to not fill a fiscal tech position, but instead to hire a senior planner. The difference is about $28K. The reason I would recommend this is because the fiscal tech day-to-day duties are being currently fulfilled in Public Works. We pay for that, but those duties are being fulfilled. We could cut the services we provide in our housing and community programs to first-time home buyers, owner-occupied rehab loans that our business manager currently provides, and reallocate her time into our fiscal programs. The first-time home buyer, owner-occupied rehab loans, while they're a fantastic program, are not a mandate under any state or federal legislation, and we can return the grant funds that we have received in order to operate that program. So if you're considering how to maximize the efficiency of community development department and you're having to make difficult choices, which I know you are, I would ask for your consideration of a senior planner rather than a fiscal tech. And also would just, again, remind your board that with the addition of additional code enforcement staff, we are hoping to ramp up the amount of enforcement that we do. That's done via paper. So we need staff members to handle that paper. And we currently have a 0.5 FTE dedicated to our code enforcement program right now. So just when you're balancing all of these challenging decisions you have to make, just a reminder that that it is a wheel and it all fits together in the requests that we've made. So thank you.
Okay, time out. What Quincy presented earlier, sounds like there's a change?
Not all of the positions that we recommended are in your recommended options 1 or 2, other than in number 2, you can come back at a later time. That's my understanding of how I'm reading it.
Because I'm trying to research and
what
jot
Quincy,
notes, but you're...
Yeah, so what she's asking for is something different. The reason I have the fiscal tech up there is, as I'd relayed in the past, when we eliminated the housing coordinator position and created the business manager, we promised her to bring the fiscal tech in, which is why that's the recommendation I made. What she's telling you now, she'd rather not have the fiscal tech, she'd rather have a senior planner. So it's a change from what's on the slide.
And I'm just saying, in case one of us forgets, I guess I would go along with her option.
Right, I would recommend you do that as well.
So Quincy, can you tell us again how much the senior planner would be? It would be more than 63, but I didn't catch what you said.
It's at 91.2. And again, we all have to make choices. And that's what today, this is the start of what today is about. And so, of course, in my presentation, I'm asking you for the full pizza, to give you a pizza analogy. But if we have to start slicing it, and if we have to start slicing it, that's how I, in order of priorities, would go in the department.
So just going back real quick, so you have fiscal tech and senior planner on your position requests, and so your preference obviously would be to have both, but
Yes.
you're saying if your choice is just to get one, you want the senior planner. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Yes, for the
Okay.
reasons because we can reduce the services that the business manager provides in the housing program. So we can reduce those services.
Okay.
And she can absorb some of the duties that the fiscal tech was going to do, as well as we can maintain services that we use with the Public Works Department. It would be great and beneficial to CDD to have a fiscal tech, but if we're having to make decisions, I just would provide you with that information.
Okay, and it sounds like CAO, you're okay with that?
Of course, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks.
Other comments?
Hi there, Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, and I just wanted to make a comment about slide 37, my pitch for the street sweeper. This is really not about aesthetics or making the streets pretty. A street sweeper is actually there to clean the debris that can be a real safety issue. So if anyone's traveled down Standard, down the middle lane, a lot of the debris and sand that's put there sometimes during the winter accumulates, and it can be a real issue, especially for motorcyclists. We do not currently have the equipment to take care of that. And as you know, we have had a loss of revenue due to COVID through HUDA and SB1. So this would really help us out. We're not asking for a lot from Public Works, and we just ask that you consider this safety equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Chief
Good
Murphy.
afternoon, Board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak briefly. Again, Andrew Murphy, I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for County Fire. I think we beat the apparatus into the, well, let's say beat a dead horse. We beat it into the ground pretty good in trying to educate the public and the community about the fleet of the Tuolumne County Fire Department. So just briefly, I wanted to go over a couple of things on the board is the Type 2 fire engine. So a Type 2 fire engine is that middle type of fire engine. It's a cross between a municipal engine and a wildland engine, which of course here in Tuolumne County is very important. The Type 2 engines in Tuolumne County are what the volunteers use to respond. We have one station, as we talked about, that responds over 900 times a year. So just real briefly on the Type 2s, we have 10 Type 2 engines in the county fire fleet. The oldest one is 35 years old, and the average age is 25 years. The NFPA recommends that fire engines are completely replaced after 25 years. There are certain circumstances where they can last that long, but they certainly recommend that they're out. We have right now 3 fire engines, Type 2 fire engines, that are over 25 years old, and next year 3 more will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, other public comment? Anybody waiting to speak? Okay, we'll go to the phones. Is there anybody that has called in that would like to speak? All right. Got the shake of the head. Sorry? Yeah, so we'll bring it back to the board. So I'll close public comment, and Supervisor Kirk, you have a question.
Yeah, questions, because it's always good to get public comments, because then you hear things you don't think of or you want clarification on. So with the Visitors Bureau, Supervisor Campbell hit it on the head. We're not discussing any change to that. The reason why I asked when the contract is due is because I've heard, rumors of people discussing, including myself. I want to look into that, but it's not on the table for this year. And I was just looking at my notes. I think my first year in office, I did a pretty in-depth study on the Visitors Bureau, and there's a CIGAR, which is a compound annual growth rate. And if you look at Tuolumne County versus several others, it looks like the average CAGR is 3.69%, and Tuolumne County is at 5.95. So all that to say, Tuolumne County does do much better than the average, but I do believe we need to be fiscally responsible and look at every item as the conversation comes up. So when that contract comes due, it'll be worth looking into. Access Tuolumne, something that, I'm sorry I forget your name, but you brought up PEG money. Is the PEG money, that's not, is the PEG money going to cover that salaries and benefits part of it?
It's my understanding, and I'm going to look at Deb, but the PEG money can only be used for equipment or like capital renovations of that type of thing, that it's not to go for ongoing operations such as salaries.
And based on that, I know we were talking about one other, and I'm sorry I'm bringing it up, but it jolted the memory. We're talking about one other person hasn't been paying in. Do we know if that monies would be able to cover the salaries and benefits?
If it were, and it were similar to what we do with Comcast, then yes, that money is discretionary to the board.
Because I heard Comcast was big and this other one was a smaller provider, so I'm assuming it won't be.
No, the other one is a large provider. There are 2. There's a small provider and a small provider and a very large provider, both of which we're researching to see if they should be paying PEG fees and franchise fees. If they're not, then we'll begin working with them for them to start.
Okay.
If they did, then yes, it would go into, just like we do now, and the board could decide, does that just go into that new department if you created it, or does it go in the general fund like all the other general revenues and just offsets the net cost?
Okay. All right, and then the last thing I want to ask, we haven't really talked much about the Arts Alliance. I just want to get some clarification. When we passed a resolution this morning, I forget the exact details, but basically I guess it allows them to continue to go after grant-funded monies. If we didn't fund them, I'm assuming they still would be able to, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes. We don't fund them now.
And my second question, I don't know if anybody can answer this, is what current funding streams do they have? Sure.
Thank you. Current funding streams are memberships, donations, and grants. The major one is a grant from the California Arts Council, and that's the resolution that you just signed. It allows us to go after the grants. They don't just give it to us.
Right.
We have to write it. And sometimes we're not funded fully. Many of the 53 arts councils all over California get around 40,000.
From that
So-
grant, about 40,000?
About 40,000 from the California Arts Council. However, if you consider salaries, unfortunately, right now I have no staff. You're looking at it. And that's pretty rough. And I know we've all had it rough, but that's what's happened. That's where we're at right now. So that's a lot of where that 40,000 goes. And just to let you know, boy, can we really squeeze a penny. And 98% of the events and activities in arts councils all over California are free because we know how to do it. We know what to do. So
do you have an annual operating budget?
Yes, we did, and that really fell to the wayside. We're really in the mode of survival right now, to be quite honest. And that operating budget was decimated in 2018 through the loss of $42,000 from the Millie Weiss Fund, as well as monies that were given to us. I think it was at 32 or 35 from the Board of Supervisors. So that was not continued either. So that was really, I would say, around an $80-some thousand loss. So we're still reeling from that as well as COVID. So we're lucky to be alive.
But for right now, there's no, like if I were to fund it, I'm curious what the line items would be for the budget. But it sounds like it's primarily for a salaried position to run the arts.
Part of it would be, yes. But again, everybody was there, except one position, which is the executive director, everybody was part-time. And so we really rely on volunteerism as well.
Volunteer, okay. So that's it for questions. And
I just wanted, if I could do one quick follow-up.
Yes.
Also understood that if you had a funding source, though, it would qualify for you for grants that you cannot apply for now, i.e. matching
Absolutely,
funds.
because you can only apply for half of your operating budget. So since ours is so small, we're locked out of all kinds of grant writing. We can't do it. We went after, I think it was a justice grant, and that was for incarcerated youth. And we couldn't do it. We had to choose one or the other. So if we have a higher budget, we'll be able to go after really useful kinds of grants. But yes, it has to be relegated to half of your budget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, can I get you back up to the?
Don't go away yet.
Yeah. Come on back.
Supervisor Brandon's got a.
Yes, sir.
Just while we got you up there. So from the Statewide Arts Council, that position ends up covering the director salary largely right now, the 40,000 or so.
Yes, it's different with each one, but also note that it's not just work for the grant, it's also that we have to match that 40,000. They don't just give it to us, we have to match it.
Mm-hmm.
So we do a lot to try to do that, and every penny counts.
Yeah, and I don't doubt that, as you said, you can squeeze a penny like
Oh boy, can
nobody's
we?
business with
Oh,
these spends.
can we?
I believe that arts can be an economic driver, absolutely. If the county was to, just as it's in here, allocate $50,000, where would you expect that to go?
I am really passionate about STEAM education, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. I would work with the superintendent's office to sort of align with a grant that was in 2019 that was a $500,000 grant.
Mm-hmm.
But that sort of dissipated in that those trained teachers and artists who were trained to work together, that wasn't continued for any number of reasons, the least of which was COVID. So I would definitely work on training more people, and there are some things coming up in the summer that are training arts teachers in STEAM education. It's very different.
What about specifically investments in large community events? You know, we used to have, we had the Amgen tour come through. I know it's not art specific, but the Jazz Festival, the Arts and Crafts Festival. A lot of those, I think, bring in tourists who spend a lot of
Absolutely.
money. It's a very efficient use, and we've also seen a drop off of those. And this is a perfect time to think about investing in those.
Absolutely.
Since the superintendent of schools does have their own revenue streams for this, what's
Right.
the potential of being able to use this for those types of economic drivers?
Obviously, that's something that we'd really like to do, and some of the things that we would like to be able to emulate are some of the wonderful things that go on in Calaveras. They do an incredible series like that. We'd love to do something like that. But again, if I don't have a staff and I don't have people that I can count on to be able to run this, there's just so much one person can do.
My last question on that is if this was more limited, if it was Arts Alliance funding but to some type of specific purpose, would that still leave you eligible, as you were mentioning, the grants that you can apply for? Would that affect it? It does not have to be money that can be used for anything. It could be, I'm not explaining this very well.
No, because I don't understand.
That if this was more specific, would you still be eligible for more grants that you were mentioning earlier, the ones that you're priced out of right now?
Are you saying if the county had a specification about what that money should be used for? I would have to double check, but I don't think so.
Okay.
Because when you're running your grant and you're budgeting, they don't necessarily ask specifically. They just want to know that you've gotten other monies from someplace that match that 40,000.
Okay. Thank you for bearing with me on that one.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so just kind of going to the question before us, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Riggs, could you go to slide 35? Just pick that one for now. So these are some of the things that in option one that we could do with the 547,000. Now, if we did, it sounded, and I'm just kind of, from what I heard, it sounds like there's agreement on some of these things, but not necessarily all of them from the board. For those things that maybe we want to come back and get some more information on, or maybe we're not quite sure about, could we put those off until we have a final budget? And then, so we could work off the assumption that these things that we agree on will be implemented, and then everything else will go in contingencies, and then we'll have another chance to revisit it for final budget.
Yes, of course, your board can give any direction that you want, and we'll put that in the budget for June 15th.
Okay, and that was just to clarify that, it's not just an option one or option two type proposition.
No.
Option one is lots of stuff, and option two is nothing.
Exactly.
And our job is to kind of figure out what's in between that.
Exactly.
Presumably. Okay, would you like to start, Supervisor Half?
Yeah, I'm ready. Although I'd like to be able to save as much money as possible, I think we have some impending needs, and I think it's important for us to act sooner rather than later. So my suggestions are in slide 35, to change the CDD fiscal tech to senior planner for 91-2. And I don't know that we have a full agreement on this, but to take out the executive clerk for the board at this particular time. We can always add it back at our final budget, not this month, but in September. And so that gives us a little bit more money. And then everything else that's on here, I would agree with, but it would give us a little bit more remaining recurring funds as well. And I like everything in slide 36 with the remaining fund balance going to contingencies. I really like I think we need more money in contingencies and reserve both. The addition of the Type 2 fire engine, I would really like to see us do that. The water tender is great, but it's not enough. And the street sweeper, same thing. I don't know if we're going to get that funding through Feinstein's office. So I would pretty much go along with much of what's on slide 37 as well, and to pre-fund these code enforcement, principal plans examiner, and fire inspector in slide 38. So those are my suggestions.
Sorry, could we clarify? We
so-
just heard something different on 37. Was there something you wanted to add on there? Or you want to wait? That's what I thought I heard. Okay, thank you. And then just to remind Quincy, when she came up, she talked about our principal plans examiner. She's asking the board would consider that to be for ongoing and not grant funded. And so I did do the calculations, and I'll just tell you guys this in case this is where you might be going. If you wanted to do the planner instead of the fiscal tech, the office assistant for animal control, the office assistant for the assessor, the sheriff's clerk, facility supervisor, and the plans examiner, that new total is $447,000, just so you know. Yes. Leaving almost 101,000 of your ongoing revenues from that 548,000 that was identified earlier.
Okay. Did you have anything else to add, Supervisor Huff? Okay, I think Supervisor Brandon would like to go.
So I'm taking a little bit of a different approach to this, and I really appreciate being provided a couple options. Of course, we can adjust those as needed, but I do like the two philosophies of that. I have a few things weighing heavily on my mind, and it's going to be related to mostly making good decisions with good information. Compaction, for me, especially related to the state minimum wage law, and how that will affect not only, I'm forgetting the numbers, but I think it was 17 classes or something around there, also affecting those above them. That potentially is going to be a big amount of money we're going to have to, and we don't know, we have no idea right now what that's going to be. I don't want us to spend on important things, but then not have enough money and have to immediately make changes because of an immediate important thing if compaction comes in and that's a huge amount. I am in favor of option 2. I think there was a lot of really good discussion of this, a lot of great information presented. I do think there are some things we certainly agree on, but between compaction, offering opportunity for some of these positions to potentially try to get feedback on welfare to work and whether there are applicants for that, or to even potentially recruit and market to them, to get back any quotes or analyses we need, for example, in body cams and investments. I'd like to see potentially a more detailed arts budget. I think it's a good investment, but I'd like to see where it's going. An update on the earmark was another reason for the street sweeper. Measure V update, which we still do not know and don't have information on whether, what our fire funding situation looks like. And lastly, in looking at revenue recovery, some of these positions, I would still like to see more information on what we expect the cost recovery to be on some of them. I think each one of those and all together is a good reason for us to take this time, get better information, make a decision into the future there. So option 2.
Okay. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay. I'm not locking into any option here. I too have concerns about things that are unknown that we won't see until a little bit further down the road, when we get closer to the final adopted budget. We don't know some potential revenue sources that may still be coming in. We might hear around that time or a little after. We haven't gone any place yet at this point in sorting out what we may or may not do in bargaining. The minimum wage issue, that could definitely be a big problem. I did, there was some concern about concessions being returned to the state employees for CAL FIRE for the TCFD contract. I did have a conversation with Nick Caskey this morning. We talked about that area specifically a little bit. He said the employees essentially took a 10%, but 7.5% was basically offset. So he felt that the amount, if those concessions are given, and that's going to be also subject to bargaining, but it could be potentially less than about $50,000. So it's just something that, another unknown that we don't know now that, could impact where we go. And I know Supervisor Kirk was concerned about that area. So I really support the two code enforcement positions. We just need to do something, about that. We need to be more aggressive, especially for the trash areas. I understand the flip-flopping of the senior planner and fiscal tech. I would support the senior planner. I would look to hold off on the principal plans examiner, the fiscal tech, and the administrative assistant until final adopted discussions, then just, have a better idea. Similar to Supervisor Brandon, I feel we need to come out of this with some sort of cushion towards the future. The county's it's doing wonderfully right now, right? Everything that we're looking at is really good, and it paints a nice picture, but, things have not done so well in the past, and part of it is because I don't think there was enough conservative thinking along the way. And so I think waiting a few months isn't going to, I know that Quincy Yelly, could use those positions, and I support those positions, but I think we need to make sure that we've got adequate funding for everything before we move forward. Just regarding, I'll make a comment on the arts thing. Obviously, I'm involved with TCA. That's, my board assignment. I do support the arts. I do feel that it's got good economic indications that can happen for the county. So what I was thinking is that, we've had a lot of discussion today about Visit Tuolumne County and the 25%, and is anything coming off of that? We heard some impassioned presentations from the public on that, which I understand, but we did start out today with we're not touching any of that at this point. The only thing that I feel that the arts is so closely aligned in what they do with Visit Tuolumne County. And so my suggestion would be to take a $50,000 allotment from the 25% that goes to Visit Tuolumne County and put that as an ongoing, stable budget line item for Tuolumne County Arts. So Visit Tuolumne County was going to get $1.3 million, so they'd be $50,000 less than that.
It's actually 1.5 million in this budget.
Okay,
Yeah.
1.5, so even more so. The fire inspector positions and stuff we talked about, want to see that extra inspector position come on so that we can move forward with that. And let me double check here. I think that's pretty much what I got. Mainly, I want to come out of here with a good, healthy balance that we're holding off till final, before we make those decisions. The one-time expenses, we've got apparently about 140,000 rollover on the generator, so another 86,000. So I don't know if were these being discussed separately, that sheet, or was it all built in?
So this is part of the conversation of your directing us whether or not you want
Okay.
that as part of the budget.
I think it's really important to get that generator, to get all three of those facilities generated up, where they have power. The body cameras, I'm very much in favor of that, with what's been taking place nationally, even somewhat locally. I think it's a good thing for the staff that are in law enforcement, and it's a good thing for the public to know that that's out there. I fully support that. I also, on the Type 2 fire engine, we don't, know what's going to happen, like I said, on, upcoming election. But, that apparatus is getting very, very old. The street sweeper, I fully support getting that, and I think the aspects that Kim came up and spoke about as far as being able to look at that from a safety perspective, because it is. I think that's an item that we could hold off again till final on. You know, that gives us some more of a balance of cash to hold on to. And I support the Emergency Operations Center renovation. That's an important facility that we have. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk?
I do have a question before I go into my philosophical conversation, but that is, we keep talking about the minimum wage, but I didn't hear any numbers thrown out. Do we have any idea what that will do to bargaining or to our, like, for myself and the general public, what does that mean?
What does it mean to not have anything put aside? I'm sorry.
No, so say the minimum wage gets increased. What is that going to do to
Well,
us?
that's what I was saying. We have not done those calculations yet because we have to look at the compaction across the entire organization as to what that will take. There's no way, Ann has not had time with everything else going on to do that. We
Right,
will
yeah.
not have that number until probably August.
And-
So.
And my guess is that would affect the people at the lowest pay. Not necessarily, are we saying it's going to affect everybody up the chain or the people who
I
are?
don't know. We have certain rules in place in the MOUs and our personnel rules that tell you have to be so many ranges above different levels of supervision.
Okay.
So if we start bumping into those pay ranges or those, I'm trying to think of the right steps. If we don't have the sufficient space between those positions, then by our own rules, they would need to be increased. I don't know how many that would be at the moment.
Okay. And we have, how many, 600 employees?
650 or so.
So it could be a big number.
It could be a big number.
So I agree with the validity that it's a big animal and we don't really have our arms around it. I think it would be great to know what that might look like. And that's it might be a big deal breaker. And I'd hate to approve a bunch of stuff and then have to come back and say, well, it's a stinky situation to be in, but it's there. Where do I start? I have way too many notes. I like being as conservative as possible when we have big things like that lurking in the future. I think there are some things that, whether or not that happens or not, we do need to recognize, which is these basic positions like picking up phone calls and giving some capacity. So I could easily see whether, no matter what the situation is with what I just spoke about, I could easily see funding those right now and saying, yes, we need to open up that capacity. When it comes to fire, it's our number one priority. I think it would be great if, I think if the funding stream comes in through Measure V, great, but I think we need to act like it's, like, do business as usual. I think fire and roads are our constituents' number one priorities, and if in the street sweeper, from what it sounds like, is actually more of a safety issue. So I lean towards that. I think all the other, and then again, Quincy's department, we keep giving them direction to build capacity, especially with code compliance. If we're all leaning towards, hey, let's wait and find out what's going on, I would at least today say we need to get the code compliance up and running. Although I want to fund it all, I could easily see how we, as a board, want to wait a little bit longer till we find out these numbers with the minimum wage. But I'm in agreement with code compliance. We need that. Okay, let me see here. You know, when we talk about, let me see here, sorry. I already made my points about the interns. I don't think and maybe this is for future conversation, but I just don't know I don't believe we should be spending taxpayers' dollars on interns. I think that should be a personal thing that we endeavor on. I think if we want to drive transparency, that's up to us as individual board members for ourselves. The issue with access to Tuolumne, it sounds like they're doing well and they're already growing in building capacity, and I kind of agree that if there's line items or there's specific things that we want, maybe we could contract with them to get that, but to jump in and spend the 150 when I'm not sure about, well, either way, it's going to be a cost of the general fund because that money would come out of the general fund to fund it. I'm not necessarily there completely. I think it would be maybe money better suited to just pay for individual items that we want to pursue. When we're talking about, we were talking earlier about CAL FIRE, specifically CAL FIRE in under negotiations. But if CAL FIRE also had any raises that were deferred, I just know personally from working with the state, they're talking about giving us not just the 10% back, but also if we had any raises on the table. So I think we need to get clarity. There might be more than just the furloughs and what was cut. So again, I'd like to know what's going on with the unions and negotiation there. I think that could be a chunk of change. So when we were having the budget discussion meeting, something that caught my eye, and I guess it's probably because I've been doing this for about 3 years, because the budgets have been so bad the last couple of years, and when I came in office, like I remember having conversations with folks like, hey, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do fire sirens, and it was just like, no, there is no money. And I just got pounded in my head that we just need to do the basics. And so when I see this budget and I see what appears to be extra requests, like no, I'm not knocking it, I'm just telling you what I see, like the executive clerk, the intern, the arts, social media contract for $100,000, the public access. To me, when I look at it, I'm like, whoa, there's all these kind of like little extra requests. I didn't put any extra requests just because I get so used to it. We're just trying to do the basics. But if you add all that up, it's $387,000, $387,500. And so I don't think we should fund any of those extra requests right now when we have a lot of unknowns out there. But if we were to spend that money, I would like to not spend it on stuff that, believe me, working 2 jobs, I would love to have more capacity. I'd love to have interns. I would love to do these things. But if I had $387,500, I would put up a siren in every single district, and I'd start with the city of Sonora right here. Because if Camp Hope goes off in flames and we have some more early prevention fire alarms or fire systems, the be-do, that's what my request would be. I think if we can make it a safer place to live, I'm dealing with the Pinecrest Basin. I know we got Groveland's a hot spot for fires. With that much money, we could potentially do a lot of work with fire sirens, and that's something that I would request, and that's something that I wish I would have put in here, but I got so used to not asking for anything the last couple of years. So, and then with the Arts Alliance, I completely agree that arts is part of Tuolumne County. It's part of my household. My wife's a homeschool teacher. We study the Renaissance. I come home and my kids are painting pictures of Van Gogh and listening to this classical music, and the arts is part of our life. But I don't really. When I ask where the money's going to go to, it's either salaries or a salary or STEM education. But I think there's art teachers in schools, and so I think that if schools have art teachers, that they should be pursuing potentially the STEM program. I believe they have a much better budget. So to spend that money, I could easily see how Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau, we have, what was it? We have Chambers of Commerce in Tween Heart, Sonora. We have plenty of people that help support the arts. I go up to Tween Heart. I listen to all the concerts up there. And I just don't know if I want to dedicate taxpayer funds to specifically one salary and specifically for STEM education, which I think could be covered by the school system. So, I'm not Evan Royce. I'm not up here slamming the Arts Alliance. I'm not going to do that. I'm trying to be responsible with what we have, and I don't know if that's the right route. So, with that being said, I hope I was clear enough. Did I give you enough clear direction on where I stand? I think the basics, picking up the phone jobs, the code compliance, I support. I think everything else I'm fine with taking a break and finding out what the big man in the closet is going to do once we find out about this minimum wage increase.
Okay, so I'm going to try to boil it down. Got to stick it all in a pot and stir it up. And so I think that, this isn't the end all be all. And where I'm kind of at is I'm gun shy. We've been through budgets where we've had to let people go. And I really don't enjoy that very much, to be honest with you. And I don't want to be in a position where that happens again. And the way you do that is when you have money to spend, you can either spend it on new obligations which continue to go on, or you can kind of put it aside. So I do tend to take a pretty conservative approach when it comes to budgeting for that reason, because I'm always worried about what's going to happen tomorrow. Today might be fine. You got money in the bank account. Great, let's go to Vegas. But it's not always going to be that way. And once you accept that and you recognize that in the future we are guaranteed to have some kind of economic trouble, it makes it a lot easier when you're planning, when you do have money that you could potentially put to these areas. But I'm not completely to option two. I think given that, I think a lot of these things, there's a lot of support on this board for, and we should get it done now, because we're going to be finalizing this budget, and I don't want to put it off if there's this much support and it's clear that departments need this. And so I was trying to kind of listen to what everyone said, and the things that I think, and I agree, the things that I think that kind of rise to that level where there is pretty universal agreement. Although I know Supervisor Brandon, you did say you favor option two, which kind of negates everything here, but some of the other things that you've said have sounded supportive outside if option two wasn't an option. And so things like the senior plans examiner, senior planner, animal control office assistant, assessor's office assistant, sheriff's clerk, I think there was pretty strong agreement on the facilities manager, although I wasn't sure. Yeah. I think those things are all pretty universal support, and I do support those things as well. I'm where you are, Supervisor Half, and as others have said about the board clerk, I don't want to give up on that. I think it would pay for itself, and I think it would be a valuable contribution to the board and to the community. But I would like to wait to see if we can find a way to pay for that between now and final budget. If we can't, then we'll have to go another year. Some of these other funds, Recovery Act funds, see what the impact of the minimum wage increase in compaction might have. If at the end of that it looks like, yeah, we can afford this, then I really do think we should do it. But I think at this time that would be one of the things I would put kind of on the back burner. So then going down to slide 36. So we have to do body cameras. We have to do that. And I'm really grateful. I think Supervisor Goldenberg and the sheriff, I think you've worked on this together, trying to raise this as an idea. It's something that I've wanted to see for a long time. I think it's long past time. We have to do that, and we have to put money into it. With everything going on, there's too much liability, too much risk to the county. We need to be able to be responsive to citizens when issues do happen. We need to be able to say, here's the video, this is what happened. It's long past time, and we need to invest in that. So I do support the 150 for the body cameras. I really think we need to do that. And we need to make sure we train folks to use it as well. And then the archive storage, I think, is an easy one because we're expecting to generate revenue there. The other two, I kind of put in that same category as the board executive assistant. If we can pay for them, if we can work the numbers and make sure that we have that balance of funding that we don't need in contingencies for other issues, then we do it. then we pay for it. If not, then we've avoided spending money that we don't have. So, and I'm certainly in favor of that. So then you would bring, okay, so we're above where we were on contingencies right now with those. The additional requests, I kind of put all those in that category where I would want to wait to see the final budget before we made a determination on those. And I thought that Supervisor Goldenberg, your idea with the Arts Alliance, I think was a good one. And I'd like to have more time to look into those kind of options. Just kind of going to OEC. Now here I'm disagreeing with on this one. I've spent a lot of time in the OEC and EOC, sorry, even though I don't know the name of it, Emergency Operations Center. And $250,000 is a lot of money to spend, and I think we could probably find some cheaper options there to repair and upgrade the facilities are in there. That's just my opinion. But the other three, I think, are definitely things that we should do if by the time we want to finalize the money, if we have it, then I think we should do those things, but not yet. So what else did you need?
So we're keeping tabs here.
Yeah,
Trying
and
to.
that's what I assumed. So I want you to read back. What do your tabs say?
So we, outside of Supervisor Brandon, who's made it clear he wants option 2, which would be none of these.
Yeah.
What we are hearing, and Eric actually is making a nice little worksheet for us right now, is that you want the senior planner. That's what I'm hearing. I'm just looking, and you're not making like, you have to vote on the position at it right now, but I'm looking for like a consensus to put it into the budget.
So you're not looking for a vote at all, you're looking for
You
general
will
consensus
vote on the
and
budget on the
direction.
15th. Right now, I'm asking, what do you want me, these are the items
Okay.
not in the budget. What do you want us to put in?
And the reason I ask that is the way I see it, what we're getting at is narrowing things down so we got less work to do on the 15th.
Well, the 15th, we will bring you a fully balanced budget. If you want us to change it, we will have to leave, do our statements, reschedule, rebalance all the schedules and come back. We can do it. We've done it before. The preference is, of course, not to have to do that.
So to get as much of it worked out now. Okay,
Right.
well,
So we're just going to take you through the list if that's okay, and I'm going to look at you
Okay.
guys. So
I might change my mind then.
Okay, senior planner's in. That's what, I'm just looking, shake or nod, one of them.
Yeah, I think,
So yes,
Senior
that
planner.
one. And I need up or down or side to side. Okay, so we have senior planner. We have, the other one is just to make sure that your board understands, and I've been texting Quincy, who I think is still here, but I can't see behind me, is if you want to do code enforcement, she cannot do code enforcement without that principal plans examiner. Your choice is, of course, not to put it in or to put it in, we talked about using the American Rescue Fund, but her thing, she doesn't want to fly grant funding because that's a high level, very skilled position that she's afraid she won't be able to recruit if it's flown as grant funded. But know that you can't do code enforcement if you don't add it. So that's where we're at with that. But before.
Cannot?
Cannot. That's what
There's
she
no
said.
way.
She cannot, that means she'll be supervising it. So you're going to add 2 more people with more claims and more issues that she directly supervises code enforcement right now.
Mhm.
She can't take on anymore. Not if you want her to
so the
keep doing
plans
the other things.
examiner will give us the most extra capacity
Correct.
for code enforcement.
Yes.
Okay.
In that case, I would say go with the plans examiner and take out that senior planner position. That way we could get the code enforcement. And still look to do the others if possible down the road, but I don't want to give up on code enforcement, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, could we, I would rather just keep them both. I mean, 'cause
So your senior plans examiner, because of their level
'Cause if we're
of
getting rid of
certification
that-
and experience, is an expensive position. It's about $135,000.
oh, it says 113 on it.
No, it's wrong. If you go over here, mine says one on the ARP pre-fund, it shows principal plans examiner. Mine says 135,452.
35.
It's right there on, if you see it on the screen there.
Is that why that wasn't included in option 1 because of
Well,
the,
because it's part of code enforcement is why I did that, but I can see her concern with that level of a position. Will you get people to apply?
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, she's a specialist in that area.
well,
If we're hiring a senior planner, Is that not taking some things off the plate to then move from 2 code compliance officers to having a third one?
I'm going to look at her. It's my understanding, no. If you, right now, she is supervising code enforcement.
Right.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So I estimate that right now I spend about 10% of my time in code enforcement. That program requires a full-time manager. So with adding 2 code enforcement officers, we can run code enforcement and we can do that. But the momentum that I think what I'm hearing your board is hoping to gain in code enforcement through not just adding staff members, but also to be modifying the program won't be able to happen. Or you'll just have to choose. Hey, we're not going to do
General plan.
we've had these, you'll have to choose. We're not doing zoning code updates. We're not doing finishing our climate action plan. We're not doing affordable housing projects because we're going to have Quincy revamp the ordinance, the code enforcement ordinance code. So it's just a matter of choices and direction that your board needs to provide our department, and we will follow those directions. But we can't do what we're planning to do and do what we want to do without adding resources to the department. So, or making choices between, we're not doing housing, we're doing code enforcement. We're not doing, environmental compliance documents, we're doing housing. So it's just a shell game at some point where we're just trying to move resources around as fast as we can. So did that answer anyone's question? I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. And that was in the first, what you had initially proposed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I guess the question I have, Quincy, is, and again, I'm supportive of all these positions,
Sure.
right? Could we hold off on the senior planner so we get a better look and go this route with the plans examiner and the 2 code enforcement officers? I know it's not what you're looking for, but.
So we can hold off on all of it. We can hold off on any and all of it. It just will be then, we won't be able to respond to the goals or desires that your board has in the manner of which I hear you want to respond to. So if we hold off on the senior planners for examiner, that pushes long-range planning, off for whenever. And so things that we want to deal with as a county, we just won't be able to deal with right now. It doesn't mean we won't ever be able to deal with them. We just won't be able to do it right now. So we can definitely hold off on the senior planner. We can do that.
So Supervisor, sounds like maybe if you're thinking, what I'm hearing is it sounds like you might want to do the senior planner, but you'd like to get code enforcement going before waiting until they adopted. If that's the case, then what you could do is get the principal plans examiner and the 2 code enforcement, and we consider the senior planner when we come back in August, when we know more information about compaction and state and federal actions.
And I have no problem with making that, ahead of time on a priority list.
Yes.
That's a top priority for us to go there once we know that we're okay on funding.
Let me chime in real quick, because I know that I'm a little bit all over the place on this. I still stand by we should take the most conservative approach. We need to be cautious. We should not be spending anything that is not money that needs to be spent and can't wait 1 month. I think almost all of these, even the very good, agreeable ones, can wait 1 month. There's only a couple things I'd say that maybe are more time sensitive than 1 month.
You're talking about
July 1st was the stated coming back. Am I right?
Well, so if we would start recruiting, if
Yeah,
you guys get these, they could start recruiting this week
Yeah.
with the hire date of July 1st if possible. Otherwise, you
Right.
wouldn't hire until October.
Sorry, I don't mean that there would be no impact.
Yes,
I just
no,
mean
just-
that
it's
it
a little bit
has
more
to be
than a month,
done
that's
right
all.
now.
Yeah.
But in looking at this, especially for the priorities that I see for the community, community development is core to what I'd like to see, which is a clean community. It's a community that is able to keep people safe. It also deals directly with economic development and housing projects, which is important, improving, as I think Quincy mentioned, our building reputation here, being able to process things faster. So even though I don't think we should be putting any recurring expenses right now, I would support everything but the admin assistant in community development. I would like to see on the admin assistant, if we're building a budget that we can change in the future, as with all the other assistants, welfare to work and what programs might be available for them.
Mr. Terry.
Yeah, to kind of speak to that too and throw one more stick in the spokes of the tire there. I was reminded by our assessor recorder that any of the motherlode job training jobs, there are two routes that can be taken when we're trying to pursue through those. The first route would be that they are a motherlode jobs training employee. We get them for 29 hours if we were to find a successful applicant. The second route would require that we have a board allocated position in order to receive the 50% back. So there are some implications to those choices as well.
This is just a technical question. Can we, come on. It's just really quick. Can we allocate a position but put it on, what am I trying to say? Contingency, basically that it does need to be a 50-50 match or something?
Okay, this is kind of getting off track here. We need to look at what's before us.
There's
and-
4 positions this is relevant to.
Well, but I think you heard from each department head that they do look into welfare to work and WEX, I think, is the program work experience programs. Here, go ahead.
Yeah, the only difference is of the two programs, there's different qualifications for each program. So if we were to take an FTE off the table and just make it the 29 hours for welfare or the 29-hour program, then that means potentially a qualified applicant we wouldn't be able to use because we wouldn't have an FTE to apply for the program, if that makes sense.
And there again, that only really applies to like the office assistant positions.
Exactly.
Which I think, they seem pretty reasonable to me. And I added these things up. So if we're talking, and just spoiler alert, I think we should do them both. If we're really serious about this, senior planner and plans examiner, if that's going to get us where we need to be, then that's what we need to do. And we should decide now so that we're not going through this all over again in a month. Get as much of it worked out now as we can. And if there's more or less support for it, I think we should do it. But so this is back of the envelope. So if I did my math wrong, please don't yell at me. But so senior planner, 91K, plans examiner, 135, and then the office assistants, the sheriff clerk, facilities manager, that's about 444,000.
Right, that was a number I gave you all earlier before you went to lunch, was that 447,000.
Yeah.
If you want to do everything but the board clerk, or the executive clerk, and add back in the plans examiner. So you're right, it's about 447 to do that.
Yeah, and that gets us pretty close to where we were already. And that's not a burden that's going to undo, it doesn't impact this second slide, 36,000. And it gives our, department heads, they're going to know who they can hire next year right now. And there's a benefit to that. We're looking at, what do they call it? Opportunity cost here that we would be losing by deferring these. And plus we're making poor Tracy Riggs go through the whole thing all over again, coming back to us with requests. So I don't know, just on slide 35, can we come to some kind of agreement on that?
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is our board's been wanting change in the CDD department for before this board and now the new board members. These are just basic needs that I think whether or not the boogeyman comes out of the closet with the minimum wage increase, I really want to know what that number is, but I think irrelevant of what that is, we want to do these things and we appear to have the capacity to do it. We're not, just on those 4 alone, or 5, whatever it is. So
Okay, you got me. I'll support it too.
Woo!
Okay.
Wait, which 4? There's 6.
So senior planner, plans examiner,
Maybe I just woke somebody
animal
up.
control office assistant, assessor, office assistant, sheriff's clerk, facilities manager, and then we will continue. Oh, and forgive me, Access Tuolumne, but this I think is something we need. I do support this. I think we should do this, but we need to kind of look at the PEG fees. It's more complicated than some of these other things. There's a lot of other funds involved. So that would, to me, that's very appropriate to take another look at it and bring it back. Well, it's up to you. What would you think?
If possible, I'd like to see June 15th for implementation no later than September 1st.
I'm just going to, just realistically, I don't know that we're going to be able to get this budget together and do all the research. That's my concern for June 15th. We can bring it before August. We don't have to wait that long. So if we can get through this, we can begin working to get, what I'm told is there's some statistics we can't get because they won't be released to us, but we can get some of the other information, and we can also find out more about the PEG fees. The other part is, I don't also doubt that we'll have an answer to the other providers for a little bit of time going forward, just looking at council. So just a thought.
Yeah, if we can bring it back in August, I think that would be fine, as long as I would really
make
like,
it a
because of
priority.
other reasons that we haven't even gone into, look for a start date of September 1st.
Okay.
Okay, so I think you've got clear direction on recurring funds.
I'd like to make one recommendation. There was one of those that I think there was not as clear of opinion on, and that was the Board of Supervisors Executive Clerk.
No, that's not included.
Oh, okay.
So that
I
is
thought you
one
had
of the
said
ones.
that.
Yeah,
Never
yeah.
mind.
So that all of these, the senior planner, plans examiner, animal control office assistant, assessor office assistant, sheriff's clerk, facilities manager, that's it. Yeah.
And when we're looking at that EOC, because I do feel that it needs to be revamped, but
Yeah, I was going to get there.
down the road with the recovery funds potentially, once we sort those out, that'd be a good use of those, I think.
Yep. So, okay, you've got, I think, direction on the recurring funds. So then on these further allocations, what's your, have you been keeping track on that?
Well, you still have, the one-time funds, you will have the 100 plus the 751, so you have about $850,000 that, again, this is what we're recommending right now, where we could begin immediately the process of getting the generator. District attorney, doesn't do any good to give her the position if you're not going to give her the vehicle. Archive is a small amount, and then the body cameras, if your board commits to that, then we will all start working on all of the other components that we have to get in place in order to implement body cameras on the deputies. So it's still the 291,000, which would leave, and I don't have the exact amount, about 600,000 left over because we didn't spend everything from the previous slide. Then is your board wanting to put the rest of that in contingencies until we go to adopted?
So why can an investigator not be effective without a vehicle?
Because they are out in the field. They have to be able to travel. They're not in the office, they're out in the field.
There's not another office vehicle or a personal vehicle that
She
can be
does not have
used?
another one, is what she's told us.
Okay.
Is she here? I don't think she's here. And it's also a public safety vehicle, so it's fully outfitted because they're sworn.
So like a cop car?
Right, they're sworn individuals, so they're armed, and they have a vehicle in case they need it that is fully outfitted as if they were a deputy.
For only 45,000 though? Aren't those normally far more expensive?
Well,
Yeah, correct. For the outfitting of the Crown Vic under the, actually they're called Interceptors now, but.
I was going to say a Crown Vic.
Crown Vic. I'm dating myself there. That's what I drove. So correct.
I
So
don't even know if you
outfitting
can buy
it
those
with the
anymore.
radio, light, siren, everything else under the contract, the state contracted price, they're roughly about $45,000 once they're outfitted and out the door.
So I would recommend, just based on the conversation where we're trying to be conservative until we get more of the details, is fund the things that, like the DA vehicle, because we're given the DA position, the revenue generating, which is archive storage. I'm all for the body cameras, but I think if it's that much of a cost, I think we should maybe, since it's such a big cost, maybe wait until we have a clear picture here in the next month or two. Just my 2 cents on those items.
What about the generator?
Generator. So didn't we just get a generator from
Not for that building. So remember, that also is because they do Meals on Wheels. That's the other one. So senior center, library, archives, Meals on Wheels. So, but that's how much short we are. There was $140,000 we're rolling forward.
So we did get money. This is what we need to finish that project.
Correct. Remember, we got 2 allocations.
Okay, so it's ridiculous to have something ready and we need to finish it. So I'd
Exactly.
support
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah, PS, yeah. Oh, and we're getting rid of gas appliances and going to electrical, which we have less of. Brilliant.
Yeah, and that's another area. I'm trying not to go too far off track, but are we expecting PSPS money
Oh.
that could go to pay for this?
We have been notified that there will be a third allocation in October, but at this point, we don't know what that allocation is going to be.
Okay.
And the second allocation, I believe, is about less than half of what the first one was, so it seems like they're decreasing, but we just don't have any further information right now.
So could we just agree that if that money comes in, it goes to this?
I don't know that the expenditure period would allow for that on that grant. The expenditure period typically starts in the October that we get it, and it rolls forward for about 12 to 18 months.
So then if we paid for it now, could we use that money to reimburse ourselves?
I don't, under what the previous grants have said, I don't believe we would be able to do that, no.
So we can't just put it back in the kitty?
No.
Yeah, okay.
This could also possibly get these buildings ready for, in the event this summer that we have them, remembering that we only have a few buildings that have generators. So we bring all of the departments in. You guys have been here, so district attorney in our office, public defender downstairs, roads and CDD in here. It does give us more space for departments if the other buildings go down and they don't have power. It does give us the ability to move those departments into those other locations as well. Not to mention the food for Meals on Wheels. They've had to bring in a portable generator to try and keep their food from spoiling.
Okay. All right, well, I'm looking, where's the board at with, let's start with the generator.
I'm all for the generator.
Okay.
I
Supervisor
think in
Brown?
all these, we should keep our powder dry.
I'm sorry?
We should keep our powder dry until we be able to get an update on compaction and some of the other issues.
So no generator?
I'd say no to any of them right now.
Okay.
In concept, though, I support the generator.
That's not what we're doing. We're looking that if we are taking these options, are you supportive of them? Because I can tell you, it sounds like there's not enough support for option 2. So.
That's what I said. So I think we shouldn't spend anything right now, but I am supportive of the generator if we're just talking about the ideas.
Well, but you see where I'm trying to get is you can't have it both ways. You can't. You either have to support buying the generator or not.
I think I was clear.
Well, I'm not clear. I don't understand.
Okay.
But maybe that's, it wouldn't be the first time I've been accused of being a little thick. So, it sounds like what I'm hearing, you're not supportive of purchasing the generator.
As I stated, I'm supportive of purchasing the generator. I just am noting that I think we should be waiting on these till we have more information.
Okay. All right.
Is that clear? Yes.
I think so. But
Would it be better stated to say that you're voting no on all these items for action now and leave it at that?
Yeah. The reason being is on behalf of my district constituents, I want to be able to have input in this, but I also don't support us spending this money immediately. So I want that just noted. But if we are moving ahead with the discussion so that we can have a voice in all our districts, I will mention what the priorities are. And I do agree a generator would be very important.
I just wanted to point out something, and that is this is one-time money. So it can't be spent on salaries, according to our own rules. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't thinking that we could save this for later and use it for the compaction issue, because it wouldn't be applied towards that. Okay.
Thank you, though.
Okay, so I think I'm clear on that. Supervisor Kirk.
Generator, yes, we have granted money for it, and this is to finish it off.
Okay. And then Supervisor Staff? Okay. All right, yeah, and I'm there too. And then DA and investigator vehicle. We'll start over here this time.
I just want to clarify that we already have the DA investigator in the budget, right?
Yes, we do. It's funded with AB 109.
Then my answer is yes.
Okay. Supervisor Kirk?
Yes, unless we're going to be using Zoom to be investigating people.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then the archive storage, and I'm yes. Archive storage shelving?
Yes.
Supervisor
Yes.
Goldberg, okay,
All right, no more jokes. Yes.
okay,
It's going to pay for itself, so
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that one's probably the easiest one of all of this, is that one right there. And then on the body cameras, Supervisor Huff?
Yes.
Okay,
Let me hear everybody else first.
okay, I would absolutely say yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Well, then, yes.
All right, so we're through that one. And then now we go on to these additional requests. Now, is this the part, to me, the way I interpret it, is this is kind of, we could do it or not do it.
Right.
I mean, all of this, obviously, but would it inconvenience you very heavily if we were to say, to put this decision off on these items?
As long as you didn't want to do it on June 15th when we finalized your budget and balanced it. But waiting until adopted would be perfectly acceptable and easy
Okay.
to deal
I
with.
have a question, and I'd like to ask Andy Murphy to please come up. Come on down. I'm just thinking about the fire season that we're already in, and hearing stories about, I forget which area it was, sending out one engine, it broke down, sending out another engine, it broke down. So how long does it take to order and get a Type 2 fire engine? If we were to order it today, when would it come in?
I would estimate, based on what we've been going through on industry standards, about probably 12 months.
12 months? Then I think we should go for it now. That's my answer. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Kirk? And you can't skip a turn this
Oh, why
time.
not?
You get
12
one
months,
per.
That's crazy. Hey,
Get
that,
one skip per meeting.
that depends on inflation and if they can find computer chips to put in that engine. It's our number one priority. Again, it's a huge item, though. It'd be nice to know, but I better just shut up. Yeah, I would. It's number one priority, so I would. If it's a 12-month period.
And then I see
Yes.
Supervisor Goldenberg's got his priority card there, so. Supervisor Brandon?
I think with the JPA, we have a measure on the ballot. In the case that it does pass, this may prove to be unnecessary. In case that it doesn't, I think the voters will have spoken. I put economic development as my number one priority, and this is just as an individual. I think having the roads and the Arts Alliance would be my important investments.
So Arts Alliance above fire engines?
Revenue is the core of all of our issues, whether it's roads or fire or community development. And so I prioritize things that will be able to create the revenue to fund those services in perpetuity. We've been doing one-year things, I think, over and over, and that's what's caused a lot of these challenges is we haven't found sustainable funding. And economic growth, that's sustainable funding.
Yeah, and
We're not going to have much of an economy if Sonora City burns down.
well, and I'm kind of, that's sort of where I'm at with it, is that it's not that I don't think that we need a Type 2 fire engine, we absolutely do. It's, we can't keep up this model where, you know, the board lays out $450,000 or $450,000 every so often here and there when we can afford it. You know, that's the model we've been operating under, and
If I could make a point,
yeah.
1 week today, we'll know whether or not Measure V passes and whether that opportunity would be there.
Mhm.
You know, so.
Yeah.
I mean, we could even give direction, I think, that says if Measure V passes, cancel this item out. If it doesn't pass, let's proceed.
Can we do that?
Yes, your board can do almost anything that you would like to do.
We can do almost anything.
Then I would like some
They
fire
don't let us print
sirens.
money, do they?
I would like some fire sirens.
Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like there's consensus on that one. Let's move to the street sweeper. Supervisor Brandon?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Goldenberg?
No, I'd like to hold off on it.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same same issue that I have with fire is kind of what I have there. I don't really like piecemealing these kind of things. I'd rather put the money aside.
Well, we haven't heard back from Senator Feinstein's office.
Yep.
There's other things going on here that.
Yeah. And could this potentially qualify for Recovery Act funding?
I don't
guess
know.
we
I'd
don't
have
know.
to read more
Okay.
of it again. We'll get the funding part. That's what's going to give
I-
you the most flexibility, and we need the time to
Yeah.
do that and analyze it.
I think it would because, yes, well, I think it would fall under an infrastructure equipment purchase, so. But Supervisor Kirk?
It's again, it's one of our number one priorities, but if we Measure V passes and we have all that capacity, I think we could easily say, yes, I kind of like to wait a few weeks on this item, but I would like to have it brought back at the next meeting so we can discuss it. Huh?
Yeah.
Yes,
street sweeper.
yes, because we use general fund dollars much of the time to put towards fire. So if fire is fully funded, then I would like to jump on this right away. So
Supervisor
I'd just wait.
Kirk, I'm sorry, do you mean next meeting as in the 8th, the 15th, or for the adopted budget study sessions?
When's Measure V? The 6th?
I think you mean the 15th because
15th maybe then?
that would be the next budget discussion.
Is that what
If
you?
Measure V passes, I just know there's more capacity, so I would.
My thought was
I'm all
really to
for it,
wait.
I just want to wait.
Okay,
2
so
weeks.
if you could share with us what are the benefits and what are the downsides of waiting on something like this until the 15th to discuss?
Well, the benefit, I mean, right now, you've already spent most of what you would have left, so you didn't even have the money to go here. You guys can only pick one or the other because you only have 600,000. The benefits of waiting, of course, we'll know, but remember, there's no general fund going to fire right now, so even if Measure V were to pass, it's only going to help us in the future with fire and making more decisions. But where you might be going if Measure V passes, it could free up the funding to do the street sweeper instead of doing the Type 2 fire engine, which is probably where
Right,
you were
that's what
going
I'm
with
saying.
that, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't make
So,
it
yeah.
clear. It's related to the fire engines, related to Measure V.
Yeah.
Like that's it.
My vote would be to hold this till final adopted, rather than muck things up on our upcoming budget.
Well, the problem is if we don't agree at that time, then it would be, if that's kind of goes to my point of getting as much of this worked out now as possible, because if we're having disagreements over specific items like this while we're trying to adopt a budget, makes it very, very difficult, because what they'll have to do is drop a budget for us to consider. If we don't agree with that, then they have to go back, drop a completely new budget.
Well, I'm not
Bring it
talking about June 15th, I'm talking about the September-August period. Right? That,
But
I wanna
what I'm saying
make
is
sure
if
I'm
we
clear.
wait till then, that's what would happen.
we're going to have a lot of more discussions as we get more information down the road here on. I'm not quite sure I understand.
You meant, I'm sorry, Supervisor Goldenberg, did you mean hold off until adopted? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, well, that would be the August,
That would, right, we'll talk in August, but you adopt it in
Right.
September, correct?
that would be my desire, and that's in line with thinking on all these other areas that we weren't sure about, the minimum wage and the other areas that we haven't. I mean, they're different pots of money, I understand, but they're still, we're going to be,
Okay, and then Supervisor Half, I don't think we checked with you on the street sweeper.
Technical difficulties here. I'm up for waiting on these three that are remaining, the street sweeper, Arts Alliance, and EOC renovation.
And I agree with you there, to skip ahead a little bit.
There you go.
Supervisor Kirk, where are you? So it sounds like on the, and then Goldenberg, okay. So it sounds like we have consensus on the street sweeper, the Arts Alliance, and EOC to hold off.
well, on the Arts Alliance, I put forward a possible proposal. I think somebody should maybe discuss that with Lisa Mayo at Visit Tuolumne County, and
So we
Consider it
actually would
still.
have to amend that contract. I don't know if that's what your board would like the time to do for $50,000, or again, look at something else for the year, and then when their contract comes up, there's a lot of different things that you have discussed, I have discussed with Lisa. If you left it in place, ways that they could still help out doing other things, and the Arts Alliance might be one of those. But right now, their contract, it requires a 90 days notice, I believe, and then, but we would have to open the contract, or I could meet with Lisa and see if they're willing to do it with the allocation they're going to receive without changing the contract. That could be another option.
Well, I guess that's the discussion should be had. I don't, if both parties were in agreement, this is like a one-line item adding into the contract. But have the conversation.
If they're
We'll go
willing
from
to amend the contract, yes.
I don't know anybody who you enter a contract for a reason. Those are the terms of the contract.
Right.
So to do business and say, well, we have a different idea, we want to change your contract, I don't think that's good business practice. I think if the Visitors Bureau, which I'm already assuming they probably do plenty of work to bring in the arts and to promote the arts, maybe they should have a conversation with the Arts Alliance about how they may just have a conversation how they might do that better. That might be a better bang for the buck. But to take someone's contract and cut it and take money from it, I think that's another reason why I brought up the conversation of let's look at their contract when it's time to look at their contract. And
Yeah, I can talk with Lisa. I know in the past they have, and maybe not with the new executive director, but they had made contact with the Arts Alliance and trying to offer them financial assistance in the past, and I'm sure that has not stopped. But I'll talk with Lisa about what they might be willing to do without having to amend the contract.
Okay. So I think we've got direction for you for these additional requests. And then the last slide there, 38, we took the principal plans examiner out of this and put it into the previous, into the recurring costs. So then I guess we would just be voting on the 2 FTEs for code enforcement under the American Rescue Funds. So that seems like that's pretty straightforward, right? Okay. So any objection to that? Okay.
I guess I'm confused. Under American Rescue Funds? Or was this part of the?
We would set aside, so the principal plans examiner is out of this, and it's into what the general fund will pay for. And then as we get funds through the American Rescue Act, a portion of it for 2 FTEs will go to the code enforcement officers. So as long as we have that grant, we'll have the code enforcement officers. When the grant runs out, then we got to figure something out at that
Okay,
time.
so they weren't funded otherwise at all without that?
No.
And those code enforcement, the fire code enforcement officers, they don't create revenue, but they do cover themselves with the inspections. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're talking about code enforcement or fire
I'm sorry,
inspector?
fire inspector.
So the fire inspector, actually, we do. So that net cost is about 8 months of the fire inspector, still coming in October, and then the fee inspection costs being recovered from January on.
So that'll in itself
It
covers.
almost offsets almost all of it.
Okay, so is that sufficient for your needs?
I think we're good. So we'll begin putting the budget together, and we'll be ready on June 15th for your board to consider and adopt.
Okay. What I'd like to know is there, what should we be thinking about between now and when you come back to us with another recommended budget? What holes have we left that we need to get hammered out before that time? Because I'd like to start, just for myself, in my own mind, getting a jump on that and wrapping around what decisions we're going to have to make coming up.
I'm sorry, for the recommended budget on June 15th?
Yeah.
So normally on that one, because really we're looking for a spending plan until we get to the adopted. But the biggest issues and concerns we have are really related to the minimum wage, the compaction, of course, bargaining. We know all of our units are coming up, so we'll be going through that process. So those are really the biggest things I think we really need to think about now, outside of if the fire tax doesn't pass, how will we fund fire into the future as well as their equipment? Those are what's weighing on me the most when we look at going into the future with budget.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, thanks very much, everyone. All right, let's take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 3:50. And thank you, everyone that has come here to again, watch this for June 1st. So we're going to go on to our first 1 o'clock appointment. Ms. Ryan, if you could please read that for us.
1:30 p.m., item number 1, public hearing to consider consider Granite Land Holdings, Holland, 1 rezone RZ 19007 to rezone a 3.87 acre portion of 2 parcels totaling 30.57 acres from O open space to BP Business Park under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Hello. And I think I said 1 o'clock appointment, but you're right. I didn't mean to say 1:30. I said the wrong thing and you corrected me. That's why I get out. Hello.
Hi, I'm Natalie Rizzi, Land Use Coordinator. We also have Richard Walker, the Planning Manager, with us. And the first project we have for you is Zone Change RZ 19-007, and the applicant is Mike Holland. The project is ordinance for zone change RZ 19-007 to rezone a 3.87 acre portion of 2 parcels totaling 30.57 acres from O, which is open space, to BP, which is business park. The cultural resources that are protected with the open space would be protected with a cap and fill plan, which has been prepared by an archaeologist. The zone change is a condition of site development permit SDP 19-004 to allow development of the site. The project site is located northeast of the intersection of State Highway 108 and High School Road in the community of Jamestown. Assessor's parcel numbers 58-210-63 and 58-210-65. The general plan land use designation of the site is Business Park. Here is a map of the project site and surrounding parcels. Site Development Permit SDP 19-004 to allow the development of 8 storage buildings totaling 91,550 square feet and a 1,350 square foot office was approved by the Community Development Department Director on April 19, 2021. Condition 2 of the permit indicates that areas proposed for inclusion within the capping plan must be rezoned from open space prior to any vegetation removal, excavation, or grading on the site. The Planning Commission or the board is only providing a decision on the zone change application. The staff report included information on both the zone change and site development permit to better understand the context of the zone change request. Here is the proposed ordinance exhibit map. The area depicted BP2 on this map is the area where the cap and fill plan will be implemented to allow development of the storage buildings. The areas depicted BP4 and BP5 were included in the plan prepared by the archaeologist. This area was surveyed by the archaeologist and it was determined that there is excessive open space surrounding the cultural resource. The archaeologist recommended to reduce the open space as indicated on the exhibit map. These areas were surveyed by staff and determined not to include sensitive wildlife habitat. The areas depicted BP1 and BP3 were determined to be overprotected with open space when the open space was originally dedicated. The previous project files did not specify a reason for these areas being rezoned to open space. The open space was not created as mitigation, as the areas were rezoned in 2002 and there was no development or project approval that would create impacts that needed to be mitigated. There are no cultural resources in these areas. Site inspections by staff determined that there were no riparian or wetland habitats within these areas. The Tuolumne County wildlife maps did not indicate the presence of special status species. The riparian habitats are encompassed by the remaining areas depicted as OS1 and OS2. The remaining open space and open space 1 zoning adequately protects the riparian and wetland habitats on site. The Chicken Ranch Rancheria tribe requested consultation on the project. The tribe met with county staff, project applicant, and archaeologist to walk the site and discuss the plan. The tribe reviewed the plan and supports the final version of the capping plan. The owners of 56 adjoining properties were notified of the project via mail on April 19, 2019. The CDD received a total of 2 responses, which were neutral with some concern. The CDD also received comments from the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center, the Audubon Society, and Tuolumne Heritage Committee, which were opposed to the project. The responses indicated questions of the scope of the project. The project entails site development permit to allow development of the 8 storage buildings and an office, and the zone change as proposed. The responses indicated concern with dust from grading. The site development permit has been conditioned to require submittal and implementation of an erosion control plan and to require a watering truck or other watering device during construction. The responses questioned setbacks specifically for fencing. Fences are permitted up to the property line if they don't interfere with motorist views. The structures are required to comply with standard county setbacks. Concerns were raised regarding the hours of construction. The site development permit has been conditioned to limit construction to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Construction would be prohibited on Sundays and holidays. Concerns were raised regarding exterior lighting. The site development permit has been conditioned to require submittal of a lighting plan to ensure minimal impact from exterior lighting. Concerns were raised regarding noise. The site development permit has been conditioned to include the standard noise level limits condition. Concerns and questions were raised regarding a turn lane on Highway 108. The project proposal was reviewed by Caltrans. Their response did not request modifications to the highway or indicate the need for a turn lane. Concerns were raised regarding traffic. The site development permit has been conditioned to require payment of traffic impact mitigation fees. The estimated traffic counts were below the thresholds for requiring a study. One response questioned if the applicant would grant an easements. Easements between two property owners would be a private civil matter. The responses from CSERC, Audubon Society, and Tuolumne Heritage Committee indicated concern regarding the removal of open space. The protection of cultural resources would be facilitated via a cap and fill plan that has been reviewed by the tribe and prepared by an archaeologist. The other areas were determined to be overprotected, and the remaining open space would adequately protect riparian and wetland habitat. Additionally, when the open space was originally dedicated, it was not mitigation as no development has been approved on the site to create impacts. Zone change RZ 19-007 was considered by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission on May 19, 2021. Questions were raised and discussions ensued regarding the presence of biological resources within the areas proposed for rezone. Staff verified that the archaeologists surveyed the proposed project site and determined that there were no cultural resources in the areas for rezone and noted that the cultural resources found in the area depicted BP2 would be protected by a cap and fill plan. Staff explained that the other proposed areas were determined to be overprotected with open space and that there were no significant biological resources as determined by staff during site inspections and review of the project site history. The vote was 4 ayes and 3 noes, with Commissioners Bile, Emerson, and Bechtel voting no on the zone change. Your decision process. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors may either approve the project with modifications, deny the project, or send the project back to staff for further review. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? I guess we'll start with Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I just have one, and it's, you mentioned, I think it was slide 10, but I didn't quite catch it, the standard noise level condition. What is that?
That is from our general plan in chapter, I think 5 is the noise element, but it essentially sets the noise limits to a certain decibel limit as measured from exterior property lines. And it's a standard condition we attach to discretionary approvals.
Okay, I was just wondering, Supervisor Brandon and I are working on a noise ordinance, and I was wondering if it dealt with decibels or another measure. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon?
Just want to say, this project is in my district. As a place along the highway, I think that has the potential for future development as well, especially in line with staff recommendations with this. I don't see any issues with this. It seems like every concern's really been effectively mitigated, especially I think where a lot of the discussion was at in the Planning Commission. So I'm comfortable moving forward on it and would be in support.
Other questions? Now, I didn't see this Planning Commission, and I didn't see any details. When I see like a 3-4 or a 4-3, kind of raises some questions. What now you mentioned that there were issues, but what were some of the things that were discussed? And the objections, and how have you, what have you done to address them?
Yeah, so the main concern at the Planning Commission meeting was whether these areas that were proposed for rezone contain sensitive wildlife habitats. And during site inspections by staff, I personally went to the site 3 or 4 times, at different points throughout the process. And as indicated in all of our resources, such as the wildlife maps and other things, I did not indicate the presence of any sensitive wildlife habitats in those specific areas. But that was where the discussion between commissioners and project opponents discussed.
And then was there ever any discussion about, approving the project, but expanding the boundary around these? Are they actually classified as wetlands? Or, I know there's a creek running through there, but
From my
giving more buffer
determination,
zone.
yeah, from my determination, the riparian habitat, currently the open space that's not being touched is 75 feet from the center line of the stream and high water mark of the pond area, and that is standard for our development, is 75 feet from the center line.
Okay.
And that won't be impacted by the project.
Okay. Other questions?
From you guys discussing, when did you go out there and review the property? What time of year?
I can't recall. I know I went out a couple different times at various times in the year. I don't remember the exact timing of that.
Like winter, fall, spring, summer?
I believe when I first went out there, the project, at least from the notes, was submitted in April, and I would have conducted a site visit shortly after that.
Springtime, okay. Of last year?
Of 2019.
2019, yeah. So I trust your opinion.
Okay, any public comment? Anyone wish to comment on this?
And Chair Campbell, if you could open the public hearing.
Okay, so I will now open the public hearing and again ask, is there any public comment? Any folks on the phone like to speak? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Any further discussion, or I'll look, there's a motion.
I'll just, because I don't always do a very good job of this myself. The reason why I asked the spring is because you would be able to see wetlands and whatnot. I purchased property, same thing. So that would be a very telling sign, which you didn't observe. So that's why I asked the question.
I'd like to make a motion to approve of the Granite Land Holdings / Holland rezoning application.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
I'm sorry, Chair Campbell, before you take a vote, I just wanted to clarify, that's based on the findings listed. A through D, findings A through D.
In the motion.
So why don't you read the whole motion, and then we'll give Supervisor Brandon an opportunity to give the thumbs up to that.
The staff recommendation is to approve zone change RZ 19-007 based on findings A through D.
Then I'll amend it to motion to approve us on staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
So motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Now I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. So we have 2 more 1:30 appointments. So I'll look to Board Clerk to read the second.
The 132 item is public hearing to consider TUD rezone RZ 21-006 to rezone a 48-acre parcel from KMX General Recreational Mobile Home Exclusion Combining to P Public under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Hello.
All right, hello again. I'm Natalie Rizzi, and the project we have before you is Zone Change RZ 21-006, and the applicant is the Tuolumne Utilities District. The project is ordinance for Zone Change RZ 21-006 to rezone a 48-acre parcel from KMX, which is General Recreational Mobile Home Exclusion Combining, to P, which is public, under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. The project site is owned by the Tuolumne Utility District, which is a public agency and therefore fits the purpose of the public zoning district. The site is proposed to be developed with a water treatment plant. TUD is the CEQA lead agency for the development proposal and the processing of applications, environmental compliance, and public notification for the water treatment plant. The scope of review for the county application is limited to the zone change to the public zoning district. The project site is located north of the intersection of South Fork Road and Middle Camp Sugar Pine Road in the community of Twain Harte. Assessor's parcel number 040-13009. The general plan land use designation of the site is public. The zone change would bring the parcel's zoning into compliance with its general plan designation. Here is a map of the project site and surrounding parcels. The light purple is the public general plan. And here's a map of the project site and surrounding of the project site and existing conditions. The owners of 143 adjoining properties were notified of the project via mail on March 12, 2021. The CDD received a total of 6 responses, which were opposed to the proposed project. In addition to these responses, CCIRC provided a response in support of the zone change and proposed treatment plant development. The responses indicated concern with the financial impact of the development and the impact to quality of life. The California Environmental Quality Act states that economic and social changes resulting from a project shall not be treated as significant effects on the environment. The concerns are considered an economic and social impact. Concerns about these issues may be raised during the public hearing process. Concerns and questions were raised regarding setback distances to residences. TUD staff were contacted, and they indicated that the following setbacks from the nearest resident would be maintained, as well as any applicable county and defensible space setbacks. 100-foot minimum from the raw water pond, 150-foot minimum from the water storage tank, 400-foot minimum from the water treatment building, and that the parking lot and restroom would be separated from residences by a public roadway. Concerns were raised about increased traffic, specifically from the recreational use. Currently, the site is used by the public as a recreation site. If the recreational uses and parking lots are developed, TUD would regulate the hours and types of uses on site, which are currently not regulated. Concerns were raised regarding wildlife and habitat. Mitigation measures have been incorporated into the development project. These measures include pre-construction surveys for special status species and the conformance to the no net loss of wetland and riparian habitat as enforced by Fish and Wildlife and Army Corps of Engineers. Questions were raised as to why TUD could not use existing treatment plants. TUD has conducted studies to help consolidate their services and more efficiently provide their services. The new treatment plant would help consolidate their 11 separate water systems and would help achieve their goal of enhanced reliability of water supply and improve infrastructure. Concerns were raised regarding transients and trespassing on site. TUD will consider public safety and security during completion of the final design. Measures may include fencing, lockable gates, signage, lighting, and security cameras. Concerns were raised regarding aesthetics. A number of measures have been incorporated by TUD, including use of natural vegetation, landscaping, design of internal roads, colors and building materials to blend, and other screening devices. Concerns and questions were raised regarding impacts of the zone change on recreation. Under the proposed P zoning, general recreation and parks is a permitted use, and any other uses specifically not listed in the P zoning may be permitted with a conditional use permit. The potential of the site to be utilized for recreational uses would not be impacted by the zone change. Concerns were raised about noise. TUD has incorporated a number of design features to minimize noise impacts on surrounding residents, including the placement of pumps, motors, and other equipment within structures, limiting hours and days of construction, use of a hydraulic or electrically powered equipment, limiting construction within 100 feet of sensitive receptors, moving the location of the water pump further from residences, and limiting sound levels once construction is complete. Concerns were raised about fire hazards. Any building permit for the development of the treatment plant will be reviewed by the Tuolumne County Fire Prevention Division and Building and Safety Division for compliance with applicable building code and fire code. Additionally, mitigation will require TUD to prepare a fire prevention plan. Concerns were raised about use of chemicals. Use of chemicals are highly regulated by federal, state, and local laws and regulations. Additionally, staff at TUD have verified that they would submit a hazardous materials business plan to the Environmental Health Division. Questions were also asked. One question asked if the zone change would allow for TUD to parcel off sections of the parcel for future residential development. The P zoning does not permit the development of a single-family dwelling. Upon transfer of a parcel zone P to a non-public entity, the new property owner would need to rezone the property to be able to develop a single-family dwelling. Under the current K zoning, a single-family dwelling and an ADU are permitted to be built. Another question asked if the zone change is required to develop the treatment plant. Under the current zoning, the development would be permitted after securement of a conditional use permit. Under the public zoning district, a water treatment plant is a permitted use. Another question asked if the project would impact ditch access. Staff at TUD verified that the project would not impact the ditch access or the use of it by members of the public. Evidence in support of findings A through D of the zone change application can be found in the agenda report. Zone change RZ 21-006 was considered by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission on May 19, 2021. Discussions ensued regarding the scope of the county and the review process and TUD's public notification and outreach. Staff explained that the county's review is limited to the zone change application. TUD is a separate public agency and is therefore responsible for handling all aspects of the water treatment plant proposal. It was noted by staff that TUD followed all public outreach during its environmental review process and that TUD held several community outreach meetings on the subject. The Commission unanimously recommended approval of zone change RZ 21-006 based on findings 1A through 1D with a vote of 7 ayes. Your decision. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors may approve the project with modifications, deny the project, or send the project back to staff for further review. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Just looking at the project map, the project site, there's the one with the map above, looking down right there. It says project site, that little arrow. Is that the actual project site where it's pointing to? Where the
yeah, so the project site is the parcel outlined in red. I'm not sure exactly where each area is proposed as far as the development.
It's generally in that big area.
But yeah, the entire site is the project site, and it would be rezoned.
Okay, I was just hoping for an idea where the facilities would be, but that's just a personal question, but just thought I'd ask. Thank you.
Just one question. I'm familiar with that area. I've parked there and walked along the ditch there. I see where they noted that they were potentially going to develop a parking area and restroom. Is that all the information we have? Do we have any better from TUD on that? Or?
I believe we do have a representative of TUD, but as far as I know, they haven't made the final decision on that, that it will take some years before they get to final design completion. But it was included in the environmental review document.
Sure. It's a very popular area, and, you know, restrooms are hard to find, right? So I get it. Okay, thank you.
In some previous discussions with TUD, they identified it's a very vulnerable flume. Is this the flume that they're talking about, the one that burns down? It's real bad.
I believe yes.
Okay. Okay, so that's just a quick question. One was also, you mentioned recreation access along the ditch. So is that written down as a condition or a recreational easement of any type? Or is that just something they've said that they will maintain access to the?
When I reached out to TUD staff, I asked them that question and they indicated there would be no impact to that and that it would still be able to be used by the public. I don't know details of how they would provide that, but I do know it would still allow for public use.
Okay. And my last question on this, I know that there's several setbacks, as you mentioned, to try and, protect the quality of life there. A lot of them were, I think, the letters directed at aesthetics as well in the kind of quiet neighborhood. Were there design standards? This is not obviously a house or a commercial development. Recognizing that, are there any type of design standards we could recommend to make it not look as much as possible like a utility plan?
I believe there are Twain Hart design guidelines. I'm not sure if this project site falls in that area, but those could be some that TUD could look toward.
The TUD utility plan for this site will be very detailed, as well as the corresponding environmental compliance documents, and there will be extensive opportunities to provide comments of that type. This procedural zone change is simply to facilitate the completion and implementation of the TUD facility plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone like to comment on this? Please come up to the podium and.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Johnson. I'm the district engineer at TUD. I'll be brief. I know you guys have had a long meeting here. I jotted down a couple of responses to the questions that I heard. Same questions that have been asked by the TUD board. The project site that you see there, that's the entire property boundary. We took great care to really respect the environment out there. So we've sited a treatment plant that's in the upper left-hand corner above the ditch in the tree line, farthest away from the residents. We've also respected the fact that the lower part of that site, if you've been out there in the spring, you can tell it's got a lot of wetland area there. So we're staying away from that area. Parking and restrooms are yet to be determined. We evaluated in our CEQA document, but we've had a number of people come and express some concerns about location, attractive nuisance, people being there after hours. TUD's not in the recreation business as of yet. If we did develop that site, we would have different ordinance codes. We probably look to the county, as a matter of fact, for some of those ordinances. So there would be a lot of work left to be done in that regard. This project is very early on. It's about a $30–40 million water treatment plant, and we don't have the funding identified yet. So our goal is to do the zoning change. We've done the environmental. Our board took action on that in April, and then go through the permitting process in the next couple of years. If we identify funding, we would like to move forward, but there will be extensive interaction from the public about things such as aesthetics, architectural design, noise, and the recreational component of the project. We had proposed trail networks and boardwalks, and so there'll be lots of opportunity for the public to comment. We did receive 30 letters as part of our CEQA process, and we addressed all of those and continue to be open. There's more detail on our website if you wanted to see the actual site layouts and some of the renderings of the facility, you could do that. So I'm happy to answer any other questions. I think I covered most of them. Oh, the flume vulnerability. Yes, that flume is one of the flumes we're most concerned about, but farther up the river canyon, where you have over a mile length of flume, that's the area that's of most concern due to access and fuels.
Okay. Questions?
I'll just keep it short and to the point. When you say the northern part, do you mean this area? Or, because I don't know what's north, south, east on this map.
Yeah, lacking a pointer. Do you see where it says canal there? There's a call out for canal. North or up on the page in that treed area there is, no, actually, yes, in that area.
Okay, I'll keep it short just because I know the area well, so I'm just moving forward, curious where it's going to be, so now I know. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, any other comment? Anybody on the phones? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for further discussion, or if there's a motion.
Do I need the legal version of it. It's in my district, so I'll make the motion.
Would be moving to approve the zone change RZ 21-006 based on findings A through D.
And now we'll move on those recommendations.
I'll second that.
Motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Half. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, and our last 1:30 appointment.
1:30 p.m., item 3, public hearing to consider ward rezone RZ 20-012 to rezone a 2.68 acre portion of a 13.9 acre parcel from A10 AIR General Agricultural 10 acre minimum airport combining to RE2 AIR Residential Estate 2 acre minimum airport combining district under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Richard Walker here, sitting in for Shady Gonzalez. Today I will be presenting zone change RZ 20-12 for Daniel and Arlene Ward. The project consists of an ordinance for zone change RZ 20-12 to rezone a 2.68 acre portion of a 13.9 acre parcel from general agricultural 10 acre minimum airport combining to residential estate 2 acre minimum airport combining district under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. The proposed zone change is being requested in order to facilitate a lot line adjustment to adjust property boundaries between 2 legal parcels as shown in the exhibit map attached to the agenda report. The lot line adjustment is not subject to this zone change request and will be processed at a later date by the county surveyor. The project site is located at 11778 Yankee Hill Road, assessor parcel number 032090025. The general plan land use designation of the site is estate residential. The estate residential designation is compatible with the residential estate 2 acre minimum zoning district. Therefore, staff has determined that the proposed rezone is consistent with the general plan. Here is a map of the project site and surrounding zoning and properties. Here is the ordinance map for the project site. The hatched area identifies the area proposed for rezoning. The owners of 36 adjoining properties were notified of the project via mail on January 29th, 2021. The CDD received a total of 3 responses, 1 opposed and the others neutral with concerns. The response in opposition simply stated that they opposed the project. The response that was neutral with concerns expressed opinions based around the possibility of another subdivision or future development resulting in increased traffic volumes, water depletion, and increased density to impact the very high fire rating. After receiving responses, it was clarified by staff that this project was only to rezone a portion of the property, not the entire parcel, as was indicated in the stakeholder letter. There will be no increase in density as the rezone is only to make zoning consistent prior to the lot line adjustment. Any future parcel maps would be reviewed by the county surveyor and staff at the time of submittal. The Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center also provided comments on the zone change application. CSERC indicated support of the proposed zone change. The application for zone change RZ 20-012 was circulated to various state and county agencies. No comments were received by staff. On April 1st, 2021, the ALUC reviewed the proposed project and made a recommendation to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission. On May 19th, 2021, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission recommended to approve rezone 20-12 based on the findings 1A through 1D. The motion passed 5-0. Staff has determined that the project is consistent with findings 1A through 1D. of the zone change application. Evidence and support of the findings can be found in the agenda report. Your decision process. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors may either approve the project with modifications, deny the project, or send the project back to staff for further review. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, Richard, one of the questions that came up most often was the consistency in the zoning, that everything was RE3. I know could you go back a little bit on that? So why was R2 or RE2 chosen instead of RE3?
RE2 to be consistent with existing zoning on APN 032090023.
Okay, so the southern
Correct.
southern parcel there. One second, let me pull up the other map. Okay, I see. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have okay. Okay, if there are no other questions, I'll open the public hearing. Any comments or questions from the room? Yeah, come up, please.
Dan Ward, and the proponent of the project. We own both of those parcels, and the objective, we're in the process of downsizing. We have our home on the parcel at the north end there, the 13.9 acre parcel, and we're selling that now and intend to build on the parcel below, just to the south of it there. And the whole objective to get that rezone was to get a buffer between where we will be building and our current residents up above. If we had our way, we would keep it all A10. We have absolutely no intention in our lifetime, even with our heirs, to change, to develop that RE2 in any way or fashion, because we want to keep kind of our privacy there. So that's simply our objective. It just happened that it's RE2 and A10, and so we had to go with what was there. I don't know if I can answer any questions.
Great, thanks very much. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you, sir. Any other public comments on this item? Any calls? Okay. All right, so I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for a motion. I think this is in District 5, right?
I'd have to check. It's on the edge for us. Looking at some of the letters that came in, the zoning question did clear that up, that to the west it's 3, but to the south it's 2, so it is consistent, it seems like. And I think the other one was traffic. It does not seem like this will present a traffic increase for the area. So with that, I'd like to move on staff recommendation.
Okay.
To support.
I'll second. Second.
All right. A motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Oh, I'm sorry. Motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene at 4:35. All right, welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for June 1st. We're going to pull 2 items from the agenda. It's item 15 and our 2 o'clock presentation. And those items will be rescheduled, correct? For those of you that...
Supervisor Campbell, I think we're also pulling a couple of the closed session items. 16 and 18, right, Tracy?
No,
Oh, you
I
wanna
think
do 18? You want to do all the closed session?
what we'll do, yeah, I think we
Okay.
can do the closed session. I don't think that they'll take all that much
Okay,
time.
that's fine.
But because we have Heather here for the next 20 minutes or so, we're going to go into closed session on item 17 and then report out and then return to closed session and then close out the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the plan. And I'll look to Ms. Ryan to read our item 17.
Item number 17, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Bill Harrison versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court Case Number CV 63715.
Okay, and we do anticipate a report out, correct?
We do. I think it might be easier, although we will come back out if she just reads them all out, just for her workload purposes. It would probably be easier that way.
Okay. So just go first on that one item. Is there any public comments? 17? Okay. Now we'll do the other three items, 16, 18, and 19.
Item number 16, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Sierra Mountain Construction Incorporated versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court Case Number CV 63784. Item number 18, closed session, conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Ann Fremd, Human Resources Director, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. And item 19, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one case.
Okay, and then am I correct? We don't anticipate any report out on those other items. Okay. Is there any public comment on items 16, 18, and 19? Okay, so we will go into closed session and then come out for item 17 and then finish up the rest of the items. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are back from closed session. Supervisor Cook moved and Supervisor Campbell seconded, and by a vote of 5-0, the board approved the county council to defend the county and any named employees in the matter of Bill Harrison versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court Case Number CV 63715, a personal injury action arising out of an automobile accident in the city of Sonora. The board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to PRISM, and the board approved a retainer agreement with Lynn Garcia of Spinelli, Donald, and Knott to represent the county and any named employee in this matter. Okay. All right, so with that, we'll go back into closed session on item, sorry? Okay, so we're going to stay in here? Okay. So we'll go back into closed session on items 16, 18, and 19.